Welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman.
We are here, as always, to talk about stuff. This week on the show, sort of our second show of the week, we are going to be... We did our pre-E3 predictions last time.
Yes, we did.
So, kind of out of date now, but if you haven't heard it, you might want to hear it just for the humor value of seeing if our speculation worked out or not.
Yeah.
And
we got some things right and some things wrong.
And I think humorously right and humorously wrong.
Yes, definitely.
So that'll be fun. You can listen to that. That's episode 148, 149. Today we're going to be talking about E3. Of course, probably at the top of the show, worth acknowledging, really sad stuff happening in the world right now. Obviously, it had a shadow over E3 and everything this week because it has to. The events on Sunday in Orlando. We just want to say, of course, our condolences, our thoughts. It's horrible. This is not a political podcast.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get political about that other than, I think, what everyone on hopefully all sides of the aisle who isn't self-congratulating Donald Trump thinks, which is sad. Things need to be done. For now, the point of this show and of E3 and all the games is to have fun and entertain, which is still necessary even when, and especially when sad things are happening. So we're going to power through, but just wanted to mention that because... hard not to.
Yeah, no, and you were right that they did, and I thought it was nice that a lot of the people giving press conferences did not just straight out ignore that it was like Ubisoft and Sony and stuff said at the top of their conferences, hey, this happened, we're acknowledging this, but we we're not going to cancel the press conference, but we need to recognize that this event happened.
Yes.
It's a major, significant tragedy.
Absolutely, and I was particularly moved by what the people at Sony said, and the people at Nintendo, just both mentioning and bringing in the LGBTQ aspect of the tragedy, which is something you have to acknowledge and talk about. And Reggie was talking about Nintendo, also the singer who was killed over the weekend in Orlando,
right? Yeah,
because gun violence is a constant thing. And that she was apparently going to be doing something with Nintendo at E3 this weekend.
Oh, geez, so, I did not catch the very top of the Nintendo show this morning.
Yeah, Reggie just came out and talked about it a little bit. And, it was, I think everyone at E3 handled it very respectfully, which is a really tough thing to do when it's a silly event. We're talking about games.
It's video games. It's video games are as ridiculous a medium as you can find in
We're talking about, Call of Duty in space with your space grappling hook and shit.
Yeah, we're talking about Battlefield games set during World War I and Snoop Dogg playing that game at their event, literally smoking a blunt while he is playing the game, photographed.
That does justify the existence of Battlefield 1, though.
Maybe it does, sure. I mean, he would have done that for any Battlefield game. I don't think Battlefield 1 in particular
that's totally true.
Made Snoop Dogg feel, I'm going to break out the weed for this one.
I don't know. If someone gave me Battlefield 1 to play, I'd have to get high to get through it.
Yeah, probably. But we'll talk more about that.
All right.
In a little bit.
Well, anyway, moving on. No easy way to transition through that. But, Sean, we are recording this Tuesday night. This will be out Wednesday morning. We have seen press conferences for EA.
Yes.
Bethesda.
Yes.
Microsoft.
Yes.
Ubisoft.
Yes.
Sony.
Also yes.
And sort of Nintendo had a different kind of thing, but I saw 2 hours of it. I don't know how much you watched.
Yeah, I watched their... I felt like I watched what felt like 5 years of Pokemon.
They did a lot of Pokemon.
And then probably a good 30, 40 minutes of Zelda. I didn't keep track how long it was, but I watched their whole first chunk of the Legend of Zelda thing.
Me too. So, and I had the Pokemon thing on the entire time, but I was doing other stuff.
I was sort of flipping back and forth, waiting for the Zelda thing to pop up, and every time I would go back, it's they're still fucking they just played the first 30 minutes of their goddamn Pokemon game.
And none of it was bad. It was just weirdly, especially because
it just doesn't demo well.
Especially because they opened with that Zelda trailer, and they're more, please, now. Anyway, so we've seen all the big stuff. Obviously, E3 continues, and there will be more news, and we will talk about that next week. But we always do this right after the big conferences end. This is an annual tradition at the Weekly Stuff podcast. If you haven't, many years now. We've been doing this so long.
Yeah, it feels like We haven't, but when you think about it, it's like, yeah, no, like this is like the third or fourth time we've just straight up done all the E3 stuff.
This is our 5th year, and our first year started in May, so I know all 5 years we've done this.
Yeah, God, Jesus.
So anyway, but now I watched 3 of those 6. I did all of Sony, all of Microsoft, all of Nintendo. Well, not Nintendo streamed all day, so you can't say all of Nintendo. I did not do the other 3, but you are crazy, and you always watch everything.
I mean, I feel weirdly obligated to, and I feel like I have to explain this every time we do this. Is that there's 2 things that is this. It's like, one, we do this podcast, and so I want to have the firsthand experience and bring that to the table, to the discussion on the podcast, because I think that's valuable. And 2, I do legitimately get a weird pleasure out of watching these press conferences, even when, we'll talk about the EA and Bethesda ones, were particularly dull for most of it. Even when they're boring, they're still interesting to me, because there's an aspect of these big video game companies sort of positioning themselves, like changing their messaging up year after year and sort of like putting out their new games and just seeing like, you know, what is EA in 2016 compared to EA like in 2014 or 2013, and seeing like this is only Bethesda's 2nd year doing a press conference, and seeing that what they did with a press conference when they did not have a game coming up from their main studio, which was Fallout 4 from last year, like seeing that stuff is very interesting to me. But I would not necessarily recommend it for everyone, because it is a significant time commitment and it is draining physically to watch them.
Oh, absolutely. But I say, if you haven't listened to one of these before, this is the episode every year, at least one every year, that Sean basically runs and hosts.
Yeah.
Because he's seen I usually see at least half of it, but you've seen everything. You put the notes together.
Yes.
So you'll be running this. I do have, one question up top.
Okay.
Which is just, we're going to get into the nitty gritty.
Yes,
Was there any, just starting off, like one game, one conference, any major takeaway that you would just kind of point towards this year?
I think that both Microsoft and Sony had really good press conferences this year, but they also had really completely different press conferences, which was really interesting. Microsoft went really hard in their hardware platform direction, which was necessary considering that they're lagging so far behind the PS4 in sales. But what really surprised me, and I think everybody, was Sony's press conference was completely different than any other E3 press conference I've ever seen. And as you said at the top of the show, this is like the 5th year we've been doing this. I have seen a lot of these press conferences at this point, because I was watching them before we even started the podcast. And Sony put on a very theatrical sort of presentation.
A live orchestra.
Literally, like they had a live orchestra. They were on stage. Like it began with them opening up curtains, and it ended with them closing the curtains. Like they put on a show more than they put on a press conference. And I think for me and for like most of the internet, that worked really well. It was an incredibly effective press conference, and coming out of that, because Sony also is in a great position because they're the last press conference they have been for a long time. Like that, there's just a huge amount of positive energy coming out of that, because it was a tight, slick, well-run show that also showed a bunch of really interesting games. And then if I was to pick one game in particular that really stood out to me, it's Horizon Zero Dawn is still looking amazing, and it's fairly close to release at this point, and they had a very long, like, in-depth gameplay demo on the stage at Sony's show, and that just looked incredible to me, and it just gave such a great sense of what that game is, that I think also seeing Legend of Zelda this morning was really interesting, but also, like, for good reason, like, this is the first time they're really showing off the game. I'm not getting a good sense of what, like, the full scope of that game is and what the gameplay sort of like loop aspect of it is. Whereas with Horizon Zero Dawn, it was like watching that just felt like I should just be able to play that game right now. Like, and that's what the exact feeling I want coming out of the gameplay demo.
Yeah. I agree with so much of that. I think that not even a contest, the Sony show was the best E3 press conference I've ever seen.
I think it's almost even unfair to make that comparison, because it was like they didn't even play the game that everyone else was playing with their press conference. They just like completely sidestepped it and was like, fuck that, we're doing something totally different.
Absolutely, but it was, and so it's totally true, but it's also the first time I've ever seen an E3 thing where I literally just couldn't tear my eyes away from the screen.
Yeah.
I did some live tweeting, but other than that, I didn't feel the need, as I do with some other stuff, to play a game while I'm doing it or work on something. It was just, I was watching it the whole time. I was riveted. I loved pretty much everything they showed. Even the stuff I didn't find interesting, I found interestingly uninteresting.
Yeah.
So it's very compelling. I think Microsoft had a great showing, great games at both of these. I have to say, not even a contest to me, Zelda stole the show for me. I jaw dropped from the moment that trailer started, and pretty much everything they showed in the gameplay stuff, I couldn't believe it. This feels like such an incredibly major step for Nintendo. Yeah. I don't know how that game is running on a Wii U. I have no fucking clue. There's some demon magic got that game running on the Wii U. But I was watching it on my phone, so I was at work. I hope no one from work listens to this. But anyway, they don't. That's why we got to keep these podcasts long, because they scare my coworkers away.
Great, yeah.
Anyway, I just couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I thought visually, artistically, all of that, and even though Nintendo does their own thing, but also just the opportunity to have Eiji Onuma there talking about it. Yeah. That's the special thing about the Nintendo Treehouse. And I think if it were any other year and Nintendo had really any other game and they decided to hinge their entire E3 around it, it would have felt really stupid. And I still think there's ways we can question their approach. But with this game and the steps it feels like it's taking, Zelda Breath of the Wind felt like, yeah, that's worth putting all your chips on. I can't fucking wait for that. And I'm a fairly new Zelda fan. This is not a lifelong thing for me. I think even if I didn't really know Zelda, I would look at that and say, I can't believe what I'm looking at. So, that's me.
Cool. Yeah. So, that's just sort of general impressions. But let's get into the nitty-gritty, Jonathan.
Yeah. So, I didn't watch these first few conferences, but I did follow them. I've seen the trailers and stuff, so...
So how we're going to handle this is we're going to go through the press conferences. And again, just to note once more, we're recording this on... What day is this, Jonathan?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night. Thank you. I've just lost all sense of fucking time right now. We're recording this on Tuesday night. E3 is ongoing, and on the show floor, they're still showing demos. Like games that were not at the press conferences are getting shown off. There will be more news. We will talk about that on next week's podcast for anything that sort of pops up that's really interesting to us. So we're just covering the press conferences today. And so we're just going to go through the press conferences in order. And I, this year, did something different than I did other years, because I actually thought about what I was doing. And I was like, oh, right, I should probably just take notes while I'm watching the press conference, so that way we don't miss anything. Because what I did in years prior was just watch all the press conferences, and then... a day before we did the podcast, go onto all these websites and go back and find a live tweet or something of the press conference, and to find all the announcements and be to find them all so we don't miss anything. So this year I took notes, and then especially for EA and Bethesda, their press conferences were so boring that I kind of put a lot more energy into the notes than I was expecting, because I was just expecting to say they're talking about Mass Effect and have that be it. Instead, I had sort of commented on them, so I think how I want to do this is I'm just going to read my sort of stream of conscious notes for each bullet, and then we will talk about the thing they talked about.
This sounds fun.
Yes, I think it will be. So, let's start. We're doing the Sunday press conferences. First up was EA. Their first thing, Titanfall 2, grappling hook, single player, October 28th. So they opened up with a Titanfall 2 trailer, and then a single-player trailer as well. So a multiplayer and single-player trailer. Did you watch any of those, Jonathan?
I did, and we were talking last week on our speculation show about what we kind of expected of Titanfall 2. Would it be something we were going to play? I'm definitely going to play this now. I think it looked like two very confident trailers. It looks like the multiplayer I know and loved from the last one, and a very successful adaptation into single player, where it looks like they've put some thought into what the story and narrative context would be. Way more than I thought. There's this weird, almost buddy cop thing going on between you and your robot, and I found it almost weirdly touching in a weird Call of Duty way, and it looked cool, so I can't wait.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Titanfall 2. I think it was the thing that was the strongest thing that EA had, which is also a little bit frustrating when that's what you lead your press conference off with, is the best thing you've got, but it's also that's the sort of the thing, is you want to begin and end really strong, and the beginning of that was so strong, where we talked about this on last week's podcast, but I did not play much Titanfall because I didn't have an Xbox One, but Titanfall 2 being multi-platform, them having single player, which is something I really want from a shooter these days. I don't, unless it's something like Overwatch, that is really unique and different and special. I am not in the market for looking for a bunch of multiplayer only shooters, but Titanfall 2 having a really interesting looking single player campaign with, it seems like a real sort of thought going into some of that, the mech suit having its own AI and the relationship between the mech suit and the pilot. Who knows, that stuff might end up being really bad, but at least it looks like they're really trying with it. And then also, I think their multiplayer trailer looked fucking awesome. It was the first trailer of E3 that heavily featured grappling hooks. There was a lot of grappling hooks in E3 this year. A lot of grappling hooks in E3 and in just games in general this year, which is, hey, grappling hooks are awesome. We've got, like, the tech now to make the physics on them seem pretty good, like, work well. And so, yeah, grappling hooks in Titanfall 2, awesome. Single player in Titanfall 2, awesome.
I can't wait. Are you at all surprised, because I was a little, that it's just called Titanfall 2? Because I was thinking
maybe
it's almost like a relaunch for the series because it's now multi-platform, it's got the single player, it's way more than just the second of the series. And I can't immediately think of a series that started as a multiplayer-only shooter and then for its sequel went with a more conventional split.
It tends to go in the other direction. But yeah, I think like there's a huge amount of positivity around the Titanfall name because that first game, even though its multiplayer population sort of dipped off and stuff like that, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Like, I think there's still, like, was so much positive buzz around the announcement of that game, the launch of that game, even if it didn't have quite the staying power I think EA hoped that it would have, like, for a like, entry into the genre for, like, the Respawn Entertainment's first game that they, like, officially made. Like, that was a huge success for them, so keeping that Titanfall name going, I think, is smart.
No, absolutely. And I also just wanted, it reminded me watching, especially that single-player trailer, that this is Respawn. They are the people behind Infinity Ward. These are the guys who literally reinvented modern shooters as we know it with Modern Warfare and some of the earlier Call of Duties. And you can kind of feel that same enthusiasm here. That even in their misses, and Modern Warfare 2 is a hot mess. Yeah. But that game is a hot mess made with like passion and enthusiasm. And
and a lot of the individual elements of it work so well. And like Spec Ops in Modern Warfare 2 is still some of the most fun I've ever had in Call of Duty. So
and
where it worked well.
It's like that energy is still there, and it's nice to know that getting fucked by the industry did not kill their enthusiasm.
Yeah, and it was really nice to see Vince Zampella came out on stage to sort of announce Titanfall 2. And then one of the fun things about that announcement as well is he handled... this was another running theme of E3, is people having to deal with the fact that all their shit got fucking leaked except for Sony. And so, like Titanfall 2 single-player campaign and all that stuff was leaked. Like, the whole trailer was leaked like a day before the press conference. And so when Vince Zampella came out on stage to announce it, he was just like, and we're proud to announce, for all you people who didn't see the trailer already, single player is coming to Titanfall 2. And I thought he handled it really well.
That's great.
Yeah. So, and then also something to note here before we move on to the next point is EA had an interesting setup where they were not like even though it's an E3 press conference, they were not at E3. Like, they're at an adjacent location. That like EA stuff was not at the E3 show floor. Talking about EA and E3 in the same sentence too much is very confusing. But like, so their kind of presence was a little bit strange in that way. And then they also had this interesting setup where half of the show was being given by the current CEO of EA, whose name I can never remember, who is notable online for having a great image comparison of him wearing a business suit and the villain of the first Mirror's Edge, and they look completely identical. So that dude was hosting the Los Angeles E3 adjacent EA side of it, and then you had Peter Moore of like old Xbox Microsoft fame, like he was hosting the London side of it. And so they were actually cutting back and forth, and there's like an event in London and an event in Los Angeles. So after Titanfall 2, they cut to London, and then this is where my notes pick up. I write sports, Madden NFL 17, new commentary, exciting. So this is where they started talking about sports. Obviously, in my notes, they had a long section talking about Madden NFL 17. They said they have new commentary was the thing they said this year because they say one thing every year. They say like passing is better or tackling is better, and this year they're like the commentary is better, which seems like the lamest thing to try to improve in your football game.
People play Madden with the sound on.
I guess, I don't know. I have not been able to play a sports game in years because that fucking whole genre became impenetrable in like 2004.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, this whole section is not for me, but I will still report on it. Then they started talking about, Peter Moore started talking about competition and used the buzzword competition a lot. So this is where, again, we'll pick up with my notes. Competition? Oh, God, they're talking about esports. Someone stop them. Why the esports? Why? No EA Sports esports joke? Weak. Seriously, who fucking cares about competitive Madden? Esports is big for League of Legends and Dota and StarCraft, not Madden, not Battlefield. How do these game companies not know how esports works? they're spending more time on this than Titanfall 2. What the fuck are they doing? At least Mass Effect is next. And that when I said that was when on their presentation they just popped up a thing in the middle of Peter Moore giving this like 10-minute fucking like monologue about competition in esports and stuff. It just popped up and says like Mass Effect Andromeda in 5 minutes. And so then, thank God, is it over? Why would they do that? Wait, no, they're still doing it. $1 million prize is fucking chump change in esports, guys. Holy shit, what the fuck? Oh God, BioWare, save us. And when I said $1 million prize is fucking chump change, that was when they're like, we're hosting to spread competition. We're having 3 different there's like local events and all these like different tournament things they're hosting. That's ultimately there's like $1 million prize for some big fucking Madden tournament. And I know that like competitive Madden has been a thing for a long time, but that is not a thing that is like there's not a version of esports that is popular in the way that like Dota is, you know?
Right. Esports is like a sport that's unique to gaming.
Yeah.
And so like League of Legends, Dota, all that stuff is a sport because it's something you don't do in any other medium. It doesn't make sense for Madden or anything because that really is where you can say, why don't you just go play fucking football?
Yeah. Like, they had this great video package in the middle of this of like, it was like, I think they focused on 2 like professional Madden players. Like they had all this stuff where eventually like an ESPN3 guy came out on stage to be like, and here's all these like competitive Madden players. It's like there's 8 of them left in this tournament. I think maybe the tournament's finishing at E3. I'm not sure. But in the video package, they had these 2 professional Madden dudes, and most of what they showed was them, like, just in their bedroom, sitting on the edge of their bed, playing Madden on a small TV. Just, like, not selling the glamorous esports life the way you maybe want it to. It's like, I'm not looking at that and thinking, I really want to get into professional Madden, so I, too, can sit on the edge of my bed and play Madden in my little tiny bedroom.
But that says everything about the amount of money that is in professional Madden. Because you know what? There's no Dota champ who has to play on an old CRT in his bedroom.
Yeah, exactly. The Madden section and the esports part of that really did nothing for me. So, moving on from that down to Mass Effect Andromeda. More this fall, behind the scenes trailer. Does this game have some severe development problems or something? How is there not a big gameplay trailer here? Looks really awesome, though, and the pitch definitely works. This just feels really slight considering how long the game has been in development. So that was just a rational summation of my thoughts watching what they basically showed for Mass Effect Andromeda was a small behind-the-scenes thing where you got a little bits and pieces of gameplay footage there, but it was mostly sort of like selling the idea of Mass Effect Andromeda, which feels like it's really late in the game to be trying to show a fucking trailer like that.
There's no way this is coming out next spring.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is probably, at the earliest, I'm guessing, a holiday 2017 game, and maybe even beyond that. I mean, they have officially gotten into Nintendo Zelda territory with this, where they announced it way too fucking early, and it's like 3 years in a row now. All they've had is this little developer video, and everything we've seen is cool, but I watched this and I felt like, this is the 3rd time I've seen this. There's a little more gameplay footage, or not even gameplay, but like game footage, but not anything substantial. And so I'm excited at the general idea of Mass Effect. I'm excited hearing from the developers and talking about their pitch for it. But yeah, this is... It feels like... I'm sure there's not massive development problems, but when they've pitched it as like so early and they keep saying it's coming out and it's clearly nowhere... If they had something ready, they would have showed it.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything ready. We're a long ways off, guys.
Yeah, like, it's just...
I'll put it this way. Kingdom Hearts 3 has shown more footage than this.
That is actually completely true, yeah. Because, I mean, basically the only other stuff we've seen is, like, I think there was, like, some leaked, like, alpha footage years ago. Then either last year or maybe it was 2 years ago even that they showed, like, the teaser trailer with, I forget, like, it was some fucking, like, space, like, kind of pop, like, rock song thing playing. And it was just, like...
What was the one Jennifer Hale voiced on?
I think it was that one that I'm thinking of.
Okay.
And like it was just like some dude on a spaceship looking at the Andromeda Galaxy or something. It was just... It feels like they have been playing coy with this game for so long. And we know this game has been in development since 2012. Like, we know it's been in development for 4 years. And for them to still not even show... Like, fuck it. Like, even if you're not going to show a lot of gameplay stuff, at least show like a big... like 3-4 minute cinematic trailer, something that like shows off some of the characters or something. Like, we don't even know any of the characters' names. We don't know anything about the story setup other than some human person is going to the Andromeda Galaxy for some reason.
They announced today like in an interview or something, that the main character is named Ryder. And if they knew that, like, not even that made it into the trailer. So stuff exactly. like that. It's maybe it does have development problems. When you put it that way, it's like, yeah, it's been a long time with nothing. I just wonder, is this a scenario where they had a build that they threw out?
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me, is that like they maybe changed directions on this game early on in development and like had to redo a bunch of work or something. It just feels like it has been in development for so long and has been publicly in development for so long.
And none of that's to say we're not confident in the direction of the game. Yeah. BioWare doesn't really release stuff that isn't ready to go.
Yeah.
But
it's just frustrating to have the game shown off in this way again.
Yes.
When this felt like this was the year when they were finally actually really going to show Mass Effect Andromeda, and to think that like we're going to have to wait another year basically for them to really show it.
I would be confident in guessing it'll be at next year's E3 too.
Yeah, like it must, like, yeah, this game's going to get delayed, obviously.
Or everyone at BioWare is like, fuck it, we don't want to show anyone anything. We're going to just put the game out there cold.
It's like, yeah, no, next year's E3 is the one where they're like, we're not even going to show you a trailer to Mass Effect Andromeda because you can just play it right now.
Can you imagine if someone did that with a giant AAA game like that?
It's never going to happen. It would be amazing. There was a couple of, like, you can do this thing right now at E3. But
nothing as good as when Sony, like, patented that with Entwined and stuff.
Yeah. Or, like, PT was that was the big one for me. That was really awesome. But so, yeah, that's Mass Effect Andromeda. Moving on, some of these next points I make are not really comprehensible. But practical conversation about play? 300 game updates? Why are they emphasizing this? That's what they straight up just said on stage. And we've been supporting our games with up to 300 game updates, which is like, how many? Like, that's probably like 90% just patches, dude. Not like we added a map to Battlefield Hardline or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd brag about that.
Yeah, it was just such a weird metric of like all the metrics that you can throw up on stage about random shit that means nothing. Saying we have put out 300 game updates this year is like, that's a bit weird. That's a weird thing to hang your hat on, but okay. Then, okay, this part is cool. So, play to give, in-game challenges which support charities, interesting idea. Classic corporate move for a company as heavily criticized as EA, but still cool to see them so fervently advocating women in charity. So this was a part where they talked about, I mean, that's basically kind of my note there, summed it up, of that they would have, and it wasn't entirely clear on how this like in-game challenge system connected to it, but I think the salient point is that EA, and they listed the charities, there's like 4 or 5 charities, and most of them were about, some of them were like for supporting women in STEM fields and stuff like that for education, and seeing that was cool to just have EA very like publicly back that on stage. Again, also like it's you know, I'm sure this was in the works, it had to have been in the works no matter what, but in light of, because this was the first press conference of the E3, so it was like several hours after hearing about what was going on in Sunday morning with the massacre in Orlando. Like, it was really cool to see something like this from a company like EA that, again, you normally would not, like, the EA is the company that like 2 or 3 years ago was voted as being the worst company in America, which was completely ridiculous when it happened, but it does speak to EA had severe sort of public relations issues with the gaming community, and for them to just like straight up say like, fuck it, guys, like, we're just going to give to charity, like, that's really awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, that's always cool. I don't even know what this next point is referring to. I just said Peter Moore is always winning. It's true. I always must be in reference to something they said on stage, but EA, the like specifics of EA's press conference are completely gone from my memory. But, you know, just...
That's why we take notes.
Yeah, remember this for the future. It is important to remember Peter Moore is always winning. Next up, FIFA 17, Revolutionary Year. Alex Hunter? Actor man. Why is FIFA so always fucking theatrical? Seriously, what is with the Alex Hunter one-man play? Big story mode thing, I guess. Who is FIFA's Spike Lee? Wait, no celebrity voiceover? Oh no, why not? Oh, this looks like super cliche sports movie trailer, FIFA 17 The Journey. So...
And they didn't even get Kyle Chandler to give a big Friday Night Lights speech.
No, there was no... This was just... Their FIFA presentation stuff is always the most amazing stuff they give. Because last year was when they had Pele on stage, and they like literally pulled out fucking 2 stools, sat on stage and talked with Pele, who... For like our American listeners might not know, he's like the soccer guy, and so they just talked with Pele about soccer for like 15 minutes on stage, and that was also, they had a great ridiculous over the top FIFA trailer narrated by the great Idris Elba, and their fucking FIFA trailers are always the most ridiculous. Like, we are the gladiators of the grass field. We play the beautiful game, and it's just like as if FIFA was like the British talk about FIFA like it's like them in World War II, like withstanding the Blitz. You know, like it's the same kind of like intense Anglic pride that they have, but it's just about fucking football. Like, I've never really understood that, because even like America has its thing with like American football and baseball, but it's not to the extent that like these FIFA fucking trailers are. So their FIFA 17 pitch was they had this black guy come out on stage and he introduced himself in like this very much like a one-man play kind of fashion of like, I'm Alex Hunter. You may not know me, but you will. And then he just gave this like 3-minute like standing speech that reminded me, this is more just for me and you, Jonathan, but we both did debate, and there was the sort of I feel like the drama aspect of debate where people would just give like one-man plays. It was like that. It gave was the exact same style kind of thing. And he was just up there for like 3 to 4 minutes giving this fucking monologue that then transitioned into a trailer that was like the most cliche sports movie kind of trailer you can ever imagine, with starring this Alex Hunter guy. And then they ended it by saying FIFA 17: The Journey, which I guess is the name for their new cinematic sports movie mode.
I hope on the box it's FIFA 17: The Journey, because that's a great name for a
sports
game.
It's it makes it sound so much more epic than it's probably going to be.
Then it's definitely going to be. Let's be honest.
Yeah. But even though I've literally never played, I've never touched a FIFA trailer or a FIFA game in my entire life. The FIFA stuff is, of all the sports stuff that EA shows, is my favorite to watch because they are so enthusiastic about it. So let's move on with my notes. My next note is Star Wars update in 5 minutes. Don't worry, Americans. We'll stop talking about soccer soon. That is obviously in reference to them then just popping up another little thing at the bottom of the screen saying Star Wars in 5 minutes. It's like, okay, thank you. They placed those very strategically in all the parts of their press conference where 90% of their audience is not going to give a shit about what they're talking about, because people who love FIFA are not the same people who watch E3. That's just how that works. The next note, we are still talking about FIFA here. Premier managers are in FIFA, guys. Check them out. This is amazing. Peter Moore really likes them, I guess. Oh shit, who's this guy? This is a guy. Peter Moore apologized to him? How, why, who does this guy think he is, throwing shade on Peter Moore? When do they start talking about Star Wars? I guess this is this year's Pele. At least they haven't broken out the stools. That was faster than last year's FIFA stuff, I guess. Wait, what? Don't bring out another FIFA man. We get it. Dude, we watched the trailer. Leave. I want to see Star Wars stuff. Oh, you're bringing more control. Amazing. You haven't said that in literally every EA conference ever. Seriously, stop. Titanfall and Mass Effect were a tiny fraction of this conference. God damn it. Another FIFA trailer? Why? We didn't get one real Mass Effect trailer, but we get 2 FIFA ones? Why, God damn it? EA, you can suck my dick. Why do you always spend so much time on your damn sports games? Do we get Star Wars stuff yet? So
it is a serious question, though. Why? Why does EA need a conference in the first place? And why do they need to sell their sports stuff in this context? It's like flu shots.
It is.
You're gonna buy them. You have a built-in audience. It's like flu shots, Coke, anything you don't really need to advertise for. Why? I don't get it.
Yeah, because literally, because the FIFA stuff takes up 4 different bullet points in my notes, and the reason it is like that is because each time I thought they were done talking about FIFA, and then they started making points about, we have managers in FIFA now, and then they brought out a soccer team manager, a football team manager, excuse me, from England, and he was on stage, and he creepily looked at Peter Moore and said 2 sentences, and was really awkward. And then they brought out a developer to talk about how there's more control than ever in FIFA this year, because fucking of course there is. And then they showed a fucking final FIFA trailer showing off the enhanced control of FIFA 17: The Journey.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So it's a never-ending thing. We'll never escape it. So
but Star Wars, Sean, that was exciting, right?
Well, then we'll get to that, because guess what? When they said that Star Wars would be in 5 minutes, they fucking lied. They fucking lied, because guess what? My next bullet point is not talking about Star Wars, as it very well should be. Instead, I say, they're talking about Unraveled now. Don't worry, guys. Battlefield 1 in 5 minutes. We'll stop talking about that lame indie shit soon. That's what they did, is they said during the soccer shit 5 minutes till Star Wars, and then 5 minutes later they started talking about their indie initiative, and then they popped up a thing saying Battlefield 1 in 5 minutes. You can't do that. You can't promise me Star Wars and then fucking just juke around me and then say, oh, don't worry, but we'll talk about Battlefield 1. Because guess what? They lied when they said that too, because they talked about Star Wars next and then Battlefield 1. They did not talk about Battlefield 1 in another 5 minutes. They talked about it like 10, 15 minutes later. So EA are fucking dirty fucking liars. They suck. Next note. EA Originals program. Interesting idea to partner with smaller devs and broaden the EA portfolio. We Are Gamers shirt might be a slight miscalculation. That was where, I don't know, the word gamer is a bit much to have a guy just wear a shirt on stage saying We Are Gamers is like, I don't know. We don't need to try to reclaim that word from everything that has happened over like the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But aside from that, they sort of talked about this EA Originals program, which is a new initiative that sort of like Unraveled would have fit into, where Unraveled was the indie game starring Yarny that they talked about last year. And the EA Originals thing just seems like hey, we're supporting indie developers. We're going to like help them, like bring them into the EA fold and sort of like support them, signal boost them, give them money to realize their projects. And that's always a nice thing. Like, you know, it's nice to get that up on stage. And then my next note sort of expands on this. Another passionate, sweaty, nervous, endearing Swedish dude. For reals, though, this stuff is cool, because then they brought out another passionate, sweaty, nervous, endearing Swedish dude like they did last year to talk about a different game called Fe, or I think it's Swedish, so I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's F-E. And what I had to say about that was, looks very similar to Unraveled in pitch. Cool, fantastical art design. Really into the way this game looks. Oh shit, these Silent Ones things look cool. Yeah, aesthetically, I'm all over this in a way I wasn't with Unraveled. EA is doing well by trying to shift the conversation around their company. More this stuff, less esports guys. It makes you look so much more interesting and bold as a company.
Agreed.
Yeah. I don't really have much more to expand on that, other than, like, I would recommend people go watch the Fe trailer. It's one of those sort of, like, it seems like a very kind of abstract-ish kind of game.
That's my thing. Yeah,
like that. It's hard to sort of get a sense of what it really is by the trailer, but the art style and the music was really interesting, and it was like, as I kind of said in that note, the aesthetics of it were kind of more to my taste than the Unraveled thing was nice, but I don't know. I like this had like a very fantastical kind of feel to it. So I'm really interested to see what comes from that game later on. So the next note. Yeah, Star Wars is happening. Oh shit, sup Jade Raymond. It's been a long time since she was at E3. Jade Raymond used to work on Assassin's Creed, and so she was on stage. And that was cool to see, because she used to demo all like Assassin's Creed 1 stuff back in like 2006. So she's working at Motive, which is a company that works with EA right now. So then Star Wars Mobile, Star Wars The Old Republic, and Battlefront. This is what they were showing on stage. Next year, new Battlefront, DICE and Motive working on it, new movie stuff. Then Visceral game is in 2018. More projects in store. Respawn game is in a different Star Wars era. That's just kind of what they said. And then this is the bulk of the Star Wars thing. Another behind-the-scenes trailer. More eras, quote-unquote, from Dice Lady. Hey, Stig Asmussen from God of War 3. You're pretty cool. Motion capturing a lightsaber fight is probably the best way to show that you're making a Star Wars game without actually showing anything. Amy Hennig presents concept art. Hennig, the game definitely is in the new movie era. Pretty weak showing for Star Wars overall. Guess their projects are too far off to show anything, but it's still pretty disappointing. So did you watch the Star Wars trailer package? They're like, not trailer, but like behind the scenes thing they gave?
I saw some of it, and I didn't necessarily find it disappointing, because I'm not surprised like the Visceral one is far off. And I just, I want them to take their time with it. I love the direction it seems it's heading. Because I think it's exciting to get some stuff in this new universe that is not just a retelling of Force Awakens or something.
Right, yeah.
And lots of talented people working on it. So none of that really surprised me, just because they've got Battlefront right now. They're going to keep doing Battlefront. Battlefield, which is it? Battlefront or Battlefront?
It's Battlefront is the Star Wars one.
Okay, so I was
It
right.
is confusing for me, too.
Okay, Battlefront.
When they talk about it back to back on their fucking press conference, it really, my brain got twisted.
I did think it was kind of ironic that if I'm not mistaken, it felt like the Sony conference gave more time to Lego Star Wars than EA gave to all their Star Wars stuff combined.
It kind of did. You're not wrong about that.
And, Lego Star Wars is a game that's finished and coming out, so that is a different
and they got
thing.
to announce like a demo was live on PlayStation, so, that was good for them. But, yeah, I guess, to expand on my feeling that the Star Wars thing was disappointing, I think it's more that I think like having this long 5-minute like video on your press conference when like EA is the company that owns the fucking Star Wars license basically for making games, like Disney just licenses it out to them exclusively, and not having anything at all concrete to show, like whether it's even gameplay stuff, like I would have been fine and would have much preferred if they had shown like a nice like 90-second long cinematic trailer thing for the Amy Hennig game. Like I didn't need gameplay stuff necessarily, but just something to sort of like pitch the game and get an idea of what it was. That's what I was really looking for, and it's kind of, I had the same feeling about the Mass Effect Andromeda thing, where it's you like all you're doing is showing me this really like cumbersome way of just telling me you guys are working on video games, which is what EA has done for the past couple of years. They've had these kind of video packages for the past few years at EA conferences, and they always just seem completely pointless. Just show me like a fucking cinematic trailer at like, because that does a way better job of positioning your game for like in a public facing way than just like showing some concept art in like a GIF of your video game and Amy Hennig sort of talking around her game without being able to say anything about it.
Yeah, and you know, it's something that I thought was a theme of E3 this year for me, which was, other than Sony, everybody who was at E3 and showing stuff, I think, is in an in-between year.
Yeah.
They're in a year, and it's kind of funny because 2016 is a jam-packed year, but just in terms of what they have to show for like the next 12-month cycle, they have maybe one hit, you know, something coming up that we knew about.
Yeah.
But then in terms of other stuff, there's just a lot that they're not ready to show. And I think different companies have different ways of getting around it. Like Microsoft leaned into the hardware to get around that. And Nintendo just decided to go hard on Zelda, which I think was the right decision. But, you know, it sounds like EA, definitely Bethesda, just did not really have enough to justify a press conference. But they can't stop doing it. Yeah. So they have to kind of pad it. In EA's case, we got a lot of sports and then not enough Star Wars. But you're right. At least making something cinematic just to kind of, almost like, we'll get to this later, but like what Hideo Kojima is so
I mean,
good at
thinking
doing.
exactly what the Kojima thing at Sony, like that is the right way to do that. Not show a behind-the-scenes video from Kojima Productions, like with some concept art. Like, even if the fucking finished game has nothing to do with ever that fucking batshit trailer that they showed at Sony's thing was about, like, at least showing that and giving me some sort of, like, vague artistic representation of the game or an idea of the game, that's what I'm looking for, because that's interesting and entertaining. Like, again, watching people talk about concept art is the weakest thing you can possibly do.
Yes. Yeah. But let's go ahead and move on.
Yeah, so that was their Star Wars stuff. Then this is the end of the EA press conference. Battlefield 1. They probably should have spelled out 1 in the title, because boy, does Battlefield numeral 1 look really weird. New trailer. Pretty slight, similar tone as before. Epic experience is a buzz term I do not want around World War I. Okay, their actual gameplay stream. Wait, what? Why is Zac Efron here? Is he high? Why is he just kind of here? What is happening?
Wait, Zac Efron was there?
Zac Efron was there, and there was someone else that I didn't catch who it was, so I didn't write it here. But who's the guy who stars in Django Unchained?
Jamie Foxx?
Jamie Foxx. He was there. He and Zac Efron were there getting fucking high at EA's thing. And there was just this weird moment in the middle of them talking about, they showed a trailer, the first like 30 seconds for a trailer for Battlefield 1, cut it, then they talked, I forget what they talked about fucking something, and then they threw it to some other dude on the side of the stage to set up that they were going to do a big game, like 64-player live stream thing at the end of the event, which I watched some of to actually see some fucking gameplay of Battlefield 1, because they didn't fucking show it at the goddamn actual press conference. And there's a bunch of celebrities that were in that big live stream that we'll talk about, like Snoop Dogg was there. I'll have more thoughts on that after we cover this point. But they threw it to this other guy to set up that live stream, and fucking Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx were just standing in the back. Seemed like they had no idea where the fuck they were. The guy tried to sort of talk to them, and they gave kind of like incomprehensible responses. That's just like, they were so clearly just fucking high, just like doped out of their fucking mind. Okay, it was crazy.
But here's this is so amazing. I never knew I wanted this. But I want more than anything a stoner comedy with Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx.
It's just like in the big middle part of the movie is they just stumble their way into E3 without having any idea how they got there. Yeah, that's a great idea for a movie. It was so weird that they just cut, because again, there was no setup to it. It felt like it was something impromptu. That it was like, oh, Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx got here early for this live stream thing. Like, let's just throw it to this dude. Because again, they showed the first 30 seconds of a trailer and then just stopped it. And then they said some stuff and cut to those guys. So yeah, that was.
Can we talk about Battlefield 1 for a second?
Let me finish the rest of my notes because I've got a couple more things to say. Stop saying epic. Just stop saying it. God. No, now immersive. These buzzwords, they sting me. Again, epic. Stop. Why? Nothing discussing World War I as a thematic or historic thing. Just a setting. Just set dressing. This just feels wrong. They're restarting the trailer. That's weird, too. The graphics are pretty, I guess, so whatever. Wow, it's so epic, guys. It's so epic. You're not going to change the world, EA. World War I did, but not in a good way. Because their whole trailer song was like, I don't know what the song was, but just kept on saying, we're going to change the world in the background of this like really heavy fucking drum beat. And they showed the trailer twice.
I did not see this Battlefield 1 stuff.
Okay.
But I did see it at the Microsoft show.
Yes, because they had it there as well.
We're officially into very disgusting territory with Battlefield 1.
Because they called it epic at the fucking Microsoft one too.
Yeah,
World War I was not epic, guys.
It's
holy shit.
It's epic in like the Homerian tragedy sense, I guess. But even then, that's kind of, it's not grand epic.
It's not epic the way that video game companies use the word epic, and they were using it in that way.
They had other very disgusting buzzwords at the Microsoft show, like you said, immersive. I think they talked about that, and like the show, the trailer had the pop music and everything, and it's like we're going to change the world.
We're going to change the world.
There's a couple things. One, I don't think anyone working on this game actually knows what World War I was.
It doesn't feel like it.
It seems like they think it's World War II. Right? Yeah. It seems like, because they're talking about like all the change and all that stuff. But what World War I did is the technology innovations was that we had guns that could fire fast enough that the old methods of warfare, which is where two armies would run at each other, resulted in just unbelievable numbers of casualties and then battlefield sickness and all this stuff. And so that was the change, is that we realized human warfare, the way we had fought for millennia, was literally untenable.
Yeah, that like technology had outstripped our pace of like understanding it at that point.
Yes, and I think World War I and World War II, obviously, although World War II is a little different just because of the moral gray zones are less gray. These are the wars where humanity kind of realized its destructive relationship to technology, and we're making a game that is all about celebrating the technology that allows us to be immersed in World War I. There is nothing about that is not gross.
Yeah, and it's specifically because then I watched I guess the first match, because I think they did like three matches of this live stream, because it went pretty quick, and just watched it just to see like, what is this game actually playing? Because the trailer that they showed twice, because when they stopped that trailer, they then at the end of their press conference showed it from the top. So you watch the first 30 seconds of the trailer again. Really fucking weird. But the actual gameplay, it was just Battlefield. Like, it made no difference. Like, even if someone was using a fucking, like, a bolt action rifle, which, like, they were still somehow, basically all the people were using automatic weapons because they were, like, finding, like, weird submachine guns and stuff for them to use. When, like, the vast majority of soldiers used bolt action rifles, guys. Like, that's because that was how, like, trench warfare and that stuff worked, and the match was taking place in France, so it was in the trench warfare side of the war. And so even when players were using bolt-action rifles, like, the way that they cycled the bolt was so fast that it's like, it might as well not be. Like, it might as well just be any other Battlefield game. They're just getting in tanks, they're just getting in airplanes, they're running around, like, they're doing the same thing as in every other Battlefield game, only this time there's a big blimp in the level. Like that's the only thing that was like, you could not have done that in Battlefield 4, you know? Like,
and what's so weird is you could just do that in World War II.
You could, yes.
And have them shooting Nazis, and it's okay because we have decided as a culture that shooting Nazis is okay, and I think for understandable reasons.
Yeah,
Nazis are not sympathetic. It's okay to shoot Nazis on screen. Nazis and zombies. And Russians, I guess, even though that should be offensive.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the Russian thing. That still bothers me when that pops up. That, like, really bothered me in Tomb Raider when it was just like, somehow I'm washed up on a Japanese island and I'm shooting fucking Russians somehow.
Yeah, that's still... That aside, anyway. Yeah. And so it's just, you could just do this with World War II. And, like, because Call of Duty... I think has a much more Call of Duty 1 and 2 I'm talking about have a much more intense attention to detail than this game does. Yeah. But even then, they can flub in some ways because it's the great, and it's not the Great War. It's the big war. It's the mythological war for us. Yeah. It is it's become myth more than it's become history almost. Whereas World War I has rightfully stayed history.
Yeah,
and it has to stay history because it's one of those things where you have to learn from those mistakes, right? Yeah, to move forward as a society. So. Yeah, no one at DICE seems to understand what World War I was.
Yeah, and I want to say that us talking about this game in this way is not to say that you can't make a good World War I game, because I would love for there to be an awesome World War I game like Valiant Hearts: The Great War, which I've played over the past couple of days. That game's fucking awesome. I finally got around to playing that, partially because the fucking Battlefield 1 stuff's pissing me off so much. That game treats World War I in a respectful manner and uses it as a setting in a thematic construction through which they can tell these separate stories about these different characters. Whereas and maybe because we haven't seen really anything of the Battlefield 1 campaign other than brief shots in the trailers. So maybe hopefully there is a really talented campaign single player team working at DICE right now that is going to make the campaign side of it feel interesting and powerful and narratively fulfilling the way that it needs to be. But what they have shown of the game so far does not indicate that is the case.
And whether or not the game is good, the mere fact they're marketing it this way is problematic. That's the bottom line.
Yes. Because I was sort of of two minds about it when they announced the game. Of I didn't like it, but I could see that it's well, maybe it's not that bad. But then their E3 showings for it at their own conference and then at Microsoft both was just no, this is just wrong. You're just doing this the absolute wrong way.
Yeah, this is the war my family fled Germany to go to America for. Yeah. It does feel a little
it's just a weird thing to use World War I in this way. So I did not like that. What I did like was at after their post press conference thing that EA did is they had this just bewildering 10-15 minute segment of setting up this live stream thing where they had some dude standing in front of nothing basically and having different random celebrities that were all basically clearly high walk up to him that were all going to the thing. And so that's where Snoop Dogg came up, and Snoop Dogg had this whole thing where he was hey man, we don't worry, we're definitely going to win. We got a secret weapon. I can't tell you what it is, man, but we got a secret. And it's yeah, dude, your secret weapon is that you've got a fucking blunt. That then when you're playing it, there's fucking so many pictures online of, because they actually showed it when they were live streaming it. They cut to Snoop Dogg standing at a screen at a monitor holding an Xbox One controller playing Battlefield 1 with a lit blunt in his mouth with smoke coming out of it. That was on their feed. That wasn't someone taking it on their cell phone at the event. It was just on there. And then Wiz Khalifa was there, and he was very clearly really high. And then the best part was there was a bunch of other little celebrities and stuff that came up there. Some of them were cool, some of them not. The guy who was hosting the thing, it felt had to just completely stretch this thing because they just did not have the live stream thing set up and when they needed to. So him talking to all the celebrities felt really awkward because it just felt like he was not trained to do it. And then you had Jamie Foxx and Zac Efron make their second appearance, coming up even more high than before, it felt and they were just completely unresponsive. They just basically straight up said that they were smoking weed. And they didn't actually say it, but they talked around it so much that it was, I think, the most explicit I've ever seen that be in something so public-facing as E3. I cannot believe that EA let that happen, because, they basically just said that we're going to go get some weed from Wiz Khalifa. That's basically what they just said. I think what specifically Jamie Foxx said was, we're going to go find Wiz Khalifa and see if we can't make this day go a little smoother. There's no other way to interpret that. That's not a double entendre. What else is that going to be? Either, he's going to give you alcohol, he's going to give you drugs, or he's going to suck you off. Those are the three things you're implying there. And of the three, I think there's only one thing that Wiz Khalifa is going to fucking give you.
This would be the big second act thing in the movie, is they go to E3.
They're getting
interviewed.
To find Wiz Khalifa, to find the dude who has their fucking pot.
This has to be a movie. David Gordon Green, the guy who did Pineapple Express, he's got to make this.
Yeah.
Judd Apatow, you can produce it. This is great. This is the best E3 ever.
That section gave me the impression of was that you could make that movie by just following Jamie Foxx and Zac Efron around long enough and filming them, and the movie would just happen. They don't even have to know they're making it.
Like when Joaquin Phoenix went crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah. God, this is the best E3 ever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. The EA conference was boring.
Well, I mean, but that was their post conference.
Okay,
that's like, and I highly recommend. Like, there's a couple of funny things that happen at E3. That might actually be the funniest thing that happened in relation to any of the press conferences. I highly recommend people seeking out the video that they took of that guy interviewing all the celebrities, because there's a lot of great, really awkward humor stuff to come from that until Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx show up at the end, which is the best part.
All right, well, let's do Bethesda, and let's see if we can hit this one just a little faster.
Yeah,
because I want to have energy for Microsoft.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about with Bethesda, so I don't even think I'm really going to go through my notes here, because we'll just go through the games. Quake Champions.
What's that? Oh, Quake. I think you said Quake Champions.
No, Quake Champions. This is a totally different game. That's a mobile game. Quake Champions. That's how the Bethesda opened up their conference. They've done well by Wolfenstein and Doom rebooting them. Quake Champions seems like they just showed the cinematic trailer of it, and it seems like it's just going to be a straight like PC multiplayer shooter thing. And I don't have a huge relationship to Quake because I never really played those games. The one thing that makes me kind of wary of this Quake Champions thing is how they were talking about it, of having these different champions, which are like heroes with different powers, which to me is very antithetical to the arena style multiplayer shooter, which is what Quake is known to be. Like, that just sounded kind of weird, but they didn't have anything substantial for it.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see what it is. I do kind of like the idea that Bethesda has it now, and it's just going through the list of their best series and doing, like, we're going to redo Wolfenstein, we're going to redo Doom.
Yeah.
If those are any indication, this could be pretty cool, too.
Yeah, exactly, because I was skeptical of both of those games, and they both turned out really great, and they got better. So maybe Quake Champions will just be the greatest video game ever made if it, like, ones up Doom somehow.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that's how they opened it. Then they talked about Snapmap for a little bit. And Snapmap is cool. They talked about like giving updates to Doom with Snapmap, and the updates, because like they talked about some Doom stuff with like multiplayer maps and stuff that I don't care about. But the updates, it sounded like they were making to Snapmap for Doom. I love saying Snapmap. But the Snapmap for Doom was stuff of like making it so you can more replicate the campaign kind of levels and stuff like that, which is what Snapmap needed to have. And so seeing that those updates are coming that's really nice. That's the cool Doom stuff they showed.
I should say with Doom, I am one night of play away, I think, from platinuming that game.
Nice.
I had to kind of go back and restart the whole campaign on a new file, but I don't mind.
Yeah, no, like that game. I've still been slowly working my way through Blood and Wine, and the E3 just took a huge dent in my playtime for that. But every time I'm playing Blood and Wine, I'm thinking in the back of my head, I need to probably play Doom on Nightmare difficulty after this, because that game's so good.
I don't know the last time I just straight up replayed a game right after finishing it.
Yeah.
I guess Fire Emblem Fates, but those are kind of two different campaigns, so I don't think that counts.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Doom is so good.
But yes, so moving on with Bethesda's conference, they talked about Elder Scrolls Legends. It's a Elder Scrolls card game thing. They called it a strategic card game.
Everyone's got a card game now.
Yeah, it seemed weird. Because they talked about Elder Scrolls Legends at last year's conference, I think, or maybe it was 2 years ago. And they showed a weird motion comic cinematic thing from it that didn't look very good. But I don't know. Fucking digital card game does not demo well on the E3 stage, so there's nothing really to talk about with that.
Demo. I thought you meant.
Yeah, it doesn't demo. You can have an awesome trailer, an awesome announcement around it if you position it right. But showing the card game being played is not a compelling thing. So it's I just have no idea what Elder Scrolls Legends is in terms of actually playing it, because you can't show that on stage. Then they just showed a video of Todd Howard talking about Fallout 4 DLC. That was their Fallout 4 stuff. None of that really did anything for me. There was one weird piece of Fallout 4 DLC they cut to, which was seemed like a Fallout Shelter-ish kind of thing of you making your own vault. But they would cut to, which was okay, that's cool. I guess a cool way to expand the the settlement building stuff they had in the game. But then they cut to this weird shot of all these people running on treadmills and said, like, experiment on your own dwellers, which is like, that's the thing that they did in the vaults. But why would my character in Fallout be building a vault and getting people to go into the vault so they can perform scientific experiments on them? Like, that's... I question the narrative justification that you could possibly find for that. So that cut seemed really weird, but that's kind of whatever. Then they announced Skyrim Special Edition.
Yeah, which we knew was coming.
Yeah. It looked really nice. It looked a lot better than I was expecting it to. The lighting model in particular looked really good.
Yeah, it's not just a simple remaster. They did a lot more to it. It looks great. I assume it's got all the DLC and stuff, right?
It must. I mean, they're calling it Skyrim Special Edition. Because I didn't actually play any of the DLC, so maybe, hey, maybe if I can get it for cheap, maybe I will play this game and get into that DLC.
Yeah, I will, if it comes out. When did they announce the release date? I forget.
No. At least I didn't write it here if they did.
Okay, I can check. But, if it comes out at a time of the year where I have time for it, I would love to play this. And it seems like a really cool way to do it. They're going to have the console mod support, which they've done on the other stuff, so I love that idea. It does seem very cool. And I know they're doing an upgrade program. So, like Thomas, my brother, was telling me he has this on PC with all the DLC, and he will get it for free because of that.
That's cool.
So, and I don't know if that applies to console stuff, which would obviously be harder to check.
Yeah, because it's a previous gen game.
Yeah, but that's very cool that they're doing that for PC, which has supported that game very, very well, obviously. Yeah. So definitely exciting on that.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was way more impressed by the Skyrim Special Edition, like Skyrim Remastered showing, because I was. Like, we talked about it last week on the podcast, and I was, like, very much like, hey, I put my time to Skyrim, I'm not going to play any more of it. But, like, seeing how better it looked and how much they touched up the lighting models and everything like that, and then thinking about, like, well, I never did play any of the DLC for Skyrim at all. Maybe I'll give it a shot. I don't know. So, moving on, the next thing they announced, they showed a cinematic trailer for the game Prey, which some of this stuff got leaked out, and some of the stuff that got leaked out was not actually there, though the Wolfenstein 2 and Evil Within 2 are probably being made. Like, they teased Wolfenstein 2. So that's to sort of like shore up some of that speculation stuff we talked about last week. But Prey 2 was one of the things that was sort of leaked that was in development for Bethesda that was probably going to be at E3, and they just dropped the 2 because the game has been in development for so long. The first Prey was not a game that needed a franchise, so they just are calling it Prey. It's being developed by Arcane Studios that they have another team working on Dishonored, and it looked like a sort of mind-trippy kind of sci-fi game, sci-fi horror, system shocky looking thing.
Can I say one thing, though?
Yeah.
And it looks cool. That's fine.
Yeah, it was a good cinematic trailer. Nothing you can tell from the game by it.
We gotta cut this shit out.
Yeah,
of just calling stuff a name that something else already has.
Yeah, because, like, we live in the era of the internet with search engines and shit.
You gotta cut this shit out, because, like, I'm playing through Doom, I want to find all the secrets. If I want to look up anything online, I have to do Doom 2016, or else my search just doesn't work, and I have to try again.
Yeah, because it's just the internet is too confused when there's 2 really prominent games named just Doom.
And it's not just a problem in games. Like, there's the new Ghostbusters. My only complaint with that movie is that it's called Ghostbusters. That's just annoying and confusing.
Yeah.
Just give it a subtitle, make it Ghostbusters The Next Generation. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, because also, like, the Ghostbusters one is a really good example of the other way this can go wrong. That obviously didn't happen with Doom. But, like, the hate train for the new Ghostbusters movie, like, when you don't have an easily identifiable other name to call it by, now everyone just calls it Lady Ghostbusters, you know?
Yes.
Which is, like, or the Ghostbusters with the women in it. Like, which is a really dismissive, gross way to refer to that movie.
Yes.
It's like, if you fucking called it, like, Ghostbusters The New Generation or something, like, that problem would be somewhat averted, you know?
It's just, we're getting to critical mass on it, where a couple of years ago, if you had something like J.J. Abrams' Star Trek, that wasn't too annoying because we didn't have it all the time.
Yeah.
But now it's everywhere, you know, and it's just on things that don't even make sense sometimes. Like Prey, you could find, especially because it's essentially a relaunch.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Prey at all.
You could find another way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I get that Prey is a pretty decent name for a video game, but it's also like, there's plenty of names that haven't been taken. Like, just, yeah, like that. Or fucking just call it Prey 2. Fuck it. Even if it has nothing to do with Prey, you can still just call it Prey 2. Yeah, like that. Yeah, the Prey thing bugged me. The cinematic trailers kind of looked nice, but there's not a lot to talk about with it. Then they talked about some of the Doom multiplayer stuff. Then they talked about Elder Scrolls Online. They talked about that for a long time because that game apparently is really successful. It's one of those like MMOs like that. Star Wars: The Old Republic. I think Star Trek Online also is doing very well. Of like these MMOs that have like millions of subscribers and millions of people playing them because we don't really use subscribers anymore. But millions of people playing them, but nobody has any idea who those people are that are playing them. Like,
yeah,
I like don't feel like you get any access to the fact that like Elder Scrolls Online has 7 million subscribers or 7 million players is what they said. Whereas like when World of Warcraft was in its heyday, I felt like that had such a massive cultural penetration.
It is weird, and really the only modern MMO that's not WoW that has, I think, success in like the traditional model is Final Fantasy XIV, which has a big subscriber base. It gets a lot of chatter online. It gets a lot of attention when it's updated, and it's a phenomenal game I wish I had more time for, so that's deserved. I will say, my brother plays Elder Scrolls Online, and he really likes it. It's
it seems like a well-made game. Like
it's beautiful. It runs on a lot of different hardware.
Yeah,
so,
it's on all the consoles now and stuff too.
Yeah, so I think they've done a good job with it. Going free to play clearly worked well for them. It did not kill the game in the way it's killed some other MMOs.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. It is kind of weird just in that not only is it 7 million people and all that, but it's 7 million on an Elder Scrolls game, which usually has, when people talk about a Skyrim special edition, it lights the internet on fire.
Yeah.
But you talk about this game with 7 million players, even then it's kind of muted. It is weird.
Yeah, like I feel like I just don't know where all these people are. Like, I feel like it's just like a different segment of the population. Like, in the way that, like, there are millions of people that play FIFA, there are millions of people that play Madden, but I never hear people talk about FIFA or Madden because, like, I am deep into, like, the video game area online, and I participate in those sort of discussions. But, like, the people who play Madden, the people who play FIFA are not a part of those discussions in the same way that the people who play Elder Scrolls Online, or at least the vast majority of them, seem to not participate in it that much because they just don't talk about it.
It is strange.
Yeah. But the thing to note with the Elder Scrolls Online thing is that another one of the really funny things that happened at E3 was all throughout, was a very substantial presentation for Elder Scrolls Online. There was one woman in the audience that was just effusive about Elder Scrolls Online. Like, it felt like it was her life, and every time the dude said anything, you could just hear her go like, "Oh, hell yeah!" and like, "Woo!" like at every like random little announcement. And then when they announced that the Dark Brotherhood DLC was coming to the consoles, she just lost her fucking mind. It was crazy. Like, she's just like, there must be a bunch of supercuts on YouTube of it because it was hilarious. Just like, and it was cool. Like, cool. It's cool to see, like, hear someone be that passionate about any video game. But it was amazing to just hear her like response out there every single thing. Like, it had just escalated over the course of the fucking presentation. Like, everything that guy said, she just went nuts about. Yeah. So that was probably fun for the dude giving the presentation to hear someone that enthusiastic about it, because you usually don't hear that at E3 all that much. It was just like a member of the audience just going insane like that. Then they had like Bethesda Vr. They talked about some VR stuff. They talked about Fallout 4 VR, a little bit of like they're making some version of Fallout 4 that will probably work with VR for the Vive, because Bethesda is they're in a lawsuit with Oculus Rift because John Carmack used to work at id and then he left, and they're suing him, and he's working for Oculus Rift now on VR stuff, and they're suing him, accusing him of stealing technology or like trade secrets and stuff. And so there's a whole lawsuit going on with that, which made some of the VR stuff in a couple of the presentations feel a little weird when then John Carmack popped up on stage for Microsoft. This like,
and he was in a VR thing, right?
Yes, he was playing Minecraft VR on Microsoft's stage.
Well, I remember because my tweet was John Carmack proving that nobody looks good wearing a VR headset.
Yeah, like we'll talk about John Carmack on the Microsoft stage when we get there. But yeah, like that was just a weird thing to think about, because and it reminded them saying like very specifically that Fallout 4 VR will be coming for the Vive reminded me of like, oh right, yeah, that's because you have this whole thing with Oculus Rift that like you probably just straight up can't do that if you wanted to put it out on there. And also, like, I'm very curious what Fallout 4 VR really means, because, like...
Yeah, is it just a version where they've kind of opened up the view so you can go 360, or
is it a actual fully playable version of Fallout 4 VR? Because, like, how are they dealing with people moving around the world when, like, I don't think the Vive controllers don't really have, like, analog sticks and stuff on them. Like I don't... Like, there is no VR game that is like Fallout 4, and I'm someone like I've never actually personally played a VR game yet, but like I have, out of curiosity, sort of like researched a bunch and like watched a bunch of videos and stuff to sort of expose myself to it.
I think one of our long-term goals with this podcast is we need to just get you to E3.
Yeah.
So you can be on the show floor and try this stuff out. I would like to go too, but of the two of us, it clearly needs to be you.
Yeah, and like if you want to go, you can take all the fucking notes.
No, I know. And you can try VR because, like, you clearly have... I don't know if you necessarily want to, like, invest in it, but you want to try.
I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars, but I really want to know what it's like. And the VR space, and we'll talk about this more when we get to Sony, because it was a big part of their press conference, but the VR space is really fascinating because nobody understands how to make VR games, and it's a lot like most of the games that are coming out are a lot like the early 3D games where you had, like, weird... Like, the games that were on the weird consoles like 3DO and Philips CDI and stuff like that, like nobody really knew what video games on, like, compact discs and in 3D and all that stuff was back then. And so, like, there's just a huge mountain of just awful, shitty, tiny little games. And that's, like, 99% of everything that's coming out on VR. And so, like, the Fallout... I'm very skeptical of the idea of Fallout 4 in VR because nobody has figured out how to make that movement stuff work that well, you know, because like how most people handle it with like the Vive is room scale VR where you have your sensors so you can walk around in like your room sort of like designated space, but then once you hit those boundaries you need to find within that like sort of like the walking boundaries you need to find a way to move those boundaries like and leapfrog them, and the vast majority of VR games do that by enabling this like teleporting kind of thing, and so that just doesn't seem like that. Like that would be a lot of work to build into Fallout 4, and it feels like Fallout 4 is not designed for you to teleport around the world and hopping around it in that way. Like It just seems like a weird thing. Because also since they didn't show anything of it and just said it, makes me very skeptical of it. So then closing out the Bethesda press conference was a very, very, very long section on Dishonored 2 that like I ran really hot and cold on, where it was like there's some parts of it where I was like, man, you gotta shut up and stop talking about this game with with just like random like images like of like this boat slowly going by on this like river, and you talking about your amazing graphics tech on this game because it's like it looks good, it doesn't look that good. Move on to showing actual gameplay, and then they would show some gameplay stuff, and then they would show some like some story stuff, and like I thought their presentation for Dishonored 2 was all over the place. But by the time I got to the end of it, like I think their overall pitch for the game, particularly like the story, seemed really interesting to me. Where you have two playable protagonists. One is I didn't play Dishonored, so like I don't know a huge amount about it. Though I basically know how Dishonored 1 ended because they basically just fucking spoiled the game. So one of the protagonists is the protagonist from Dishonored 1, and another one is his daughter. And like that dynamic and the way that those like the relationship between those two characters and how they're sort of suggesting how they're balancing the multiple protagonist thing and being able to choose one path or another with them. That stuff seemed really interesting. A lot of the powers for Emily, who's the new protagonist, seemed really interesting. Like there was one where called Domino, where you could like sort of like connect a bunch of people together, and like whatever you did to like one person, the first person in the chain, it would affect the other people in the chain. And it seemed like that was like I've never seen a power like that before and stuff like that. And so some of that gameplay stuff, and then the suggestion at the end of the conference, like the last thing they showed was this brief demo of a level where like the level sort of exists in two different time periods. One where it was like in its like prime, and another where it's like decayed and sort of like fallen apart, and you're kind of shifting between the two and have this window thing on your arm that shows you what it was in the past or what it was in the other time period. And the idea of them building levels around those sorts of different dynamics, and that not necessarily they weren't pitching that as a thing that was a part of the entire game, but more like the core thematic aspect pinning that single level together and then being large levels like that. Those ideas sound really interesting to me, so I want to like check out Dishonored 2 in some way. Like
it looks
that
good.
pitch looked really interesting. So yeah, and that was Bethesda's conference overall. I think they did not need a press conference because like the fact that Dishonored 2 ran for like 20 minutes indicates that it's like they did not have enough stuff.
Yeah.
And like, you know, their premier game developer, which is like their Bethesda software studio that makes Skyrim and Fallout 4 and stuff, them only having DLC and like an update to Fallout Shelter is just like feels like there's a hole in there, and obviously they have nothing else to talk about. But if they have nothing else, if their premier game developer doesn't have anything else to talk about, and they're not showing like Wolfenstein 2 or Evil Within 2 and stuff, like maybe just don't have a press conference. Like you don't need to if you're Bethesda. I don't think they're quite there where they need to have one every year.
Right.
The way that like EA has enough stuff with all their sports games and Star Wars and everything, and Ubisoft has a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I definitely like the confidence. I like that Bethesda, they have such a solid lineup now that they can come out and talk about these things. But either, as you say, needed to either be shorter, like a check-in, or just not a full conference. Because it is, they kind of recently blew their load. They had Fallout 4 and they had Doom. It's like that's a big chunk of what Bethesda is at the moment. You can kind of probably hold off. It's just bad timing for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oh, also, you should note, they ended their press conference by giving away T-shirts, which is something when the vast majority of the people are experiencing a conference by watching it live on the internet. It's like, it's a nice gesture, but like, it just seems like a really outdated thing to do at the end of your conference to be like, and we're giving away these T-shirts to the 5% of the people that are watching this conference, because most of them are watching it on the internet. It's like...
Yeah, 5% is probably highballing that.
Yeah.
All right, well, you want to talk about Microsoft?
Yes, let's transition to Microsoft. So we're moving out of Sunday night, moving into Monday morning.
Yeah, Microsoft, we'll just, I guess, overall impressions at the top here.
Sure, yeah.
I thought Microsoft had some really interesting stuff. I thought it was a good show. It was well-paced. It didn't lag in the way these shows can sometimes.
Yeah.
I will say, for the most part, I wasn't interested in a lot of the game stuff they showed.
Me too.
And the games I was interested in, they barely talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I will get there.
Yes,
I
will.
do not understand why Recore didn't have a gameplay demo. That is so far and away the best looking game they have on the horizon. So, but there was a lot of good stuff, and I was even impressed by certain things I wasn't looking forward to. So, where did Microsoft start, Sean?
So, okay, we'll start at the top. I'm going to shift back into going through some of my notes again. So, they started with Xbox One S, $299, August, HDR gaming, 4K, textured grips. That was my note for the thing they started. So they basically just sort of showed off, and they didn't talk about it much, the Xbox One S or Xbox One Slim, which is their, as we all basically knew was happening, which we knew basically everything that was happening at the Microsoft conference. Their ship was leaking up to 5 minutes before the fucking press conference started.
Literally, the entire itinerary leaked on Twitter.
Yeah, for like a couple, 10, 15 minutes before the conference. If you were really interested, you could have just seen basically every announcement they were going to make. So yeah, Microsoft, basically everything they had leaked, which is unfortunate for them, because some of this stuff would have been cooler, like Dead Rising 4 would have been a way cooler announcement if you didn't just know about it. But, so Xbox One Slim, it looked like it looked nice. They had I wish they showed a black version of the console. I mean, I'm not going to fucking get it, but if I was going to get one, the idea of getting a white console seems like it looks cool, but people don't actually want white consoles or like white DVD players or whatever, because you're putting it in your entertainment system, or you're like putting it, for like me, I put it like under where my TV is on my TV stand, and I don't want something super white that just stands out right under there where I'm like looking at for my entertainment all the time. It's like, I feel like we just got away from that for a reason, you know?
Yeah. I will say, I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good design.
It's like 40% the size. It's like 40% the size of the Xbox One, which is a significant decrease.
It's insane. It's 40%, and they put the power brick in there.
Yeah, it's an internal power brick.
Really, if you have not bought an Xbox One, or even if you have and you're annoyed by it a little bit, this looks like a really good upgrade, because it basically, on a hardware level, solves all of my issues with it right now, which is that if I want to take my Xbox One anywhere, I have to get the system itself, which is enormous.
Yes,
I have to get the power brick, which is enormous. I have to get the external hard drive that I've plugged in, because you can't change the internal hard drive. So right there, you've got 3 big things I have to lug around, plus the controller and all that stuff, which is fine. But now they've put the power brick inside, which is great. The Xbox has never done that, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
They've put bigger hard drives in there. So if you get the normal $299 version, that's still 500 gigabytes.
Yeah.
But at $350, you can get a terabyte, which will be plenty for most people. And if you're really into it, at $400, you can get 2 terabytes. And I think
which is like more than enough memory. That's how much memory I have in my PS4 right now.
And all that pricing is more than fair, too.
Yeah.
I think they could have charged more, and we probably wouldn't bat an eyelash at it. So that's really awesome. And I think the improvements they've made to the controller, I've wanted all of those. Like having the improved textured grips, it's got Bluetooth now, so you can more easily use it on your PC, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I will definitely be getting one of those controllers. I probably won't get a new Xbox One, and we'll talk about the different controller options later.
Yeah.
But I really would like to upgrade my controller to that because it's also got the improved like headset stuff and all that. So the 3.5 millimeter audio jack. So it's very impressive, and I think as a redesign, it looks cool. I will say one thing that's confused everybody is they keep talking about the HDR stuff.
But they didn't ever say what it was.
Well, HDR...
It's high dynamic range, like it's color stuff, basically.
Yes,
but
I can explain. I mean, it's actually more important to 4K TVs than the resolution is.
Yeah.
Much more so. Like 4K Blu-rays, you're getting the 2160p resolution, which is cool, but what really makes those look good or different is the HDR, which is such a difference in color space that movies actually have different color timing. Like I know the most stark version of this was the movie The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio. In theaters, on Blu-ray, in all other versions, it's got a very kind of cooled down color scheme where it's kind of bluish. The HDR version, they completely redid it, and it's very naturalistic, and it looks like a different movie. So stuff like that can happen with HDR. I'm not sure what difference it'll actually have on games.
Yeah.
What's confusing about it, though... So anyway, what we know is it can output in 4K for video and HDR for video and games, which is cool.
Yes.
But they kept saying 4K, HDR, and Blu-ray. They have not said whether or not it supports 4K Blu-rays.
Yeah.
And but they haven't said it either way, yes or no. They've left it very coy, like they don't know what they're putting in it. They have to know.
Yeah.
What is it? Does it play 4K Blu-rays? It totally could. There's no reason it can't, although it would be easily the cheapest 4K Blu-ray player on the market at $299.
Yeah.
I think the next cheapest is $399 for the Samsung one. So that's just a little confusing and frustrating because this is a new emerging market, and I think that would be a great way to enter into it if you already have your 4K TV and stuff, is to just have it in your Xbox. And I think we all assume the PS4 Neo will have that because it's fucking Sony.
It must.
And I would be very surprised if Microsoft didn't, unless they're saving that for Scorpio.
Yeah.
Although we'll get into that later. All the hardware stuff becomes very confusing at a certain point.
It does, yeah. We'll talk about it at the end of the Microsoft conference. But because they touch on that HDR thing throughout, I just sort of address it here. I just thought it was really weird how the only thing they did with it was that they would just randomly throw into other sentences that had nothing to do with it, and that HDR goodness and stuff. It's the way you're most people have no idea what the fuck you're talking about when you say that, and just throwing it into this offhand sentence without trying to describe why this is better was really weird. I thought it was bizarre how they did that.
And frankly, I'm not sure they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it just felt like a buzzword.
Because HDR for games, unless they're HDR is a color space thing, you have to specifically make it for that. Otherwise, what you're really getting is a resolution increase. Like when you play your game on your PC or something, HDR doesn't really enter into it. A lot of other things make it look better, and that'll be the same here. I don't think the HDR will do much. Things like Netflix that has 4K, that's on video is where it will matter. It's much more of a video thing than it is a video game thing.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah, it was just weird for them because they said it 3 or 4 times over the conference, but they never explained it. They never made the case for it. It just felt like a weird thing to throw in there. Because it's I think because 4K TVs are on the market and stuff, saying 4K is that I think the way they used it most of the time did still feel very meaningless to me. But at least it was a term that was well, people are going to know what 4K basically is. They're going to have an idea of it. Nobody fucking knows what you mean when you just say HDR out of nowhere.
Are you saying all this new TV stuff is empty marketing, Sean?
Maybe I am, Jonathan. Maybe I'm saying it's really hokey when you do a teaser for your new hardware and you have a chip, the teaser that just has 4K written on it.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's a really stupid fucking... that just makes it sound like you're trying to market this to complete morons. But anyways, that's the Xbox One S. More on Microsoft's hardware stuff at the end of their conference. So moving on, then we've got Gears of War 4. Going back to my notes, Xbox Play Anywhere, Xbox One and Windows 10 integration, profile and achievement stuff, co-op crossplay, Horde 3.0. Laura Bailey is up on stage. This is awesome. Gears looks like Gears. Pretty stock standard stuff as far as the gameplay demo is concerned. At least it's not as slow as last year's. New buzzkill weapon shoots buzzsaws, which ricochet. Destroyed some cover. Lots of environmental stuff in the demo. New monster thingy. Laura Bailey can be a scary lady. Old Marcus Phoenix. That's dumb. October 11th. Gears Elite controller.
which costs $200.
Oh, I didn't see the price point on
yes,
that. Holy, how much
is
the Elite normally?
$150.
Oh, Jesus!
It's $199. It's $100 less than their new Xbox.
Fucking Jesus Christ!
Yep.
Like a $50 markup on that Elite controller. That's nuts.
And they don't even give you really anything extra. You get a couple of stickers and stuff.
Yeah.
But like they don't even give you the recharge kit.
Jeez,
that's still $25 on top.
Yeah, lots of controller stuff at fucking Microsoft's conference.
So can I talk about Gears?
Yeah, because I assume you watched the demo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I watched the whole show.
This is the one you watched.
Yeah. Laura Bailey being on stage playing Gears was my favorite thing at the whole Microsoft show. I just thought it was awesome to bring her up and just like I love that Laura Bailey is that famous now because she should be.
She's an amazing voice actress.
Yes, she's totally on par with people like Troy Baker and Nolan North, and it's good to have. It's good to have a woman who is like on that same level. I feel like
honestly, I thought they should have just given her more. Like she should have hosted that show the way that Aisha Tyler hosts Ubisoft. Like I would have been way more into it. It was just Laura Bailey up there all the time.
Yes. Okay. Xbox Play Anywhere. Let's talk about that now.
Yeah, because that's what they said at the top of it.
So basically, to recap, you had it in your notes, but just to go bigger, all of their exclusives, and this doesn't just mean first party, it means some indie games, some second party stuff like Recore and whatnot, anything that is sort of very tied into the Xbox family, you can buy it digitally for Xbox One or Windows 10 once, and you get it for both.
Yeah.
So that's cool. You can play with people across systems, so you could play Gears co-op if your friend has a Windows 10 PC and you have an Xbox, you can play together.
I think it's important to note that like that stuff has to be programmed specifically because like with Gears, they specifically said co-op crossplay and not competitive crossplay because I assume they don't like there's like the mouse accuracy discrepancy that they don't want to have to account for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, it's a cool thing.
It is, yeah.
And I think, and they what I liked was when we saw it with Gears, I was like, okay, let's see if they do more of this. And they have such a commitment to it that I'm very impressed because that is not an easy thing to do, to make sure that all your games are day and date PC and Xbox. Mm-hmm. But they're doing it, and I think that is the smartest thing they could possibly be doing right now because that means Xbox is going to be more than just a platform. This was a big theme of their show. They ended it with the whole thing about beyond generations.
Yeah.
And so Xbox is becoming more of a brand than a platform. And I think for them, where they are right now, that's a much better idea than trying to just catch up to Sony by trying to play the PlayStation game, which they're not going to win. They're too far behind, you know?
Yeah.
So doing it this way is very smart. And I can already see a lot of practical applications. Like my brother, who I have an Xbox so I can play games with him. That's why I bought my Xbox One. And he's kind of moved on. He has a really good PC now. And so he wants to play his games on PC, and he's been kind of sad every once in a while when he has to get a game on Xbox because it's just. And I do get it; it's a little bit of snobbery, but it's also like if you're playing everything.
Yeah, if I can play this game at 60 frames per second instead of 30 frames per second, I would like to play it at 60 frames per second.
Right, and this will make that kind of ease of access so much easier for him because he already gets to use his Xbox controller there. Now he can have achievements, his profile, all of that. We already share games, so he can share my games that way. And if I buy Gears 4, he'll have it on Windows 10. He can play it looking really nice, and we can play co-op that way, and he doesn't have to kind of slum it on Xbox because that's what I play on.
Right.
So I think that's a great idea, a great initiative, and it doesn't feel like it's anemic to start. They're doing it with everything they showed that they can't do it on Call of Duty or something.
Yeah.
But other than that, they were really invested in that, and I think it's a really good idea. We'll see if they get more out of it, but to start, it's, again, the games were not that exciting at this conference.
Yeah.
But a lot of stuff around the games, they've been very thoughtful about it. What would you say about Xbox Play Anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, I think I basically have the same feeling that you do. I think it's a really interesting, cool idea. And we both basically speculated that the Xbox One Windows 10 thing was going to be heavy here, and it definitely was to me. That was the big thing about the press conference, and then obviously they had the Scorpio announcement at the end, which is a little bit different. But it was this idea of them trying to transform the Xbox One idea into an Xbox generic brand, and it's an interesting idea. I do think they have some significant roadblocks in terms of trying to get this Xbox One Windows 10 integration to work. They need to, one, make the Windows 10 store and the Windows 10 app versions of these games to work well, to work well for PC gamers. because I think that's really important. And as of now, like the one game that has done this is Quantum Break, and the PC version of Quantum Break was completely fucked by all reports that I've read in a lot of different ways. It seems the way that the Windows 10 store like handles video games is not the way that people want. The people on PCs want their games to be. Like, people don't want their games on PC to be like hidden away in this walled off garden. They want to be able to access like the INI files and stuff like that to be able to fix like if the developers locked a frame rate, or if like you need your FOV to be wider. The PC players want to be able to access that kind of stuff, and they should be able to access that stuff because they have been for years and years and years. So like they need to get their Windows 10 store stuff up to snuff to be able to, for this stuff to really work for me. And then also, I think Microsoft faces a huge challenge if they want to really make this transition in terms of the multi-platform stuff, the third-party stuff. Like, is any of that stuff ever going to be able to, or are other developers ever going to want to take advantage of the Xbox Play Anywhere thing, or is it only ever going to be exclusive games? Because, like, if like Call of Duty did do it, I think that would be huge for them. If like there was a version of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare or whatever, like next year's Call of Duty or whatever, was on the Windows 10 store as well, had all the cross-platform stuff between Windows 10 and Xbox and all that, like that would be amazing. And I think that's kind of what Microsoft needs, because if it's only ever the exclusive games, I think that makes what they're offering for the Windows 10 thing just feel very limited.
I agree, and I would not be surprised if they managed to get there. Like, they have very good ties with EA right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Titanfall 2 probably won't take advantage of this because it's just so soon.
Yeah.
But maybe Mass Effect, maybe Titanfall 3, maybe, whatever comes next. I would not be... Some sports games, they have EA Access. EA Access has come to PC. I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing that. They also need to get their back catalog up. Things like Halo 5 need to be cross-platform for this to work.
Yeah.
And I do think... 0 hour for them will be Gears of War 4. That one has to work. It has to work well. That's the big marketing moment for this. So let's talk about Gears of War 4.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about the demo.
I thought it was a good demo. Like, I don't want to shit on it.
It was better than last year's demo, for sure.
Better than last year's. It was everything I think a Gears demo needed to be. It showed you that, they're on solid footing. It doesn't look like it's in a different developer's hands and everything went to shit or anything like that.
Right, yeah.
It also did not look that exciting. Like, it feels kind of like, well, I played Gears of War and Gears of War 2 and Gears of War 3. This looks fine, but maybe I don't need this.
It just looks old to me. Like, it just feels like, because I feel like it took us a bit to get there, but I do think this generation is like in a really good swing. It has a lot of momentum, and I feel like video games have changed since Gears of War 3 and Gears of War Judgment. That also came out, but we don't talk about Gears of War Judgment. But yeah, like just video games are in a different place, and to see Gears of War 4, like, and I know there was like a beta and stuff, so like there's no reason I should have expected this differently, because people who played the beta for Gears of War 4, like Gears of War 4 is a Gears of War game. It's like I knew that before I saw the demo, but it still like just constantly struck me through the whole thing of like, this feels like I am watching an E3 demo from 2009, from 2010, and it was definitely then just sort of like, before we don't want to get all the way into it, but when you got to Sony's press conference, and then instead of, like, they opened with God of War 4 instead of Gears of War 4, and seeing God of War 4 being a completely different game that still had a lot of, like, the identity of things that I associate with God of War, and didn't feel like it was, like, completely different, but was transformed. And, like, to see Gears of War 4 retroactively going back to that demo and looking at it and being like, this, like, just is, like, all the way down to, like, the pacing of the campaign, like, how the dialogue is written, like, all of that stuff, the weapon, like, the fact that they used the Lancer shotgun, or the Lancer assault rifle and the Gnasher shotgun for the vast majority of the demo, and then he picked up the one, like, buzzsaw weapon, which didn't, like, seem that interesting to me. Like, they didn't position any of the story stuff to be interesting, because playing as Marcus Phoenix's son is fucking lame. Like, move on from what Gears of War used to be. You wrapped it up with Gears of War 3. Like, that trilogy is done. That era of video games has passed. If you want Gears of War to still be relevant, you need to transform it in some way.
Frankly, I did spend some time wondering, why is Laura Bailey not the main character?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what else could change the identity of Gears of War more than putting a woman in the center in this very hyper-masculine game, and then that would just, I think, make you think about it in a different way, and in a positive way, because it's not like Gears of War has had, Anya is a part of it, and she's not necessarily a great character, but Yeah, she's memorable in that way. And, that's fine. She's part of the team. And in this case, it's the exact same gender dynamic. And it's like, but Laura Bailey, as you say, scary woman. She has some good lines in there.
Yeah, like, the end of that demo is frightening. And the fact that, like, they cut it off when she's, like, starts cursing, like, made it feel like, this woman's just gonna fucking, like, peel this guy's face off or something. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah. I thought old Marcus Phoenix was fun and kind of goofy.
It was goofy, but it was just like it was goofy, and again in the way that was like, man, Gears of War was always really bad at telling stories. Like that part of those games was always fucking awful, and I think again, I don't want to harp on this too much before we actually talk about God of War, but the difference between seeing Kratos in God of War and what they've done with that character, and then, like, obviously there wasn't much of Marcus Phoenix, it was the teaser at the end of the demo, but seeing Marcus and, like, welcome home, James, or whatever the fuck he says, like, it's like, oh, okay, Marcus Phoenix is just Marcus Phoenix, whereas, like, that old, like, mean dad Kratos is really interesting, and, like, making that, like, iconic video game character, that era, something different, is interesting to me. Seeing Marcus Phoenix again, only he's old now and has a beard, and that's the only thing that's different about him, at least that's identifiable. It's just like, I never gave a shit about Marcus Phoenix. He was never an interesting character. Kratos, for like as uninteresting as he was still more interesting than Marcus in the Gears of War games. It's like, I think that's like a miscalculation to expect a bunch of people to have like a huge amount of affection for Marcus Phoenix to show him at the end of your trailer and be like, oh yeah, Marcus Phoenix is back. It's like, no, move on from him, or do something cool with him. But yeah.
Well, I do. And the one other thing I would say, and I was watching this on my phone, and the stream was really bad at that time.
Yeah.
In terms of it was like very pixelated, so I couldn't really tell. I didn't think the graphics looked great.
Not really.
And maybe they're good, just the art direction, just as you say, it didn't seem like it evolved in a way that's going to be a theme of a lot of things. God of War, Zelda, all this stuff, it's the art direction. It's Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
That's what is defining this generation to me, is that they're able to do more with art direction because of what the graphics can do, not the graphics looking better and that driving it the other way. But like this was something that bothered us both about Halo 5, which is that technical marvel, but they haven't really done anything new with the art direction.
Yeah.
Gears of War, it looks like Gears of War, although it looks almost even duller to me. Because I remember Gears of War 3, and like some of the just settings and stuff were so, like a full realization of that art style.
Yeah, like they had really corrected for a lot of the criticism of Gears of War 1 for being very dull and sort of grayscale in tone. Like Gears of War 3 was a game that like popped in terms of its art style.
So we'll see. I might play this just because it's a thing I could play co-op with my brother, and that could be a fun experience. And I would be fine going back and playing some Gears multiplayer. I love Gears multiplayer, but we'll see. It would have to get good reviews at least for me to play it. Like
I don't think the game is going to be bad. Like I didn't think it looked like a bad game. It just didn't look like an interesting game or like a surprising game. That's like, so like its position in their E3 press conference was like, man, like, I wish that Microsoft's first-party studios was working on stuff that was more exciting, because holy shit, when Gears of War 1 was announced back in like 2005, and then when it came out in 2006, that game was surprising and crazy and different and weird and new, and Gears of War 4 just doesn't seem like any of those things. That's a bummer, especially like for it being the big Microsoft exclusive coming out this holiday season. It's like, I just wish it was something more.
And again, I don't want to compare everything to Sony, but Microsoft desperately needs their own Horizon or something.
Yeah.
Where it's and they have that, I think, with some of their second-party people, like, that are kind of working with them as an exclusive, but they're not owned by Microsoft.
Yeah.
But like Microsoft themselves, from their different developers.
It's like Microsoft Game Studios just feels like it is making the same games right now as it was at the end of the Xbox 360 generation. Like, it just doesn't feel like they've changed.
No. So, but let's move on. What was their next thing, Sean?
Then, going back to my notes, this is a brief note. Killer Instinct. General Rom in Killer Instinct.
Yay.
That was all I said. General Rom is in Killer Instinct. The Arbiter is also a character in Killer Instinct, but he's not voiced by Keith David.
What's the point of the Arbiter if he's not voiced by Keith David?
There isn't. So it was like, because that was like a brief moment where I was like, oh, maybe Killer Instinct is something cool, because I could also play it on PC because of the Arbiter's in it. And it was like, I watched the trailer for the Arbiter. It was like, it's not Keith David. I don't care. I should say, in the trailer for General Rom and Killer Instinct, he did that thing that he did in that one cutscene in Gears of War where he stabbed the bald dude and that they did that thing, so they referenced that.
Yeah, I don't remember who General Rom is. So
he was the big bad guy in Gears of War 1.
Whatever.
He looked like a Locust dude, but he was bigger than the other Locust dudes.
Great.
Yeah. I was not thrilled by seeing a trailer of General Rom either. Okay, next thing, Forza Horizons 3, Kangaroos, mate, no car from ceiling, Xbox One and Windows 10 crossplay. That's all I wrote. Because
I actually liked this.
it was a good demo. Like, it was probably the best demo that Microsoft had, which is kind of sad.
No, and I really enjoyed it, and I was looking at my game calendar, and I throw everything on there just so I know when stuff's coming out.
Yeah.
It's coming out in a time that's very busy for me, but I kind of wish it wasn't because I want to play this game.
Yeah, it's
just like the Australian setting and the enthusiasm of that Australian dude on stage
Yeah.
really made me want to... Because I like a good racing game now and then. I haven't played one since Need for Speed Rivals, which was kind of disappointing in the end.
Yeah.
And I think the Forza games look really good. This might be... maybe I could play it, next year on a sale or something. But the setting, they're really making use of it. So
yeah, for sure. It was just like a kind of demo I didn't take a lot of notes on, but it was for sure. I think that was the game I was most interested in because the Forza Horizons games are exactly the kind of racing game that I am into. That is that more casual kind of racing game that where it's more about just sort of going off of jumps and having fun, and it's not about the severe simulation aspect where it's if I even want to be able to make a left turn, I have to put on 15 different assists. Or my car just spins out of control. I'm not into the Forza Motorsport stuff. But Forza Horizons has always seemed really cool, and that demo was really good.
And by all accounts, the Forza games on Xbox One so far have been a highlight of that system.
Yeah.
And I have not played them yet, but I feel like I own an Xbox One. I should at some point. So maybe I'll get this at some point.
Yeah. And we should also say, because this was the next game they sort of did the Xbox One Windows 10 crossplay, I thought that was... I think the game looked great, but then how they demoed it with that was also awesome. And that they had 4 different people on stage, and they were all one of them was at a PC with a keyboard and mouse or something. One of them was at a PC with a racing wheel. One of them was just using an Xbox controller on their Xbox and stuff. It was all them showing all these different facets of what they could do and integrating that all together. That was a really strong way to try to demo that feature. It was I thought that was really good.
No, a very smart and probably underrated demo from Microsoft.
Yeah. Forza Horizon. The only way it could have been better is if they had lowered a kangaroo from the ceiling.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
It could have gone so wrong, but it would have been great.
Or it could have gone so right, though. Or... even better if at the end of the conference Phil Spencer came riding out on a kangaroo back onto the stage.
I thought you were going to say we were going to cut back to Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx, and they're
smoking weed with the kangaroo.
Yes.
Phil Spencer gets lowered down from the ceiling. Yeah, that stuff didn't happen. Moving up next, Recore, third-person action shooter, lots of robot buddies, September 13th. It is a huge bummer that the only things I had to say about Recore coming out of this fucking conference in my notes were those 3 things.
I've said this before. Recore is the game I'm most excited for on the Xbox One. I think everything we've seen from it so far looks gorgeous and interesting, and it's got that kind of aesthetic that I think looks so good on this generation, where you're not even going for hyper-realism or anything, but it's this kind of aesthetic that this generation can do so well. It is made by the team that did the Metroid Prime trilogy, and this is the first thing they've really done since Metroid Prime 3 together.
Yeah.
That is so cool to me. And I think, and it's not just that, it's that the trailers look good. And it kind of baffles me because this game has such an identity to it that they didn't do a demo for this. Because
it's coming out on September 13th.
That's what I'm saying. It's coming out September 13th. I didn't even know that until after the conference because I don't remember the trailer showing that. If it did, it was off in the corner or something.
Yeah, I might have put that in afterwards.
Yeah, so they are not pushing that game enough. That is something that gives the Xbox an identity that feels unique. And it really baffled me that, I'm glad they showed a trailer and all that, but that needed more focus. Because they gave other things focus that I don't know who the hell is interested in. And just I know you've got to talk about Minecraft a little bit every time, but you're doing 15 minutes on fucking VR Minecraft.
We will talk about Minecraft.
I don't give at least 5 minutes to Recore. This game is coming out in fucking September. You can talk about it. And I think a lot of people aren't even aware it's coming out.
Yeah.
But...
my biggest concern with it was because I didn't think it was a bad trailer, but I didn't think the trailer they showed this year was that good. I think but it was too hard for me to tell if my response to the trailer was sort of negative because the game is bad or because the trailer is bad, And like part of my fear is if this game is coming out on September 13th and they are not showing a significant amount of the gameplay here, like maybe they just don't have a lot of confidence in the game. Like because honestly, like I thought some of like because they only showed brief clips of the gameplay, so it's really hard to tell. But the brief clips I saw, I thought like the animation looked a little bit janky. It looked like way more of a third-person shooter than I was expecting and kind of wanted it to be. Okay. And so those elements of it sort of like shook me a little bit.
And that's why I want a demo. I just
exactly,
want to see
yeah.
it. It's like when I had zero interest in Horizon Zero Dawn until that demo started.
Right.
And then you're like, oh God, you have my attention. Mm-hmm. And so maybe it is a lack of confidence, which doesn't mean it'll be a bad game.
Yeah, yeah.
But we'll see. You got a robot dog friend. That's all I need in life. So
sure,
I'm biased here.
Yeah, I really wish that ReCore got a bigger gameplay demo. Like if it's a bad game or if it's a good game, like it was a huge bummer because that game was announced last year with a really awesome trailer, but it was a cinematic only trailer. It's like this was the first gameplay we saw for this game at all. It's out soon. Like again, like they showed a bunch of Gears of War. They showed a bunch of Minecraft. Like they showed a lot of Forza Horizons 3. Why not show more ReCore and like cut like one of those other demos down, or maybe like cut the Minecraft demo down a lot?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's ReCore. Moving on. Final Fantasy 15, Japanese developers on stage, which we did awesome. Not. We thought that was not going to happen, but it definitely did.
We did not. I should say we were. I was very surprised. Final Fantasy 15 has showing at Microsoft.
Yeah, me too, because they've traditionally been on Sony. I mean, they were on Sony stage too in a different way. But moving on with my notes, Final Fantasy 15 continues to seem awesome, conveys scale in a way most games can't quite achieve. Final Fantasy 15 is anime as fuck. September 30th. Those are my notes.
The music in that trailer,
the music was really good.
Unbelievable. And like this was another one where I really wish the stream had looked better, but even with like in 180p or whatever it was at the moment, the scale of that game is incredible.
Yeah. Like I am just way into the idea of like in Horizon it has a couple of moments with that as well, with the like really big giraffe looking robots where it's like I feel like the technology for video games has got to this place where you can do like giant monsters and giant creatures and stuff in a way that feels really like good. And Dark Souls has been doing this pretty well for a while now as well, and Bloodborne did, of just like really feeling like you are small and this thing is massive. And obviously there's like that has been a thing in video games forever, with like all the way back to like 8-bit games having giant sprited enemies and stuff like that. But I feel like even like other 3D games don't quite like the things are big, but they don't feel big, and there's a lot to that with like graphical effects and sound effects and stuff like that and how you present it. But everything I've seen with Final Fantasy 15, like that moment in the Platinum demo where you activate like the pad thing off to the side by the lake and the giant sea serpent comes out, that's just like gives me chills because I am so into, like, I'm a dude who's seen every single Godzilla movie, like I am into the concept of giant monsters, giant creatures. That does a lot for me personally, stylistically. And it's so cool that video games have gotten to this place that like they can do that and make you feel tiny in comparison to this massive giant titan thing, and then you get to like blow its arm off with your ice powers. That's the cool part too.
No, and this was the trailer that most felt like it I think best this demo, outside of like the ones you can play like the Platinum demo, for like video stuff, this best conveyed for me the sense that this is a new Final Fantasy. It's very different, but it's also Final Fantasy. Like the music sold that, some of the visuals. It feels like this is the series you know and love, but you're playing it very differently than you ever have before. Yeah. So they're doing all the right moves with at least the marketing of this game.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Final Fantasy 15.
They haven't even felt this confident in a Final Fantasy game in a while.
Like, yeah, because like 13 took such a like critical drubbing that like even when they made their sequels, it was like it felt like they were pretty cautious about putting them out there.
Yeah, so this is cool. Yeah, definitely.
So then, moving on, Tom Clancy's The Division DLC. Lots of pop song trailers. Has Inception bomb trend finally disappeared for good? It says a lot about what they had to say about the Inception DLC, or about Division DLC, that my entire note for that was me musing about the evolution of trailers and have we finally moved out of the Inception era.
Yeah, I think I went pretty glassy-eyed for this one. I just kind of...
They showed more the Division stuff at Ubisoft, and I probably had equally little to say about it there. Moving on.
So does the world, John.
The Division I could not care less about. Battlefield 1. Stop calling World War I epic, for God's sake. EA Access gets access on October 13th. Same trailer they showed at EA. Third time the trailer has been played at E3.
Yeah.
enough said there. We talked about Battlefield 1. Nobody being high on stage. I don't give a shit. Okay, the next platform stuff. In summer, background music, language, region, independence, Cortana. That's
fine. That's all good stuff.
Yeah, it's good to have it on there. I thought, maybe didn't need to, dedicate stage time to that because it felt like really small announcements.
I will say, and if they did, I do have questions about Cortana.
Yeah,
will they finally free that from the Kinect?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the impression I'm getting from some, the articles and stuff I've read.
Because we didn't even mention this. The Xbox One Slim doesn't even have a Kinect port. You can get an adapter, but it does not have one.
Yeah, you have to plug the Kinect in through USB 3. Yeah,
which is really interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, and I think the speculation is, not speculation, straight up, the Cortana stuff will work with, a mic, but, so that's...
It would be nice if they showed that.
Yeah, but then also, I don't know if that's big enough that, I don't fucking give a shit about using Siri, basically, on a console. I don't care.
Well, it's just, if you bring it up, then it brings up more questions.
Yeah, you're right. If you bring it up, you should bring it up in a way that, feels, interesting and confident. I just think that's something that should have been on, the Xbox blog or something.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. The more platform stuff. In fall, clubs on Xbox Live, looking for group for Xbox Live, arena on Xbox Live, quote-unquote tournament platform, EA and Xbox still rolling together, competition buzzwords. Because they used, the way they talked about that fucking Xbox Live Arena stuff was the exact same way that Peter Moore talked about esports at EA's. Down to the same phrasing.
And it's funny because when you explained that earlier in the podcast about EA, it was that's why they said that at the Xbox show. It was baffling having not seen the EA. What are they talking about?
It was really weird. I felt did I leave, the EA press, conference on? Are they, rolling it again? What is happening?
Can I make a note on all that?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
My tweet, when I saw that, because I was kind of live tweeting these different events, so you've already heard some of my snark. My snark for this was, I'd be way more excited in your new announcements if you would just make Xbox Live work.
Yeah.
Because
their big announcements should have been, we fixed the party system.
Can I just say my new issue with Xbox Live?
Go ahead.
And I've power cycled my console. I've done everything I know to do. It will not auto sign in.
Oh, that's weird.
And it's set to auto sign in. It knows to auto sign in, but every time it turns on. I have this plugged in through Ethernet too. So this is the fastest, cleanest way to do this. It is directly wired into my network. I even have the Wi-Fi on the thing turned off so it can't get confused because it does that sometimes. It will not connect to Xbox Live. About 30 seconds later, it'll get on live, but it won't sign me in. I wait for a minute, and then I go sign me in, which is kind of cumbersome.
Yeah, because the sign-in process on Xbox One is also really weird. I did not realize until I was using some Xbox One stuff recently, and I did not realize how much I appreciated the way that the PS4 just completely ties whatever account is signed in to the controller you're using. That makes things so much easier than profiles being nebulously signed in, but you're not with the controller you're using because there's only one controller connected, but there's 3 profiles signed in. It's how is any of this, what does that even mean that it's signed in?
Yeah. So it's it's just this extra step, and the UI is so slow still, not as
really
slow as it used to be. But it's so every time I turn on my Xbox, I gotta go through all that shit, and then maybe I can play one of my games. Or not. We're gonna talk about the Halo Wars 2 beta later.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Anyway, we'll get to that. You probably haven't played it, right?
No, I haven't. Okay. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on looking for group for Xbox Live or clubs?
I do think looking for group is a good idea. I'm wary until I see its implementation.
I just feel like the implementation is going to be awful. It's a decent idea because as someone who played World of Warcraft back in the day when you actually needed to do the looking for group thing and not when they just matchmake you up with random people, looking for group is really useful in a chat room kind of context. I don't think either Sony or Microsoft are very good at implementing that kind of stuff into their UI. I think it's also hard to do for a console.
It is. Really what we all want is just Destiny to do that, and then everything's fixed.
That is exactly, that is the only game I thought about when they did, looking for group. It's man, I sure wish that Destiny had, a proper chat channel in some way so I could do that.
Yeah.
Which, actually, saying chat channel reminds me, when they announced this, or, started this announcement on the Microsoft stage, some dude in the audience just yelled out, "Chat pad!" It's
I remember that. That was great. Chat pad.
This is who is this chat pad man?
Here was the specific context. I remember it because the guy was up there and he said, "We're bringing 3 new features that you've all asked for," and then he yells, "Chat pad!"
pad!
Isn't there already a chat pad for Xbox
I
One?
think there is. I was really confused.
Yeah, like, did that guy just not know there was a chat pad?
Or, you know, maybe, like, he was just overcome with joy and it had nothing to do. Like, he was just thinking about chat pads on his own. Like, he was just daydreaming about, like, caressing his chat pad.
He got an email on his phone that Amazon had shipped his new chat
Chat
pad.
pad. He's a chat pad! Yeah. Like, he and the woman from the Elder Scrolls Online demo should hook up. Because, like, they are both way into shouting inappropriate shit in the middle of a press conference.
They can be the wacky side characters in the Jamie Foxx, Zac Efron movie.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
There's like a romance that happens behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Like Zac and Jamie try to get them together.
Yeah.
Be great.
Yeah. Hook up, the ESO lady and chat pad man.
Love it. Love and pot at E3. We're making the best movie ever here.
We definitely are. So then moving on, now we get to talk about Minecraft.
Yay.
My notes. Totally forgot that Microsoft bought Minecraft, because I totally did. Crossplay for Minecraft, the quote-unquote, the friendly update, dedicated servers for Minecraft that are cross-platform, because, you know, dedicated servers for Minecraft is a new thing on PC. Minecraft Realms, welcome to my realm. John Carmack is on stage in VR in Minecraft. How did this happen? Texture packs for Windows 10. They really don't get how PC works, do they? Realms and add-ons coming to consoles next year. So that's a roundup of basically everything they announced on Minecraft. Do you have any specific thoughts about what they showed for Minecraft? Other than they showed way too much Minecraft?
That could have been... You could have told me that was an hour of the show, and I would have been a little skeptical, but I probably would have believed you because I had no sense of time by the time it was over.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make snarky comments on Twitter. It reminded me how stupid VR looks from the outside.
Yeah.
And I don't even get... What does Minecraft have an appeal in VR?
I don't get that either. Like I am someone who has a severe interest in VR, but Minecraft in VR, it's like...
And I'm someone who loves Minecraft, so it's like, it makes no... I don't even know how that would work. Like, do you have to, go pick with your hand?
It's just, visually Minecraft, it's like, I don't, that feels like you would put on the VR headset and be in the Minecraft world, and you would go crazy like the guy in Call of Cthulhu that goes into Cthulhu's temple, because, you can't grasp the angles in, the alien geometry. It's just, Minecraft's all, harsh cubes and everything, and it's, such a visually kind of unappealing game to me that's it's very the visual design of that game is all about function, and it's not about aesthetics, and so being in VR just seems pointless to me.
I mean, I get it, it's the biggest game ever made.
Yeah.
It's the most popular game ever made is what I mean, but it's still very strange.
Yeah, there's just a couple other things they did that I want to nitpick with their Minecraft thing, is that I get that the Windows 10 store version of Minecraft is a different game than normal PC Minecraft. And so, I get that, they've got their Minecraft thing going on, but, all of the ways that they talked about what they were bringing to Minecraft just made me realize, even with all this stuff they're positioning with Windows 10, Microsoft just fundamentally does not understand PC gaming, because it's you guys, how are you, announcing on the stage dedicated servers for Minecraft when dedicated servers for Minecraft has been a thing since, 2007, PCs, that's, dedicated servers are not something that's exciting on a PC platform, Then, saying that you're bringing texture packs to PC, to your, Windows 10 version of the game, it's what are you even talking about? If I'm playing the PC version of Minecraft, not the Windows 10 version, but the PC normal version, I can get every fucking texture pack the imagination can handle. I can download licensed Aliens texture packs probably if I wanted to, that have been made by fans that don't have to actually are completely illegal because they don't have to go through your process. The PC Minecraft is something that your Windows 10 app version just can never touch, which highlights for me everything that is wrong about the Windows 10 versions of these games.
I understand everything you're saying, and I agree with it on one level. I do think Minecraft is a different beast that appeals to such an insanely broad audience that there is, even if it's a small segment of PC players who don't care about that extra PC stuff, it's Minecraft, so that small segment is millions of kids.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but then also, are they playing the Windows 10 version of that game, or are they playing, the iPad or Xbox version?
Again, it's probably a small percentage, but it's fucking Minecraft. So it's a lot of people. I'm just saying.
Sure. I just think
I know, and I agree. It does point to the larger problem. If you're treating Minecraft on PC the way you treat it on Xbox, you don't get it.
Yeah,
and that is the larger issue. But also, it's Minecraft is the one you don't want to be putting up there to show it because Minecraft is just it's in a different category. Yeah. You slot it over here. That's Minecraft. It's a different. You almost can't even call it a video game at this point.
Yeah, it is the Microsoft owned game that is also on like every Sony platform.
It's like Tetris at this point. Yeah. You just can't compare it to other things. Yeah. So that's Minecraft. It's over here. Everything else is in a different box. But speaking of that box, what did we have next?
So moving on, custom controllers from the Xbox is the last thing. I don't get why people are excited about it.
I like it.
You've been able to get custom controllers forever. Like, it's just been a third-party thing. 2, those controllers cost $80.
They do. You have been able to get them, but third-party controllers generally suck and would cost way more than $80.
Well, I mean, they have been first-party controllers that have been modified by third-party.
But that costs a lot.
Yeah, sure. But
$80, it's only a $20 markup.
That's like a 30% markup. That's a third of the price of the fucking controller. That's not only $20.
Relative to all of Microsoft's other hardware stuff, it's not that bad.
Sure.
But I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. It's the new controller, so that brings some excitement to it. I think a lot of those controller designs looked cool, and I just kind of I never buy custom controllers, like special edition ones, but I always want to, and I feel bad I don't own any. Like, I always miss them when I want to get them. And I know you don't really spend a lot of time looking at a controller, but I do think it's cool. And I just, I liked their site when they launched it. You can play around with it. It's kind of fun to just try to make them. There's a lot of customization options. And I said this on Twitter, I spent like an hour yesterday trying to make a cool controller, and I got so anxious because I kept trying and I couldn't find one that I felt like was good, and every time I got it close, I'm like, but what if I did this differently? So it was just kind of a fun process. Do you want me to show you the one that I thought I got best?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I made a purple one that I thought, I settled on this. I thought this was pretty good.
Sure. It is a purple controller with monochrome buttons.
Yeah. So it's got monochrome buttons and then midnight blue, everything else.
Sure.
So it looks good. I might get that. I don't know.
You shouldn't. You should not. You should not.
Well, I do.
Here is my other problem with it. If you're going to pay $20 more, flat up, no matter what, you're paying $80 for this controller, no matter what you're doing, and then if you want to get your engraving on it, you have to pay $90 for the controller.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do this custom controller thing, let me pay $100 and then do crazy shit make every single button a different color and put the engraving wherever I want on it. Let me just fucking pay $5 billion and have it just be made of solid 24 karat gold or something. If you're going to do custom controllers, do more than just you can make this part one of these 12 colors, this part one of those 12 colors, and allow the sticks are customizable, the chassis is customizable, the bumper area is customizable, the underside where the chat port goes in, that side you can do, and then all the buttons, the menu buttons and stuff, you can all do a couple of different configurations, basically colors, black, white, or monochrome, or gray. I just feel like there should have been more for this.
I guess I liked it because I've just never seen something quite like this from a major developer like this.
That's true.
It's cool. I've never seen something quite like that. You can go online and get your fucking game controller, which is your main way of interfacing with your console in a way that's personalized like you want it. No one's ever going to make my fucking Barney the Dinosaur controller.
No, because it's ugly. It's an ugly piece of shit, and you shouldn't buy it for $80 because you could get a normal $60 controller that is just a limited edition that it looks cooler than that. Because those are not marked up to shit.
No, and I get it. I think it's two things. It's that you have that, it feels new and exciting, and it's their new controller version, which I'm going to get one way or another, because it's got the better grip and all that, which I think is something I love so much on the PS4, I want it on other controllers, so that's nice. And, so it's exciting. I think, it's not the best thing in the world, and the markup is high. If it were just a $10 markup, I think it would be better. I think there would be more enthusiasm around it, and I understand why there has to be some markup, but
sure, but again, making it 30% more expensive than the base controller is that's a lot. That's a massive markup.
It should probably be a $10 markup, and then maybe $5 for the engraving. 10 is a lot.
Yeah, if at the end of the day you're paying $90 for that controller, you're paying 50% more than just the base price of the controller. You could buy half another controller that's just a normal controller with that kind of money, man.
You couldn't buy a quarter of a Gears of War controller.
No, that's for fucking oil tycoons or something. I don't know who that controller is made for.
Hey, some people really love Gears of War.
That's true. I have bought a couple of limited edition Halo controllers for the Xbox 360 in my day.
I want that.
But those were all fucking miss normal price.
I really wanted one of those PlayStation 4 20th anniversary controllers, and then I thought, I don't have the money today, I'll get it later, and they're gone now.
Yeah.
And they cost like $90. I'm really sad.
Another custom controller will come if you want one. They flow like water. It is fine. Anyways, moving on. That custom controller thing, just like, because the reception around it was super positive in general, and I just found that completely perplexing.
Look, can I put it this way?
Yes, okay.
We had just gone through Minecraft and a bunch of other game demos I didn't give a shit about. That was the most exciting thing in like 30 minutes.
That just makes you sound like an idiot if you're going to pay $80 because they.
I didn't say I was going to pay. I haven't bought one. But if I were going to, all I'm saying is that's more exciting than 15 minutes of John Carmack doing VR Minecraft.
Sure. I liked seeing John Carmack, even if they used him in the most embarrassing way possible. Moving on, Inside, the new game from Limbo creators, out June 29th. Limbo will also be free on Xbox One through, like, I was not sure the particulars of how that was being made.
Yeah, Limbo's been free on everything like 10 different times.
Yeah.
If you don't have a copy of Limbo now, you're a baby who was just born.
Sure, yeah, that's a good point. Like, Inside seems fine. They basically showed the same trailer, more or less, that they showed last year. Like, I'm sure that game will be fine. I did not love Limbo the way that a lot of people did, so...
I have heard a lot of really good advanced buzz about Inside.
Yeah. But like people also loved Limbo in a way that I didn't.
Okay.
And like the way that people talk about Inside makes it sound like it is a lot of the same sort of floaty, platformy, stylish stuff that Limbo was. Anyways, moving on. Then they had their big ID at Xbox indie section where I just like wrote down a bunch of games here. But like I'll just go through the list of games that I managed to write down because this is the most fun part about this demo was me trying to furiously write all the games into my notes. So Cuphead, Below, Outlast, Deliver Us the Moon, Flint Hook, Far with F-A-R, Slime Ranger, Shadow Tactics, Figment, The Culling, Stardew Valley, Bloodstained, Ukulele, and others.
Stardew Valley was in there?
Stardew Valley was in there.
Oh, I'm excited. I really want to play that game,
Me too.
but I can't yet.
Yeah. Then they talked about Xbox game preview stuff at the very end of it. That's whatever.
Yeah. I hope Stardew Valley comes out this year because I'd love to have it on my top 10 if I could.
Yeah.
It looks like a great game.
Seems really awesome. And like a lot of those games, like I feel like Below, I think Below was the game, like was the Cappy game that they talked about, like when they announced the console, and it is still not out yet. This is kind of crazy that it has been on Microsoft's E3 stage for at least 3 years now. And like a lot of those games, like Slime Ranger is a game, or Slime Rancher. I actually mistyped that. Slime Rancher is a game.
Slime Ranger.
Slime Ranger is a very different game than Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher is a game that like I watched like a Let's Play of it online a while ago because I think it's on beta or something in Steam, and that game actually seems really fucking fun and goofy. But yeah, so like, you know, their indie game thing is their indie game thing. It was just like a quick series of trailers. Like Cuphead still looks cool. Like you said, Stardew Valley seems cool. Bloodstained and Ukulele are both of those like Kickstarter games that are... Bloodstained is like the Castlevania people. Ukulele is the Banjo-Kazooie people. Like those all seem like good games, but like they're games that are going to come to everything.
It's true, but there's so much good stuff in there, and it went so fast. I wish... Maybe you cut down Minecraft a little bit and just give 30 seconds to some of these games.
Yeah, but it's like, but I also feel this is again like the third or fourth E3 that like Microsoft and Sony actually did not do this year, but like traditionally Microsoft and Sony, since these new consoles have come out, have done this thing over and over again of just showing this highlight reel of different indie games, and I think eventually that starts losing its effect on the press conference, and like because you're not really showcasing any of these games in a significant way other than something like Cuphead, which art style like that pops so well that people will notice Cuphead. But most of these games, when you just show like a 5-second clip of it, it's like it does not register for the audience. And so I just feel like the indie reel at these conferences is more to just be like, hey, we support indies, and not actually really about supporting any of these games and boosting any of these individual games. And so it's like I just feel like it at some point you should find ways to highlight these games in a better, more effective manner and not like shove them onto E3 every single year.
I agree. It's almost like I wish there was a separate E3 event where they did a 30-minute show and they just showed, here's 5 minutes of Cuphead and here's 3 minutes of Stardew Valley on consoles and here's 5 minutes of Bloodstained and all that. So.
Yeah, like ID at Xbox should just do their own streams like every year, every half year or something. Just like pick a lineup of their strongest indie games that are going to like come first to Xbox One. Like, maybe do some interviews with the devs. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff you could do
almost
with that stuff.
Almost Nintendo Treehouse style. Like,
exactly, yeah.
That would be perfect.
That, like, I think would work really well for this indie stuff. I feel like it's weird that neither Microsoft nor Sony have taken advantage of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
When there is, like, Nintendo or EA and Ubisoft do their own streams every now and again, then talk about their own games the way that EA did with Battlefield 1.
There's a hunger for it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the way that people get a lot of their information nowadays. So I think that's just a better way to do the indie stuff. Anyways, moving on. This is where they then did a pretty long trailer for that We Happy Few game that looked really cool. where they talked about
that was like the weirdest trailer I've ever until that evening with Sony and Hideo Kojima. That was the weirdest trailer I've ever seen on an E3 stage. That was crazy.
It looked awesome. Like I wrote here, cool 1984 kind of vibe. Like it had that like it
was like BioShock Infinite to me.
Yeah, BioShock Infinite, or like it's that sort of Britishy dystopian future, like the man, Big Brother controlling you kind of thing. Like you're taking a drug called Joy, and then when you get off your Joy, everyone's like, he's a downer. Like it's that kind of thing. And I am super fucking into dystopian, like social control dystopian settings. And so I have no idea what that game is, but the setting and the style of it is really awesome. So that and that's obviously that is a indie game that like presents really well and demos really well. So I think they did a good job giving that a lot of time because it was just really fucking cool. Then moving on, my next note just starts, Gwent motherfuckers Gwent. Single player campaign for Gwent, the Witcher card game. Nilfgaard is not a faction anymore. That's crazy. September 2016 for I think that was for the beta date that they gave.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Gwent, they played, was kind of a weird trailer where there's people walking down the street kind of looking like bad Witcher cosplayers. But then when the dude who came out from CD Projekt Red was so happy and enthusiastic, and I love he ended his presentation just being like, and all my love to everyone back in Poland where on all these games, you guys are the best, mwah. And then he walked off stage like he was the baddest motherfucker at E3. That dude was awesome.
No, he was great, and just, again, the confidence with which CD Projekt Red does everything.
Yeah.
And, some of the details we've learned about this Gwent game, it's going to have full-on single-player campaigns that are hours long.
Yeah.
It'll have an overworld map and all this stuff. They could have half-assed this, and no one would care. Mm-hmm. They would have all played it. Instead, they're really putting all their effort into it, and not all their, just they're putting their full effort into it.
So hopefully they're still working on that Cyberpunk game.
Yes. And, it sounds like it'll be free to play, which is cool.
Yeah.
It does not sound like it's coming first to Xbox One, but Xbox One gets the beta, so that's neat. Mm-hmm. And I did put in my email for the closed beta. I hope I get that.
Yeah, because it's also on Windows 10.
Yeah, which is good. So it's fun. It'll have multiplayer. It's exactly what we wanted and more. So.
Yeah. And, just personally, I am really happy that dude in The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine who made the Skellige faction with his dead, using the ideas from his dead brother, his faction took over and replaced the Nilfgaard faction in the official Gwent game. That's really cool for that NPC in that game. That's not a real person, but... It's
a payoff to years of sadness.
Yeah, it really is. And it just, this is how much I like Gwent, which is I find it so bizarre that I enjoy this fucking stupid in-game card game thing so much that I was actually looking in the forums and seeing people taking screenshots of some the card descriptions and seeing the ways that they've sort of kind of nerfed the spy type cards in Gwent because they were so overpowered, and now it seems like I'm really actually super excited to play this game because it seems like the way they are balancing it seems really smart in the fact that I could play a version of Gwent where it's really well balanced and where the spy stuff doesn't just sort of steamroll the AI over and over again. That's actually legitimately really exciting to me. I'm not being ironic or anything like that. That is straight up Gwent is a really cool, smart kind of well-designed card game, and having that being fully featured out and fleshed out and everything and balanced is awesome.
I saw on Twitter today that Roach has his own card now.
Oh, that I did not see that.
It's awesome. His ability, he can be anywhere. He's very loyal, so you can put him anywhere on the map. He's got
that's great.
Good basic stats. It's it's awesome. It's Roach is your loyal companion.
Yeah, and then this is also just before we move on, I thought that one of the fun things with my reaction to that Gwent thing is I didn't realize how much of a nerd for the Gwent stuff I was. Then when I saw they had the 4 factions, and I was like, oh, they should have put Skellige in there, and then they revealed the 4 factions. I'm oh, crazy, they didn't have Nilfgaard. And then within half a second, I realized, oh yeah, that makes sense why they wouldn't put in Nilfgaard, because the Nilfgaard cards don't really have a unique mechanic in the way that the Northern Realms cards emphasize a lot of siege and the spy mechanic. Then Scoia'tael has the different cards that can be melee and ranged, and then you have the monsters can pull in a lot of different cards at the same time with their special ability, and then all the Skellige people have the Berserker mechanic that's unique to them. Of course they wouldn't put Nilfgaard in there. And that entire thought process rattled through my mind in a second. I was I really like Gwent in a way that's probably I shouldn't like this fucking game that much.
That's why they're doing this, Sean.
Yeah.
You are not the only one.
Yeah, Gwent is an unprecedented success. I'm very excited for Gwent. So then moving on, Tekken 7... Akuma from Street Fighter versus Heihachi, the Tekken dude. Japanese devs on stage, speaking Japanese on Microsoft stage. That's
you're forgetting the best part.
Like the dude,
sunglasses and a robe.
His kimono. Like, yes, he was the most bad. Like Harada, the dude from Koei that like was up there, most badass fucking dude in the world. Like, he was just awesome. Then also Tekken 7 releases early 2017. Tekken Tag 2 will be available for Xbox Live Gold, like backwards compatibility stuff. That's cool announcement. And just that trailer. Did you because you watched the conference like that? I thought. I'm not a Tekken guy. That trailer was just fucking fun to watch. It was fun. Crazy.
It was really good. It made me want to play Tekken. I've never really played Tekken.
Yeah.
I would look at this game. It's like, it looks, if it launches in a better form than Street Fighter V did, it might be worth playing.
Well, because the way they demoed it was they were demoing like a sort of like cinematic story mode thing where it's like there's a lot of dialogue between Heihachi and Akuma. And then like would transition into them fighting like a round, and then it would do seamlessly switch to a more cinematic angle where it has like Heihachi walking towards the camera with his back turned to Akuma on the ground, and then he slowly gets up. It's like Nani, and turns around, like that stuff. Like, it was anime as fuck, and that super works on me. And the idea of that being mixed in with a story mode for a fighting game sounds awesome.
And how surreal was it to see this on the Microsoft stage?
Exactly, like it was like. Microsoft had a really strong Japanese presence on their stage in a way that like was really surprising to me because I mean, and they're not exclusive games other than we'll talk about Scalebound, but like Tekken 7 is not an Xbox One game.
Is Scalebound Xbox or Sony?
Scalebound is Xbox. Oh. I mean, it was on the Xbox stage.
They all blur together, Sean. I don't know.
We'll talk about Scalebound, but yeah, Tekken 7, surprising announcement. Like again, it's not an Xbox exclusive or anything like that, but. Fucking Tekken 7 looks really cool.
Yeah.
Moving on, Dead Rising 4, Christmas, Frank West. When did Dead Rising become all about ridiculous made-up weapons and stuff? So this is where, when I wrote that sentence, that was when I had this epiphany about why I don't like any of the post-Dead Rising 1 games as much as I do Dead Rising 1, is because all the post-Dead Rising 1 games are about these ridiculous, crazy weapons and vehicles and bullshit. And Dead Rising 1 was just Dawn of the Dead, the video game. It was just Frank West trying to survive a zombie apocalypse, and he's in a mall, so he's going to use all the crazy stuff you find in a mall to just survive. But it was all stuff that you find in a mall. Like, he's beating zombies to death with a baseball bat. He's beating them to death with an acoustic guitar. He's, like, killing them with, like, knives he found from the cutlery store. Dead Rising 1 is a grounded kind of zombie game, but it's still campy and fun. Whereas, like, Dead Rising is especially 3, and then how they demoed Dead Rising, or the trailer for Dead Rising 4, it's all just, like, crazy fucking combo weapons of stuff that, like, no human being would ever be able to use. So it completely defeats the, like, survivalist fantasy of Dead Rising and of the zombie genre. And, like, it took them sort of... that the trailer for Dead Rising 4 so excessively emphasizing these just ridiculous, like, power armor and all this shit that I realized, like... this is not what Dead Rising was. Like, this is fucking lame. I hate that this is what has happened to Dead Rising.
Yeah, I have to admit, there were a lot of zombie trailers at E3. Every single one of them fell completely flat for me.
Yeah, more or less for me as well. Yeah,
that genre needs to die.
Yeah, or like, I mean, you know, we have like The Last of Us and stuff like that. Like, the zombie stuff can be good, but like, you have to do it intelligently, and you have to do it like you just have to do it well. And I just don't think that the post Dead Rising 1 stuff has used the zombie stuff effectively. Okay, so then moving on to go the game that you forgot that was even on the Microsoft stage, Scalebound.
There's a reason I forgot.
Okay, yeah, this demo
this looks awful.
It was not great. I will say the one thing is that again, Hideki Kamiya was the Japanese dev who's like the sort of this platinum dude who is the main dev on Scalebound, was on stage, and he said something really funny and weird where he said, "I have always wanted to live in a world where I can fight dragons and giant beasts," which is just like, it felt like he meant to say I wanted to like play a game set in a world where you can just fight dragons and giant beasts, but he said I want to live in. It's like, do you really want to live in a world where you fight giant beasts? Because like, I love Godzilla movies as much as anyone. The last thing I ever want to happen is for Godzilla to actually be here. But yeah, so the Scalebound demo was a very long demo that like was like
it was very long.
They emphasized like the co-op stuff, and like even though like
there was co-op.
Like, yeah, that was their whole thing. Was like it was a 4-player.
Okay, I couldn't even figure out what was going on.
It was like, and I want to be very optimistic about Scalebound because I think Kamiya and his team are very talented at Platinum. But like everything I've seen about this game is just like, I think this was announced 2 years ago at Microsoft and skipped last year's E3. And then, like, I just think this was just a bad demo. Even if I was kind of into the giant monster stuff and I thought the giant monster thing looked really cool, like, the demo just went on for super long and just was not, as you said, like, you didn't really understand it. It was not a particularly comprehensible.
Even though this, if someone pointed this out on Twitter, I think it's very true. This was part of a trend at E3, and it's the only thing I would criticize about the Horizon Zero Dawn demo, where characters narrated everything they were doing as if we couldn't figure out what to do. And
I think that worked for the Horizon one.
I think some of that will probably be cut down in the actual game.
Oh, it will. It was definitely a demo thing.
Yeah, but it's a lot of stuff where it's like, yeah, I get you have to shoot the weak spot. I've played a video game before, guys. Sure, yeah. I don't need that. So most of that in Horizon was fine because it was character building. Yeah. But there are just little moments in that, and it was way worse than Scalebound. I'm not comparing them completely, but just where the character's like, "Come on, guys, we have to hit his head," or something like that. It's like, get up on the Hydra's back. It's like, shut up. I get it.
Or like, what the part that I thought was really funny is when he's on this like crab's arm, like punching, like it's like this giant crab monster. He's punching one of the arms, and it's like he's this little human dude punching this giant crab leg, and he just keeps saying, "Why won't you die?" It's like, maybe because you're just fucking punching his arm. Like, imagine if a fly kept on running into your bicep. Would you just keel over? Like, no, like hit it in its fucking brain or something, you idiot. But
yeah, not a great demo. Yeah. Whatever.
Let's just move on from that because there's not much to say about it. Then, this was a weird fucking trailer thing. Sea of Thieves.
Can I talk about this? Oh,
let me read my notes. Gameplay trailer. YouTubers seeming people in the trailer. Oh God, it's finally happened. They are using quote unquote influencers to just market their games. Video games are officially done. We can pack it up. We had a good run. Sea of Thieves looks pretty good, I guess, though.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the last time there was a game that was more made for Jonathan Lack as a person than Sea of Thieves. In fact, the last one was probably Assassin's Creed 4 or something like that. Yeah. Like, just to my nautical, like, I am an old man at heart who loves old ships and would go work construction on old wooden ships if that were a career line available to me.
Sure, yeah.
I love this kind of stuff. And I am excited for Sea of Thieves. But that was the most annoying trailer I have ever seen. It was so
fucking obnoxious.
There was no way you could have made that game look worse. And that's a game that looks good. Yeah. Like, all the components are there, but, like, it was just obnoxious. It put the game in a bad light. It made the game look like a bad, like, I don't know, just like...
Like a bad Let's Play.
Yes.
Because that's what they were... So they were trying to market it like a Let's Play. But, like, that's just... As a marketing strategy, that just feels gross and, like, cynical to me. But then, two, like... The way that trailer was cut, like, it looked cool, and I'm interested in this game, but I could not figure out anything that they were doing in that fucking game based on the way the trailer was cut.
Exactly.
It's all cut along these people in their fucking stupid webcam faces in the corner with their stupid fucking headsets on, making bad jokes all the time. It was just cut to their jokes. It was not cut to the game.
This is easily the most promising game a Microsoft first-party studio has coming out. Because remember, Rare is a first-party studio for Microsoft now.
Yeah, they bought it years ago.
And... why did this not have a stage demo? Why did this not have a... Because I like the co-op thing. That's cool. But why couldn't you have... bring Laura Bailey back out and a couple other people and just have them on stage playing it and then have the banter there. Like, even if you have to use your stupid social media influencers, bring them out on stage. Yeah, like, don't have it be this cut-together video that looks like a bad thing you would put before another YouTube video.
Yeah.
You know? Like... it just, everything about it rubbed me the wrong way and made me come out very cynical of a game that, again, is sort of tailor-made for me.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It's like the next Uncharted for me.
Sure, yeah.
You know?
Like, yeah, it's like, again, like, the game stuff that, like, they showed looked really cool. It's just such a shame that it was presented in an incomprehensible fashion and you had these fucking fuckwads making bad jokes over it the entire time. It was so annoying.
For some reason, it was so annoying. I know he wasn't on this. In my memory, it was PewDiePie.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all of them were PewDiePie.
Yes.
Yeah, like, yeah, that was just, like, and it was like, obviously I was being melodramatic in my notes, but there is an element of it that's like, oh, fuck, they finally did it. It feels like this has been years coming. It's like, they're finally fucking just doing it. They're just marketing their game with Let's Play videos. Like, fucking goddamn it. Like, because now it's like I'm going to be watching some fucking Let's Play or something on YouTube for a game I'm actually interested in. And then, like, the ad on YouTube is going to be an ad for Sea of Thieves, and I won't know if I clicked the wrong video on YouTube on accident or not, because it's just a YouTube video at some point. That is just what your trailer is.
Yeah. Oh well. What did we have next?
Moving on, State of Decay 2 2017. That's all I wrote.
Zombies.
It's another zombie game. I know people really like State of Decay 1. It didn't do anything for me. It's hey, it's good for people that like State of Decay. But there was also just a trailer. They didn't show anything of the game, so I don't really know what it is. Moving on from that.
I think you fight zombies.
You do fight zombies, yes. That is the thing that will happen. Moving on, Halo Wars 2. Really well done trailer. Probably best trailer at E3 so far, just on the cinematic merit. Continues the Halo Wars story. They end up at the Ark? Partnered with Creative Assembly February 21st, 2017. Launching beta right now. Oh, looks like Halo Wars all right.
Yeah.
That's what I wrote.
I thought this was a very weird choice to be the thing they kind of ended the show on. For games.
Yeah, for games, yeah. It was.
Okay, the Halo Wars beta, I did try to play it before the podcast tonight. I went home. I had about an hour after work between when we were going to record, and I sat down with my Xbox. I'm like, I'm going to try this. And first I had the sign-in issue. Finally got that resolved. Launched my Halo Wars 2 beta, which I downloaded the night before. Took forever for it to launch. It had to relaunch because it did an update on the screen. So whatever, it's a beta. This happens.
Yeah.
Got into it. It took forever to try to find a game. Couldn't find a game. Finally it's a 3-on-3 thing. They couldn't get 3 people on each team, so it was 2-on-2. Then one of them dropped out. Then we were at a loading screen for like 5 minutes. At this point, my dog was with me, and I was just playing with my dog, kind of waiting. And then even my dog was getting impatient because she was kind of tired. I'm like, okay, well, let's see. And then it got into the next loading screen. And then the game finally started, and I didn't quite know what to do, but also nothing was going on. And it was just kind of, I think it started just hanging again. And at that point, a thing popped up that Sega Bass Fishing had finished installing because I have that. It came out on backwards compatibility, and I downloaded it.
Okay, so you're actually downloading it. It wasn't just like somehow Sega Bass Fishing started downloading onto your Xbox.
No, because I had it on the 360, and it came out on backwards compatibility, so I told it to download. And then I was like, fuck this, and I played some bass fishing.
Yeah, like I did some research before the podcast. I went on some like forums and stuff to like see what the Halo Wars 2 beta like reaction was, and it was a lot of people having a lot of technical issues, which it's a beta, like at least it seems like it's an actual beta and they're having actual network issues, and so hopefully they figured that stuff out. But all the buzz I saw was that people are not really enthusiastic about it, even people that were really into Halo Wars 1, which like I'm not someone like I won't call myself a Halo Wars defender, but like I enjoyed Halo Wars quite a bit when I played it. But like the reaction has been pretty tepid overall. And like a lot of the changes it sounds like they've made sounds like they have complicated Halo Wars, which is the wrong move, because Halo Wars, the thing that made it work was that it was a very simple, basic kind of RTS, which like would made it fun to play because it's like the only RTS game that you could competitively play and still feel slightly relaxed. Because if you play Star Trek and StarCraft, if you play StarCraft online multiplayer, like that is probably the single most stressful thing you could ever do in your entire life, because you just have to be constantly on 100%. Like it is so hard to even describe to people who haven't actually tried it, but it is like if you played chess, but it was not turn-based, and like people are just like, you just could make moves constantly. That's what it's like playing StarCraft competitively. So Halo Wars was just a relaxing RTS. And it sounds like they've kind of moved away from that, which is the wrong thing to do for that game.
Yeah, whatever.
But the trailer did look really cool. I like their cinematic trailer with like Captain Cutter from Halo Wars and this brute dude just walking towards each other while this whole battle goes on.
That was
really cool looking.
It took me longer than it should have to realize it was Halo Wars.
Yeah.
There was a while there where I was like, and I know Halo. I had no idea what it was. And then I got it because a brute came on screen.
Yeah. But there was that great shot of where like the airplane shoots the missiles that like fly by, and then time stops and the brute just walks by and like caresses the missile sensually. Yes. I like that part.
Okay. So let's
moving on. Last thing, Project Scorpio teaser, holiday 2017, VR experiences, true 4K, quote unquote. That's HDR.
What kind of 4K are we getting in the Slim?
I don't know.
This is
true 4K a lot.
This is the question.
Yes.
I mean, what differentiates all this stuff? I thought the Scorpio teaser was a very good way to do that.
Yeah, it was well presented.
Well presented, on point, had developers and people in the industry. You had the guy from Bethesda, whatever.
Todd Howard.
Howard was there,
Talking about putting Fallout VR on the Xbox Scorpio, even though the Xbox has a partnership with Oculus Rift, and Fallout VR is only going to be on Vive because Bethesda has the lawsuit with Oculus. That was very confusing to see him there.
Right. Well, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
But it's all a little strange. We've expressed our thoughts before on what we think of this idea of these in-between generation consoles. We don't love it. I think it seems like both Sony and Microsoft are doing it probably in as good a way as you can. They're not just completely fucking everyone.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I watched that Scorpio trailer, and they were talking about 6 teraflops, and it's the most powerful console ever built, and all this stuff. And all I could think...
True 4K.
Right, but then they end with the whole thing about how it's the Xbox One family. You buy an Xbox One game, it'll work on your Windows 10 PC, your Xbox One, your Xbox One S, or your Project Scope, all that stuff. And all I could think is, how impressive can games on here really be if you have to support the base Xbox One, which is already dangerously underpowered?
Yeah, which is already weaker than the PS4.
What difference will that actually make? And I think that's a real question.
Yeah, and obviously the Project Scorpio thing is way too early in development for them to have actually shown that. But that also then makes it as why would you do this if you can't show anything actually from it yet? Like if you're going to make that pitch about this being such a powerful console platform, you need to show something, even if it's bullshit, because people show bullshit at E3 all the time. Just go back and watch that fucking Watch Dogs thing from 2012 when they announced it. Bullshit is what you peddle at E3. So even if it's bullshit, show something that's this is what Gears of War 4 on the Project Scorpio will look like. That, to do that, because if you don't show me something tangible and it's just a bunch of developers in black and white and really close to the camera saying very dramatic things about your console, eventually my bullshit meter starts going off.
Exactly, and it's also just a question where Xbox One, one of its advantages, and they've been very good about this, is getting games to run at 60 frames per second. Halo 5 did it.
Yeah.
Gears of War 4 is doing it. Looks like Sea of Thieves is doing it. There's a bunch of games that are kind of doing this already. And multi-platform games, I don't think you can rely on them to be doing big improvements like this. Final Fantasy 15 is not going to come back and do a 60 FPS version or something like that. So, again, maybe you can make Gears of War 4 look nicer, but if I've already got my high frame rate, I don't know if I need that.
Right.
Halo 5, I don't think you can make Halo 5 look better than it already does.
And you can make it look better, but you can't make it look better in a way that's
that's
would
what
make us care. Yeah.
Right. So you know what I mean. And so it's just, and again, it's very far off. It's holiday 2017, and I understand why they needed to talk about it, because all this shit has leaked, and you need to get out ahead of it. But by the end, it felt a little muddled. Well, then why are you doing the Xbox One Slim? Which seems like a much kind of smarter way to do it, where you're not technically changing the gaming capabilities, but you've got different resolution things and whatnot that'll help, and all these other kind of ease of use things. And so you can throw all the power in the world at it. The practicalities of this still make very little sense to me.
Yeah, because if the thing that the Scorpio does is that it just runs like Gears of War 4 or Recore or Sea of Thieves at quote-unquote true 4K, and it does that at 60 frames per second, that is fucking... That console will not be able to do that, but even if that is the peak, playing games at 4K resolution, that's not that big of a deal, I think, to me. It's those games will look better, but you can do that with games on PC right now, and an increased resolution makes games look better, but it doesn't make them look that much better once you're past 1080p.
I understand. Yeah, I agree. And it's tough. I do think both Sony and Microsoft are kind of fucked by launching their consoles when 1080p was the thing. Then 4K starts being the thing.
Yeah.
And you can't, I understand, you cannot go your entire generation not supporting 4K when that will be the default for all TVs in a few years.
Yeah.
I get that. And I do think the primary thing for both of these is going to be 4K support. And in that case, I can just leave it alone and I'll be fine. But I also wonder, is it enough of a pitch if all of that is 4K? Because a lot of people don't even have their TVs properly calibrated, so it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. It's very... There's so many ins and outs. I don't know if I fully understand the business reasoning, although I understand part of it. Sony, I think, was kind of smart by just not talking about it and
just
leaving it for
being
later.
all on games all the time.
Yeah, because that's what's going to matter. And luckily, and again, Sony is in a better position for this because the PS4 itself is powerful enough that I can imagine the Neo both having a good advantage and not leaving the base PS4 behind.
Yeah.
The Xbox one of two things are going to happen. Mm-hmm. Either developers finally get to develop what they need to do on Xbox One and the base device just gets left in the fucking dust, or the Scorpio is 4K upscaling, probably not full resolution, and not much else. Maybe higher frame rate on some games, by no means all. And in that case, it's going to be worth it to some people, but not most.
Yeah.
Is that a good analysis?
Yeah, it's just, and it's like, for me, it's overall with, like, when I got to the end of the Microsoft press conference, like, I thought, like, you know, a lot of the stuff they did was impressive. I thought, like, the way they pitched the Xbox One Slim with, like, the $300 price point, I thought that was smart. I thought, the Project Scorpio teaser was very well made. It's, like, the first time, you know, like, we've both known that Microsoft and Sony were doing these kinds of things for months, and, like, this was the first time either of them sort of got out in front of it and tried to address it directly in a way that they're positioning it for their company. And, like, I thought that Project Scorpio teaser was well done in terms of how they're positioning it. And I thought, like, all the things they're talking about with Windows 10 look really nice. But then once I got to the end of the press conference, I just started thinking about, like, when you have the Xbox One, the Xbox One S, your Windows 10 platform, and your Xbox One Scorpio thing, and they're trying to do this, like, break down all the boundaries thing, like, at what point are you just competing with your own hardware platforms? Like,
exactly.
At what point, when I'm faced with this decision about what to get, do I get, like, a used Xbox One that's, like, cheaper? Do I get an Xbox One S? Do I get an Xbox One Scorpio at whatever, like, $500, $600 price point that's out? Like, who knows when it comes out for that 4K boost or however much more powerful it is? Or do I just invest all that money into buying, like, a $600 gaming PC or a $700 gaming PC that will then be able to play every single Microsoft exclusive and just on their Windows 10 store and just say, fuck it, like, I'm not even going to bother with their hardware platforms? Like, at what point does, like, their audience basically that cares about hardware and like the performance is just going to move to the PC, and everyone else will, like, if they want an Xbox One, will get, like, an Xbox One Slim?
Or do you just buy a PS4? Because at most they're going to have two
which
versions.
I already have. This is all hypothetical because I don't care that much.
But it's like, I'm just saying, like, for the consumer who maybe has neither,
Yeah.
you're going to have all that on Xbox, and the PS4 will have two versions at most.
Yeah.
And who knows when they'll have those two versions. And I would expect, just because Sony has been pretty good at messaging, the message will be clearer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there was this weird sort of like I feel like I had this epiphany of their Windows 10 stuff of being this weird double-edged sword where, like, when you make all of your games also available on the Windows 10 platform, that makes your console kind of useless for everyone who owns a PC.
And you know what? At some point, maybe that's where Xbox needs to go.
Yeah, that's entirely possible that's how they're going to pivot.
And I do think, Microsoft is in the business of software. Software is a business with high profit margins. Consoles are a business with low profit margins. This has always been the issue at Microsoft. It's why the Xbox division has always been contentious. It's something Sony doesn't have to put up with because Sony is a hardware manufacturer, and they get this stuff. And even when they have lapses like the PS3 at launch, they can get back into the swing of things pretty quickly because they know how to do this. There has always been unease and unrest. Frankly, the first few years of the 360 feel like an aberration at this point.
Yeah.
When you look at everything else in the Xbox life cycle, things went that smoothly for that long. I think people forget the Xbox 360 was really off the rails for a few years at the end there.
That's true. Yeah, when the PS3 completely caught up and, like, overtook it in worldwide sales.
Yeah, the Xbox 3 just started stumbling all over itself. Not as fast as Nintendo did with the Wii, but pretty fast, all things considered. And they've been stumbling with the Xbox One. This feels like the right pivot to make, but then there's still a lot on the hardware, and I feel like the Scorpio is probably their last-ditch effort. I think if that doesn't do what they need it to do, then yeah, they probably will be getting out of that business, and we'll see if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. And then also, like, I'm just, like, kind of looking back at my notes and thinking about, like, while I still, like, would contend that, like, the conference that Microsoft gave was a good one. For, like, me personally, I'm looking at the games they showed, and it's like, Gears of War 4 I don't really care about. Killer Instinct I don't really care about. Forza Horizons 3 looked pretty good. ReCore had a bad trailer, had a bad showing at the press conference. Final Fantasy 15 is multi-platform. Don't care about Division. Don't care about Battlefield 1. Don't care about Minecraft. Their indie thing is their indies thing. Like, that's just sort of like, those would be on everything. With We Happy Few looked cool. Gwent is multi-platform. Tekken 7 is multi-platform. Didn't like the Dead Rising 4 trailer. Didn't like the Scalebound demo. Didn't like the Sea of Thieves trailer while I think the game looked good. Don't care about State of Decay 2. Don't care about Halo Wars 2. Like, none of the games they showed really, like, appealed to me that much. Or, like, the ones that did appeal to me, they showed in a bad way. It's a really shitty combination.
I know.
The ones they showed well were games I didn't care about. And that's a personal thing for sure, but still.
It is, and I tweeted this afterwards. I think it was a well-done show, but a very tepid one for me. I am not all that bullish on the Xbox at this point. I don't want to sound too gloom and doom because I think they're doing everything they probably have to and need to be doing at this point. But at the same time, it's like, end of the day, I really kind of just wish I could play ReCore on my PS4 and forget about it.
Sure,
it's a headache. It's, and its competition is good, and I do think there is something refreshing about Microsoft coming out swinging every year because they are so far behind.
Yeah,
and
they're the underdog, and they're good in that position.
And while I think Sony's shows have been better the last few years, there's also almost something more surprising and interesting about Microsoft because they have to come out swinging.
Yeah.
Sony doesn't. Sony's in its ivory tower. I was half expecting Andrew House to come out and just rain money on the audience at the PS4 event. And that's a very different position to be in. So... we probably need to move on. We're running very long here.
I think just like one quick note, I was very surprised that Crackdown 3 was not there at all.
Yeah, that was
that game has been a no-show for a while now. And now I feel like that game might just never come out because it's like they just haven't talked about it in like years now. It's like been like 2 years since they've really addressed that game.
It's going to be their Last Guardian.
Sure, yeah. Just like Crackdown 3 is a weird game to be your Last Guardian.
On the Xbox 2, we're going to finally see it.
Yeah, it's the Xbox One 2.
Okay.
Moving on, Ubisoft. We could probably move through Ubisoft fairly quickly.
We need to, yeah.
So, but I just kind of just want to go through my notes, but I think we probably just don't even really need to stop that much for it. But Ubisoft, so starting off, they started off the Ubisoft press conference in a very bizarre way with their Just Dance demo, but they did not present it as a Just Dance demo, so it's just everyone out dancing to, I forget it was a Queen song. I can't remember what Queen song they were dancing to, but they were all like, all these people in ridiculous costumes dancing to a Queen song. So my notes just start out, wait, what the fuck are they doing? What is this? Did Snoop stop by and give everyone at Ubisoft the bomb? Seriously, what are video games even? Oh, please, Aisha Tyler, deliver us from this ridiculous fever dream. Man, I really like Aisha Tyler as a host of these insane things. Her Atari show is dope as fuck. Also, this is the harsh mood swing, but I have to respect her dedication to addressing it. That was them addressing the tragedy from Sunday. And then Just Dance 2017, front-loading the conference with their Just Dance stuff is the right move. Available on all video game platforms is an amazing thing to just fucking say. Because they straight up just said, Just Dance 2017 will be available on all video game platforms. And that's how they said it. It was like... I'm glad I'm going to bust out my Sega Genesis and fucking load up some Just Dance 2017. But yeah, like, crazy way to start out their demo with, like, no context, but it set a fun mood for the show. Even if they, like, I really respect Aisha Tyler, and I do think she's a great host for these things, like, addressing the tragedy, but, like, the Just Dance thing, it's way better to put that at the top than to just, like, stuff it somewhere in the middle and have it be really weird. Moving on, Aisha's first time hosting this conference. She's legitimately really good at this. I hope she never stops. Her enthusiasm is real and infectious, and it is really easy to forget how ludicrous and amazing, or it's easy to remember how ludicrous and amazing E3 is for people who love games, because she has that sort of affection for it.
I wish Aisha Tyler, everyone says this, she should have a late night show or something.
She should. She would be good at it. Like, she would be able to hit a very specific market that's not covered right now.
It's stupid no one has given her that. Just with all the turnover, and it's all gone to... Well, not all. I should say we have both Comedy Central shows are black guys, and we have Samantha Bee on TBS, so it's getting better. But what I would love is something almost like gaming centric. Like we don't have an Attack of the Show or X-Play anymore.
Yeah,
she would be great at that.
Yeah, which just like a quick side note, thinking of X-Play. They did this last year as well, but Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb hosted the sort of like pre and post show for Bethesda's E3 conference, and it is crazy how, like, even though they haven't done that shit in years, they have the exact same X-Play cadence when they are together. It's, like, really surreal.
I miss X-Play.
X-Play was a fun show.
I wish it could be revived with those two as an online thing.
As an internet thing, I think that would work.
That's such a good show. Yeah.
Anyways,
Morgan Webb is funny on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, I follow her as well. She's good.
She's great.
Yeah. So then moving on, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands. This is the game they demoed at the end of last year. Setting looks interesting and different for this kind of game. Curious to see if or how Ubisoft spins the U.S. agents killing people in the drug trade stuff to do not be so imperialistic. Division doesn't give me much confidence, though. The pitch is actually kind of cool and ridiculous in that regard. The true narc state is a fun pitch if they lean into the excess of it. So that's basically, they set up the Ghost Recon Wildlands thing as being a massive sort of South American drug cartel has taken over Bolivia and like taken over the Bolivian government and turned it into a true narco state so that like they control the world's cocaine trade. This is like, I don't know how much the actual game is going to lean into that, but that is such a ridiculously over-the-top fucking premise that at least it, as I said, like makes the idea of these U.S. government agents like killing people and destabilizing the government in the South American country do not feel quite as icky as it otherwise could if it like because that true narco state thing is just ridiculous enough for me to think of it as an action movie, whereas like the Division stuff didn't have enough of that like sort of like separation for me to like not feel really gross about being a U.S. agent killing U.S. citizens, you know?
Yeah.
So that's that part. Trailer and gameplay demo. Ubisoft's fake co-op chatter is as silly as ever, but at least they don't have webcam faces in the corner. Honestly, this game looks a lot like Metal Gear Solid 5 in structure, and I could honestly be down for that. Metal Gear Solid 5 had a lot of great gameplay, but was hindered by a lot of poor design on the broader open world elements. Maybe Ubisoft can nail a similar gameplay style with better open world integration. I'm honestly having a hard time telling if the chatter is faked for the trailer or actual in-game dialogue. This is the most theatrical that aspect of it has ever been. Honestly, I don't mind this stuff that much for gameplay demos. It sells a message for the game while still showing actual gameplay. I think why the chatter works is because they aren't necessarily pitching it as how a player might talk as they did with The Division, but instead how the character might talk diegetically. I am into what they are showing. I am a sucker for this kind of stealth action Far Cry thing. March 7th, 2017.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I wrote a lot about it. It was a long demo. They showed a lengthy gameplay demo of Ghost Recon Wildlands.
It was definitely the thing that got the most chatter on Twitter and everything.
It was a good demo. And like I said there, like it reminded me a lot of Metal Gear Solid 5 in terms of the like taking over the base part of it. Only it had like a strong co-op element to it, at least in the demo. And like that idea of like, because I loved the way that MGS5 played, I just like the story in the open world and the mother base stuff just like dragged that game down so hard, and that game was so long that I just ended up hating it by the end. But if like Ghost Recon Wildlands can tap into some of that gameplay stuff without having all those hindrances, I think it could be awesome. So,
yeah. It looks cool.
Yeah, like Ubisoft, for as much as you can make fun of them for some like the tower stuff and their open world stuff and Watch Dogs, like they do put out like a couple of good games every year. You know, like their Far Cry stuff has been good. Their Splinter Cell stuff has been good. So this, Ghost Recon Wildlands looks like it'll probably be pretty good. Then moving on, I'm not going to read my notes for this because it's too long. It's just kind of whatever, because it was a long stage demo for South Park: The Fractured Butthole, which is still a great title. I thought like their demo for it, like the game might be really good, but like they had Trey Parker and Matt Stone come out on stage, and they'd like had a weird long segment where they were sitting on the couch with some guy from the developers, and they were talking about the game, and it wasn't scripted, and it just like went on too long and felt awkward, and I thought it was a bad way to demo that game.
I saw the trailer, and I thought it was very funny.
The trailer was good.
I didn't see any of the gameplay.
Yeah, the one interesting thing about the gameplay is that the combat stuff looked a lot more tactical instead of it just being straight turn-based. Like there's a positioning element to it where like when you got into combat, a grid laid down and you had to move around the grid to sort of like flank around people in a way like a Fire Emblem or a Final Fantasy Tactics kind of thing.
Yeah, that I heard about that, and it sounds like a big improvement on the first one.
That sounds so like.
And it's also kind of cool. They released it on Xbox One and PS4 and PC now.
So the Stick of Truth stuff?
The Stick of Truth, yeah, that's what I meant. And if you pre-order this game, you'll get that. Yeah. And I think that's good. And I haven't heard how those versions are going to run, but hopefully they fix a lot of the bugs in the original version. Yeah, the Obsidian for PS3 and Xbox 360.
What bugs in the Obsidian game? What are you talking about?
But they never really got that game running well, and I hope the new versions, if they might be worth replaying or playing for the first time if they got it running really well. Because technically those games were marvelous, except when they weren't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Then also, they announced the release date is December 6th. So, that's a good, like, open spot for South Park game. Because also, like, I mean, it is technically before Christmas, but it's not in that, like, holiday season thing. But I don't think a South Park game needs to be. So
no.
That's smart to sort of take that date. Then next up, Tom Clancy's The Division, Underground DLC stuff. 3 new outfits. Yay. They were like it was like a Splinter Cell outfit and a Ghost Recon outfit and a Rainbow Six Siege outfit, which I don't know. Like, the Splinter Cell one, he has the Splinter Cell goggles. Okay, cool. What the fuck is, like, the defining fashion of Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six that you get the Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six outfits that looks any different than, like, the normal Division stuff? They're just Tom Clancy outfits. They're just military dudes. That made no sense to me. Then they talked about the second DLC pack, and they just showed a trailer and, like, fucking whatever. I don't care about the Division. Moving on, Eagle Flight VR game. Palmer Luckey from Oculus on stage in sandals. He was wearing sandals. That's not appropriate for an E3 press conference. That's ridiculous. Then they just did a big multiplayer demo. Eagle Flight just looked like a VR soccer in a weird way, except for you're playing as an eagle. Hard to explain. VR, like, it was like, I'm not going to try to explain it. If you're curious, watch the demo from it. VR games are very hard to demo. and they did a very good job with the next VR game that we'll talk about after this. But the Eagle Flight one was practically incomprehensible because, like, watching them play it, seeing like 6 people lined up on stage playing multiplayer VR, just looking around like idiots with their headsets on, is not a good look. And then also, like, looking at the gameplay feed, it just felt like you were not getting anywhere near the kind of like peripheral information that the player was getting. And so, like, when the players would get killed and stuff, I just felt like watching it, I had no idea what was going on. So I thought it was a bad demo. Then moving on, I don't know if you saw much of this stuff, Jonathan, but you would love it if you did. Like, you should fucking watch this segment because it was awesome. Star Trek Bridge Crew, the VR Star Trek experience. LeVar Burton, Carl Urban, and Jerry Ryan. This is the right kind of thing for VR, the right kind of tech for a Star Trek game. This is probably the first VR game that just makes sense as a social thing. Unfortunate that it needs multiple headsets. Holy shit, LeVar Burton is on the stage with Aisha Tyler. This is awesome. I could watch LeVar Burton just talk forever. I think everyone just had a nerd fever right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just an awesome segment. The Star Trek Bridge Crew thing is just like the people that have like your headsets on. I assume it's meant to be played online, but the thing they showed was LeVar Burton, Jerry Ryan, and Carl Urban, like, all in the studio, like, playing like next to each other with their headsets on. And it's like one person plays the captain. I think it's actually 4 players. One person plays the captain, one person's like engineering, one person's like navigate, like the helm, and I think one person's like a science officer or something. And you have different duties, and you have a console. It's all VR, and you take the captain. They like, it seemed like they had the commands for like, well, they had a clip of LeVar Burton just going like, "We got Klingons incoming." With this like, LeVar Burton can just say Star Trek stuff and sound really confident saying Star Trek stuff for obvious reasons. And like the scenarios and everything, they showed a brief trailer. It looked really cool.
All right, where do I get this? I'm going to order a VR headset
so
now.
You need to get a PC that's probably going to run you like $800, okay. And then you need to get an Oculus Rift headset. I think that those are like $500, $600. Okay. And then you need to you probably need to wait like 5 years until like the Oculus Rift supply chain actually like gets their shit together, so you can actually get an Oculus Rift, and then wait for this game to come out. Or you could just stock LeVar Burton, which is what I do.
Okay, well, I'm going to buy one right now because I want all of that. I don't care about the cost.
Yeah,
not really, but that sounds like the greatest thing.
Yeah,
ever.
And just having fucking LeVar Burton, Geordi from The Next Generation, for people who don't know, come out on stage and just chat with Aisha Tyler on the same couch that they used for the South Park thing was a much better use of that couch. And like, I kind of wish that had just been the whole press conference, because seriously, LeVar Burton is a fucking awesome guy.
I wish LeVar Burton had brought out like a book about Ubisoft's plans, and he had just read that to the audience.
Yeah, like reading Rainbow style.
Yep.
Yeah, LeVar Burton's great.
He's great.
So moving on, next thing, For Honor. Okay, so this is like, I obviously added in the For Honor thing later, because then I say, what is this game? This story stuff seems crazy. Oh, yes, crazy. For Honor dude is back, and he is as creepy as ever. He's amazing. I love him so much. Having an insane story conceit for why you have samurai, Vikings, and knights fighting each other with a single-player campaign does a lot to raise my interest in this game. February 14th, 2017. Oh, that's the same day as Persona 5.
So who cares?
Yeah. But, like, yeah, their For Honor demo, it's like they had a single-player like cinematic trailer thing, and then a small demo from a single player level, where like last year when they showed it off, it seemed like it was a multiplayer only thing, and the single player stuff seemed fun. They had the crazy Alan Moore looking For Honor dude on stage, and he was fucking crazy. I was very happy.
Early 2017 has gotten very crowded very fast, and I feel bad for all those games because none of them are Persona 5.
Yeah, that's true. And also just like straight up, like For Honor does look like a really cool game. Like, it looks very different with sort of the very careful parry-based melee combat stuff. Looks fun.
Is the Alan Moore dude in the game as your tutorial?
He should be, because he has a fucking amazing voice. Like, he has the perfect voice for this kind of thing.
Because I'm just imagining Deckard Cain.
Yeah, sure. That's a good that's a good comparison point. Okay, moving on. Next thing, Grow Up. The Grow Home sequel looks like a larger, more fleshed out Grow Home. That's exactly what I wanted from that game. Nice to see them get a chance to fully realize the potential of Grow Home. That's straight up. That's just like, they just showed a trailer that it looks cool. I liked Grow Home. Then next up, this one was really weird. Trials of the Blood Dragon. Oh boy, Ubisoft's press conferences are always completely nuts. I don't even know what's happening anymore. That trailer was really well made. Out now. So, Trials of the Blood Dragon is the Blood Dragon DLC kind of thing from Far Cry 3, which was like crazy sci-fi 80s action movie send-up thing with like Michael Biehn playing the main character and everything. And then Trials is the motorcycle game, and they had the most bizarre way to announce this game, where they had like one of the guys from the Blood Dragon team and then one of the guys from the Trials team come out as if it was the opening to like a wrestling match. And they were like, and then they both got up on stage, and then they were making jokes, and the fucking Trials dude made a really funny joke where he said, like, I forget what his name was. He said, like, I am da-da-da-da-da, and I am the president of Finland. And then it's like, because they're a Finnish developer, and he nailed the joke. And then they showed this crazy fucking trailer that looked like a commercial for a 90s toy, and then like intercut with Trials stuff. I didn't know what was happening.
I gotta admit, I kind of want to play this.
Like, I have no idea if the game is any good, but the people should watch the trailer because the trailer is insanely well produced.
Yeah, I've never played a Trials game. I've kind of wanted to try. This sounds fun.
Yeah, sure. Like, if it's probably fun. Like, I played a lot of Trials Evolution, and that was a good game. So, moving on, Assassin's Creed movie. Movie producer Frank Marshall on the couch. He is not LeVar Burton. Behind the scenes package, a lot of chatter that means basically nothing.
I should have guessed they would have gotten Frank Marshall, because they probably were never going to get Michael Fassbender, but Frank Marshall will go anywhere. So
yeah, it seemed like he had a passing knowledge of what Assassin's Creed was when he was talking with Aisha Tyler, and then they showed what was, like, if you think the, like, behind the scenes things they sometimes show at, like, Regal movie theaters before movies that are just, like, the most, like, inane, meaningless stuff. If you think that stuff is inane and meaningless, the behind-the-scenes thing they cut together for the fucking Ubisoft press conference for this movie, it was like they had Michael Fassbender, that seemed like they pulled him aside when he was about to go on lunch, and then they had the director, and it was like, they both seemed like they were just not really interested in what they were talking about, because it's like, it just seemed like they said, they just cut together, like, my movie's going to have action scenes in them, and they're going to be good, is basically what it was. Like, that's the extent of what you learned. It was fucking dumb. It was really bad showing for that movie. Like, it was, like, the worst, like, excess of E3 to, like, do the multimedia stuff. And this is kind of, like, the only press conference that did any of it. And I get why the Assassin's Creed movie thing was there. But, like, they should have done something better for it, because it just made that movie look cheap.
Yeah.
Moving on, Watch Dogs 2... Oh no, DedSec hacked the press conference. Watch Dogs guy is giving the demo again, and C still has his overly dramatic cadence. The way this game perhaps accidentally uses some of the toxic language of the Latter-day Sanders campaign is kind of weird, where that's like straight up, and like then I don't want to get like overly political, like whatever, but like there is a like segment of the Latter-day Sanders supporters of like the really toxic like 16 and 17-year-olds on the internet, like they just use the exact same language those motherfuckers use when they like fucking
revolution.
Yeah, like revolution, establishment politics, like that kind of stuff. Like it is the worst shit. Like this Watch Dogs 2 demo like really pissed me off with the way they're positioning their like pseudo edgy hacker bullshit. Okay, after how bad Watch Dogs 1 was, talking about the sequel in the exact same way they did the original is a really bad move. I don't know, some of this stuff in terms of the tone seemed pretty lame. Jim Ryan from Sony is on the stage. Watch Dogs movie? Sony gets DLC early, I guess. They like straight up said like, we kind of want to make a Watch Dogs movie at the end of it. It's like, you probably shouldn't.
No.
Yeah, like I did not like. Did you watch the Watch Dogs 2 like demo stuff at all?
I don't care.
I did like. I thought the tone of it was really bad. Like it just felt like they did not understand the kind of culture they were trying to tap into at all. Like yeah. I feel a lot more negative about that game coming out of their press conference than I did going into it because I was somewhat optimistic about it, I guess. Okay, then. The last thing, big conference-ending new game is some extreme sports open world thing? Steep, which that's the title. What is with all the people as they scream and probably die as they crash on this mountain? This game is fucking terrifying. Why do they keep showing people's crash and scream? What is this? So, to clarify that for people who didn't watch, what Steep seemed to be, and a lot of the buzz out of like the people who have seen it that I've seen so far that is fairly negative about it, is it's like some sort of like extreme sports, like snowboarding, hang gliding, like wingsuit thing that's like pseudo open world and like multiplayer. They all showed it on like some snowy mountain, like people snowboarding, skiing down the mountain and stuff. And I was kind of like whatever, I wasn't that into it. But then they like got to this point like halfway through the gameplay demo where like one of the guys in the background of the video that was also snowboarding but wasn't like the focus just like hit a tree and just went and like had like this really intense death scream and it's like it just flopped on the ground and was clearly dead And then, like, I was just like, that's a weird thing that just happened that they didn't address at all. Because they keep on talking about it like it's the majesty of nature in the open mountains and all this stuff. And, like, the adrenaline rush of these extreme sports. It's like, that man just broke his legs and fucking died. Like, what? And then they got to this part where they started showing off their, like, pause and rewind features. And it's like, they looked really robust and interesting. It was just very weird that the moment they chose to do that was when the person was skiing and went off this jump, and in the background, another person was going off the same jump, and their person lands it perfectly. Then the person in the background lands at an odd angle, probably broke their legs, and goes, ah! and dies. And so then they rewind and show it like 4 times at different angles. Again, with the person they're playing is in the center of the frame, but you could always see and hear the other dude in the background just fucking die.
If that's the actual tone of this game, and it's like all tongue-in-cheek, just people dying everywhere, I will play the shit out of this.
Yeah, well, guess what, Jonathan? It got even weirder, because then it got into this like really quick montage section of the trailer where they showed... Like, it was just, like, really fast-paced, and you saw a couple of other people just, like, hit a tree and go, ugh! You know, it was just, like, again, I cannot stress how, like, horrifying the death screams in this game are. And then, but then there was this one section of the trailer where there was a guy in a really kind of creepy-looking Yeti, full, like, Yeti costume thing snowboarding, and it was, like, a sort of, like... kind of like reverse angle that like steady cam on him centered on his face. It's just like snowboarding down this mountain. And like while it's doing that, like he's like there's these weird Yeti noises like playing. And then it cuts to a dude in a clown costume and from the same angle. But then in the background, it's just going and like this crazy fucking like Junkrat from Overwatch laughter. And then it cuts to a dude parachuting and hitting the side of a fucking building and going, ah! Like, it was fucking horrifying. It was the scariest game they showed at E3, but they didn't address any of it. It was so fucking weird. It was a really bizarre demo.
All right, then.
So that was Ubisoft.
Yay.
Wildlands looks cool.
Honestly, I think they had a lot of kind of interesting stuff.
They do. They had a long show, so the press conference was kind of boring because they spent too much time on kind of everything. But at least like a lot of their games did look pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sony, I'm so excited to talk about Sony. We got to get to Sony.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
Sony, last press conference of the day, press conference of E3. Do we want to do like with Microsoft, kind of like talk about it a little bit at the top?
Yeah, let's do that. I thought Sony just had an incredible conference.
Yeah.
I didn't love every game they showed. There was one in particular that fell very flat for me. But even the ones that I wasn't interested in, I thought they presented in such a good way. There was really only, and again, this is the one that fell flat for me, one demo that ran long. Otherwise, I thought everything was the right length. Even the ones that they let run long, I thought it was totally justified. Like, that God of War thing was like a good 15 minutes or something. But no one wanted it to end. You could just feel the energy in the room. I think the orchestra helped so much. I just thought they were dropping big things left and right. Nothing quite on the level of like Shenmue 3 is getting kickstarted or something like that. But they had, Kojima walking out like a god, like he was Zool from Ghostbusters coming down
from a light bridge.
I know.
Yeah.
Just everything, they were so confident. It was so fun. It was just sharp and tight and to the point. I'm excited for so many Sony games. And I think it brought home what they needed to bring home, which is that the reason the PS4 is doing well is because it's got this constant stream of really good games, both multi-platform, and they're better on PS4 than they are elsewhere, but also like their first-party stuff just has this confident identity to it, and their big swings, sometimes they miss, but they're big swings, and that's cool. So, I think they're hammering that home in a way that makes me very excited to be a PlayStation owner. And this was without mention, even, of some of their biggest things coming out. Like Persona 5 just got a little thing at the end. Gravity Rush 2, little thing at the end. And a lot of other stuff went unsaid. And they didn't really need to say it because, they got the core stuff out. And everything else, they know you're already on board. So, great conference.
Yeah, and I just think for me, it was the whole presentational style of the conference that, E3 press conferences aren't done like that. Like, press conferences in general aren't done like that. And they ran it like it is what, like, these conferences actually are now, which is this, like, consumer-facing sort of, like, entertainment thing, Like, it's there to position your company and to sort of like put your company's message out there for like what is Sony in 2016. It's definitely that still for sure. But like part of what that means is also putting on like this slick, stylish presentation. And like, you know, Sony had like a smooth like 60, 70 minute the presentation that's like they only focused on kind of the big stuff. And like there was no part of their conference that like there's like, I agree with you, and I think we're both talking about the game that they showed at the very end, like that gameplay demo ran on too long, and that's kind of the one thing, like the part that felt like a little bit flabby. But other than that, it was like their conference was so slick that like no other conferences like that. Every other conference was too long in some regards.
Yes.
And because I watched all of them, so I feel like I can say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, even how they handled VR, I was so impressed with, because I expected to get just like a solid hour of VR bullshit.
Yeah.
And instead it was quick to the point. They showed a couple of little things that were very exciting on the VR front, but they in no way made it overbearing. They didn't, you know, go into all the features like, you can put the headset on and do blah, 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 blah. They just kind of showed that it's part of the overall PlayStation family. I didn't feel like they were pressuring you by saying, you've got to be into VR or you're left behind. They just said, if you like VR, this is the best way to do it. Here's why. Here's some stuff we've got. And if you don't really care about VR, you could sit there and be entertained by it all, but not feel like this is the future of the console I own.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And like another aspect of their presentation that was really interesting and different is that like they just didn't have people out there talking about stuff very much. Like there were like 2 or 3 sections.
We got halfway through and I'm wondering, are we going to see Andrew House?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just like it was mostly a reel of like gameplay trailers and gameplay demos. That's like that worked really well because you don't need someone out here saying like we're going to deliver the true 4K experience with HDR lighting and blah, 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 blah. Like you don't need to give all the meaningless buzzwords and call like your game epic 500 times. You don't need to do that. You just need to show us the God of War demo, and that's it. And like there's something about letting a lot of the mystery of the demo just be the mystery of the demo and not trying to explain everything. They're like, we're taking Kratos on his greatest new adventure in his epic journey to the Norwegian Mythlands with his son Gary, or like you know, you don't need to do.
I hope his name is Gary. That'd be great.
Like you just show this kick-ass God of War demo, and that explains itself. So
let's start there.
Let's get into it. My first note: full-on orchestra opening, because the way the conference opened was they're in a different theater now, and so it's like they are in a fucking theater, and there's a stage with curtains, like a stage play kind of stage with curtains on it, and then in front of it there's just a straight up fucking orchestra, and they were, before anything was announced, before anybody came out, they were just playing what you would later learn was the God of War music from this new God of War game.
They did an overture.
Yeah, like they did an overture. Like they were like in like a lot of the way that they did this whole conference was like they were putting on a stage play, honestly, which is cool.
Yeah, and they had fucking Bear McCreary came out and was conducting, and he is the composer for God of War, which is the direct connection. But he's the composer for fucking everything. Like, he does all this TV and movies and games. He's a phenomenal composer, cool guy. And it was just so cool to see him out there having so much fun. And throughout, it added so much. Like, there was a string of trailers they did after God of War where I'm just, like, getting emotional over games I've never even heard of because the music is just so good. Yeah, and, like, in the fact that, like, not... Obviously, there was some trailers, like the Final Fantasy 15 one, that was not orchestrated because, like, they had a specific song that was, like, that techno, like, because they're dubstep stuff. But like, dubstep chocobo.
Yeah, but a lot of the trailers had like it was not just the God of War thing. A lot of the trailers were live orchestrated, which is fucking crazy, but super awesome. Yeah, like, it really added something to it in a lot of different ways.
Absolutely.
So then moving on, God of War 4, just called God of War, slow paced.
For now, I assume it'll be retitled.
I think they could just call it God of War. I'm fine with that. I mean,
I'm done with. Stop it.
For some reason, I am fine with that one. There's something about that, as someone who's played the 3 God of War games that matter, I am fine with them just calling this one God of War.
Okay.
Just called God of War. You haven't played a God of War game, you don't get to talk.
Wait, why can't I talk?
Because you don't. Because I get to have an opinion on whether it should be called God of War 4 or God of War.
Oh, I thought you meant about the game.
No, you can talk about the game. You just can shut up about the title thing until you play a God of War game.
Okay,
that's how it works. Slow paced. Story-focused demo. Kratos? As sympathetic dad teaching kid to hunt? That's a really interesting direction. Really fascinated to see what the rest of that game looks like. Turning God of War into some sort of like anthology series is what kind of needed to happen, and carrying a better sense of pace and narrative is a really good move. And I think it's like important to note here, like I'm still going to probably do the notes thing throughout this, but my notes are really brief on a lot of the Sony stuff because their conference was so tight. I just felt like I didn't need to.
Yeah.
I didn't have like all the downtime to just take notes. I was just watching the God of War demo. I wasn't writing about it in the way that like the last half of the Ghost Recon one, I was just writing my notes down because I was interested in like thinking about it, not like necessarily watching it anymore.
That God of War demo blew me away.
Amazing, just amazing.
Amazing. It was such a mic drop of an opening.
Yeah.
In every way. I love that they didn't, it took you a couple minutes to realize it was God of War. It was kind of until Kratos came in. It looked to me like, what I tweeted was, this looks like God of War made by Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
It looks like the Last of Us or Uncharted version of God of War. It feels like Sony is building an identity around those things that I really love.
Yeah.
And it's just, like, you never need to have played a second of God of War to get why this was special. You have Kratos with his son. This relationship builds over the course of that demo that is kind of fascinating and touching.
Yeah.
It's got those big moments that are recognizably God of War, but they're tinged by this sort of emotion and atmosphere that is so different. It made me want to play that game immediately. It did make me also want to go back and play the first three, because I do want to do that at some point. And I wish they would get 1 and 2 out on PS4.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be helpful, because I have my PS3. I don't necessarily want to drag it out for that, but whatever. Yeah. But yeah, that was confident. That feels like their next Uncharted 4, just in terms of something that was previously a hit on the PS3. By no means a small thing, but could become so much bigger with this big stage of the PS4.
Yeah, and it is like when we talked about Gears of War 4, it is like this felt like it is still God of War, but it's different, it's transformed, but there's still something about it that like feels identifiably God of War, like in the artistic style, obviously in Kratos and all that stuff. But like, and then earlier today, I read a blog post on the Sony blog by Cory Barlog, who is the lead designer for the game. He was the lead designer on God of War 2, which was one of the very good God of War games. Like, God of War 3 is a good one, but like had some issues. Cory Barlog did a great job on God of War 2, because he also had to make that game really fast. But his sort of blog post, one, confirmed for something that I was not 100% sure of, which is whether or not this was actually Kratos.
I was wondering that
and
too.
it is actually Kratos, which is like I was sort of like really not confused in a bad way, but like intrigued by the mystery of like, because Kratos is technically a demigod, like he reaches that point at some point in the God of War games. So it's like he can conceivably be immortal in terms of never having to age. So it's like he could be here in Norse mythology land, and that's fine. Or you could have him be just like another guy that's like in the way that like Link is in all the Legend of Zelda games, but it's not the same Link. It could be another guy who's basically Kratos. But like he did confirm, it is Kratos. He's in a new setting, and they're like intentionally trying to just tackle the game in a very different way in terms of like a lot of the combat feels or looked a little like Dark Souls inspired, and that it wasn't like square, triangle to do a combo. It looked more like you get in, you do a couple of hits, you back out when he was fighting that troll, and you sort of like find your spot to move in and get your hits and try to dodge. And that looked fun and interesting. And it really was about him, like Cory Barlog sort of like expounded on his desires to sort of take a lot of his experiences that he has, like having become a father between making this game and having made God of War 2, and thinking about what is Kratos in that role, because Kratos does have a backstory in God of War 1 of like what happened that made him want to kill Ares, is that he was basically tricked by Ares into killing his wife and daughter, which is like, it's like super like hyper Greek myth is what all of God of War 1 and 2 was, in a way that I really appreciated. But like they never really got into the concept of Kratos actually being a father, because they never got into the concept of like Hercules being a father when he fucking killed his wife and children. So like whatever. So, but like Kratos in this, the idea of that character in a different setting with the slow narrative build up, and like him having to deal with his anger issues, having to deal with not living in the world he used to live in, and having this attachment with this kid who I'm also very curious whether or not that kid is actually his son, like his biological son, or if it's like an adoptive son kind of situation.
Right, I was thinking that too.
Yeah, but that whole scenario with like using Norse mythology is a really good idea, and just that fucking scene where the kid at the end of the demo shoots the deer with the bow and then has to like stab it with the knife, and they just go like full Saving Private Ryan style, Like, it's not like a stab. It's like the knife just slowly goes into the deer as Kratos helps him. And, like, that being, like, a sort of... I think for the audience is supposed to be a kind of a conflicted moment of, like, this is a bonding moment, and it's also, like, you're bonding over killing this animal. Like, this, like, I feel like... And the music in particular helped make that moment sort of breathe and allow it to be sort of conflicted emotionally. I thought, like... That was amazing for a fucking God of War game to do that, which again, I really like God of War 1 and 2 a lot, but the idea of them transitioning so heavily away from the hyper-Greek mythology, like hyper-Greek story style, and into something a lot more naturalistic, that seems fucking amazing to me.
It's incredible. It really does feel like we've had a couple years in a row where Sony has had one major first-party exclusive that just comes in, drops the mic, and leaves.
Yeah.
And this was that. You know, if you compare this to like the Uncharted 4 demo from last year, this is every bit as good and probably even more surprising because we knew Uncharted that they could do great action sequences. Yeah. We did not know the God of War people could do that knife moment.
Yeah, because also like the God of War has not had like the more stable design team in the way that Uncharted did, where it's like God of War 1, 2, and 3 are all headed by completely different people. Like it's like one of the reasons why a lot of those games feel very different. And so it is cool to see the dude from God of War 2 come back to lead this game, and it's also just cool to see it being pushed in such a different direction when you do. Where it does feel a lot more like Uncharted 4 compared to the older Uncharted games, as opposed to like what it looks like Gears of War 4 is doing, you know. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to do, is for it to feel new, even if it is Kratos.
Disappointed that neither Gears of War nor God of War are called Gears of 4 or God of 4.
Yeah. Well, technically, both Gears of War 4 and God of War 4 are not actually the fourth game in their entry.
Yeah,
so, yeah. But we don't talk about Gears of War Judgment. We do not talk about God of War Ascension.
No.
It doesn't happen. Okay, moving on. The next thing they showed was a trailer for Days Gone, which is the new game from Sony Bend.
Which was much better than the demo for Days Gone.
Yeah. Like, I didn't have as much of a problem with the demo as a lot of people. I don't think it was a good one. So but I guess I feel like the demo, or not, the trailer was really interesting to me. And, like, I liked the emotional story they're sort of selling there. And it's like, I think the big problem with the demo is that, like, none of the story part was in the demo at all. Whereas, like, to me, what I'm interested in is this idea of like this biker dude in the post-apocalypse. Like, that seems interesting, and it's like that trailer worked.
Should we talk about the demo and the trailer together?
Sure, yeah,
now?
let's just talk about it. Yeah, so they ended the press conference with the big Days Gone gameplay demo.
So here's my thing.
Yeah.
I watched that trailer, and I think primarily just the music was really good that Bear McCreary was playing. Then I thought, and it was well written, and I thought, that looks cool. It basically looks like a riff on what The Last of Us did, so I'm curious what it sells it. And so I was thinking, that's a really good story trailer. And just like, really not even a trailer, a teaser.
Yeah.
And then, what is the gameplay? What's the gameplay loop on this thing? That's what would kind of I need to know to see if this is something interesting. And I thought that demo was such a boring slog because it's technically impressive. The number of zombies on screen, never seen anything quite like that in a game. That's cool. But what are you doing? You just have your fucking assault rifle and you're shooting and shooting and shooting. It's the same thing for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If that's the actual game, that looks like the most boring game I've ever seen.
Well, I just feel like it was a bad gameplay demo, like compared to it being like looking like a bad game to me, which is why I feel like I did not come out of that gameplay demo feeling that negative. It's just like, it was definitely a bad demo, but I also feel like everything that dude was doing in the demo did not feel like the stuff you had been doing in that game. Like, it would have made no sense to stop every now and then and shoot that wave of zombies with your assault rifle. You just get away from the wave of zombies, and it felt like they're trying to make the demo more actiony, you know, than like it seemed like the game was actually supposed to be.
But it's just, I kept thinking it's going to end now, right?
Yeah.
No, he's shooting them again. That didn't. Why is he not just running? Okay, he's running. It's going to fade. No, he's got to shoot him again. Okay, he's on the roof now. Okay, what's going on? But no, I get what you're saying. The game could go either way. That was not a good way to introduce. Like, honestly, they probably should have just left it at the teaser because that was a good teaser. And
because it also, like, because it had some classic demo stuff of, like, it seemed like the dude just had infinite ammo turned on. Yeah. It seemed like the zombies very specifically did not attack him, where it looked like that's probably a demo thing because they didn't want to die during the demo. Like, it just seemed like a bad gameplay demo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I'm curious about Days Gone. It's like, I feel like that's one that's just, like, the jury's not out on that yet by any means. Then moving on past that, The Last Guardian showed a new trailer, and the date, which is the important part, October 25th, 2016.
I can't wait.
Yeah, that was another one where the orchestra.
Oh my god,
pretty big
I
impact.
I teared up on that, and it
Yeah.
wasn't just the orchestra. The visuals are gorgeous.
Yeah.
I think this game, it's either going to be an all timer or it's going to be a miss. I don't know if there's an in between for this one. I am so excited for this. It's so nice that it's finally coming out. If you look at the history. What's interesting to me is that the development history isn't necessarily that the development was troubled. It's that what they wanted to do was too ambitious for the PS3.
Yeah.
They got a build that was pretty much done, but it wasn't good enough. So what they did is, like, the people who... What's the name of the designer on this?
Eco Studio?
Yeah, Eco Studio. They really haven't even been involved for a couple of years. What it was is... They handed it off, and a team of designers, including Mark Cerny and Shuhei Yoshida, were just working on converting the code to the PS4, and that's what we're getting. And that sounds great because it realizes what the game was, and so I love that backstory. But the game looks like it has such a strong emotional center. I kind of love the little made-up language they have going through it.
Yeah.
It basically looks like an indie game like Journey or something made on this giant AAA scale.
Yeah.
This could be something really special, and I both understand and I'm a little frustrated by the fact we didn't see more of it. But I think ultimately just doing
I think they just want to get the game out. It felt like they had the trailer specifically because they just wanted to get the date out there.
Well, and I think it's probably the right choice because I think this game has a built-in audience. I think it's going to do well. And having the date and just having this little evocative teaser, I think they want to save the gameplay for the game.
Yeah, it seems like the kind of game that you wouldn't want to show too much of it from because it seems like it is so much about experiencing the story and the relationship between the boy and the cat dragon thingy.
But I mean, as soon as it had that date, I went and pre-ordered it on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the game. And I'm excited about it and intensely curious about it as well.
Yes.
Partially because of its storied development history, but then also just it looks like nothing else, you know?
Yes.
So, yeah, Last Guardian, super positive on
I
that.
just love that Sony it's their third thing of the night. They can just kind of throw that out there, and for anyone else, that would be the centerpiece. I mean, it's incredible, but let's move on.
So the next was the Horizon Zero Dawn gameplay demo. Some notes I have here. Dialogue wheel. Man, this demo is just straight up showing someone playing the game. They have the map out, inventory, everything. Oh shit, she's riding that Robo-Elk. This game looks amazing.
God damn, it looks amazing.
That gameplay demo is so good. It's one of the best gameplay demos I think I've ever seen from E3.
They just picked the right moment to do where it's not completely scripted and formulaic, but it shows enough different things about the game. So you get a feel for the map and the equipment and the dialogue wheel. And again, we had this conversation last week about open world fatigue.
Yeah.
And yet there were several games at E3, Sony in particular, where I didn't feel that fatigue because the open world stuff feels like it's being done in a different and passionate way.
Yeah.
And this was one of those where I can't wait to explore that open world. I can't wait to play as that protagonist who seems... one, having a female archer protagonist in a game like this is on its own unique and cool.
Yeah.
But she just had a personality and sense of visual style and everything that was so neat right from the bat. It doesn't look like any third-person open-world game I've played before. The Robo-Dinosaur stuff is so neat.
Yeah.
And just by the end of it... and it had a couple of those lines in the demo where I felt like there was a little too much on the nose of I have to shoot it right here. But other than that, I just was completely invested. It looked absolutely gorgeous. And this was one where the stream was pretty bad at that moment, and it didn't matter. The visual
art style is just so great.
Yeah, it's just it's stunning.
Their design of all the robot creatures in the world is just incredible to me. I love all the dinosaur stuff. I love the Robo-Elk stuff. But in particular, it is those giant sort of giraffe-looking creatures with the huge flat heads. Those are just I feel like that looks like something you would see on the cover to a Isaac Asimov novel that the cover was drawn in the 50s, you know?
Yes.
It's got that classic sci-fi design, but brought to life, you know, or an old school 50s sci-fi comic book. It's got that kind of feel to it. And just, it's so, the art design has such a holistic feel to it. It's so consistent. It's so strong. It's so confident. And then the gameplay just looks really interesting as well. Just the way she had to sort of dodge around this giant dinosaur robot creature and sort of slowly weaken it before she can kind of trap it and force the power core thing to pop out, and the way that she had to sort of jump out and grab this elk and sort of subdue it and fiddle with it so it was nice to her so she could ride it. All that stuff seems so interesting from a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, this is a case where this is what E3 should be for. This is the logic to Sony's method, is I feel a lot of people probably went into that demo not even knowing what that game was, and everyone who came out of it is ready to pre-order that game and play it.
Yeah.
Everyone. It's just like, I didn't hear a single thing that was less than enthusiastic.
Yeah, it's all, and like what's the other thing that's great about it is just that it doesn't look like anything else. You know,
Yes.
it's not just another third-person shooter. It looks like a different kind of game.
This is Guerrilla Games, right?
Yes, it is the people who make Killzone. So,
And it's clearly the Killzone people are very talented, and we're stuck in this genre there was no room for.
It felt like they were confined, and this is a theme from another person who came out on the stage later. It feels like some of these developers have maybe been confined to these franchises and stuff for so long that it's like inhibited them, because it does feel like this game, coming from the Killzone guys, just feels like they were like, we have just wanted to get out of Killzone for so long and just make something beautiful and different.
It feels like when you get your dog to like a big open area and you just let it run, and it just runs and has fun. That's what this looks like.
Yeah. So yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn continues to be the most exciting game at E3, 2 years running for me, for sure. So then moving on to the next thing they showed, Detroit Become Human. This is the next David Cage game. Android detective thing. Detective angle could be cool. Interesting way to demo this kind of game. That's what I wrote.
It looked way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, this was by far the most like the best demo or trailer for a David Cage game I've ever seen. That like also like I feel like I have my like some pretty deep issues with the storytelling in Heavy Rain, which is the only David Cage game I've played all the way through. And so like I'm highly skeptical of his sort of work in terms of like, I think the stuff he does with like choice and the way he presents how you do that in games is interesting, because I think that he does that a lot better than Telltale does, which is his main computer. But I don't think he just tells stories very well. But then they showed it as this like Blade Runner detective thing, but you're playing as the Android man, and it's like, I'm a huge sucker for detective stuff, so it's like, but and it's the way like, they did the trailer and showing all the ways it could play out was really smart.
Yeah, and I thought the writing was actually very good in this.
Yeah.
The visual style was great, and where it hooked me was, okay, you get through that first run, and the girl and the hostage guy die.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, what's this? And I thought that was going to be like the kickoff for the game. No, instead, you rewind, and now there's all these other options, and it's like, I haven't seen that done in this way before. That's really interesting. And I do think I want David Cage to get his shit together. Like,
yeah, because like, it feels like he's always so close, and yet the place where he fails means the game feels like it fails.
Because I played Beyond Two Souls. I didn't play Heavy Rain. And Beyond Two Souls has some moments and scenes in it that are just completely unforgettable.
Yeah, Heavy Rain is the exact same way.
The part where Jodie, the character in that, is homeless and living on the streets and all that, I think everyone has heard of that sequence.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And ultimately, there was enough tepid stuff that it kind of turned me off the game. But I'd even be interested in, now that it's on PS4, maybe going back and trying it again if it was ever on sale or something.
Right.
And Detroit, unless it like gets eviscerated in reviews or something, I will totally give this a chance. This looks good.
Yeah, definitely. So, like, again, like I can't believe I'm saying that about this game. Like, I was so skeptical about another David Cage game, and then like, they dropped this one trailer, and it's a really smartly edited trailer, and it has some detective stuff and a robot guy. Like, okay, fuck it, fine, I'll be interested in it. God damn it, David Cage. You've done it again.
It's another case of we talked about this with Uncharted 4 and Indy 5.
Yeah.
Where I feel like a video game is rendering a years later sequel irrelevant because they're
with the Blade Runner 2.
They're doing Blade Runner 2, and granted, there's a lot of really talented people working on Blade Runner 2, so I'm excited for it for that. But then I saw this, and I'm like, this is more interesting to me because it's Blade Runner-esque, but it's new and different.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so moving on, this is where the VR stuff happens. So, like, straight up, like, PSVR is October 13th for $400, and they say they have over 50 games. Then, like, the first thing they showed was what they didn't say what it was at first, but it ultimately ended up being Resident Evil 7 with the best title treatment.
Yes, that's what I said too.
Anything ever.
Yes.
Like, so yeah, let's just like talk about that before we even fucking talk about the game. It's just fully playable in PSVR, whatever, but it's also playable like normally. It's just like a teaser trailer kind of thing. It's like it's a gameplay demo, and they kind of position it as this like related to this PSVR demo I had heard about like a year or two ago, which was called this kitchen demo. And so it's like, but nobody knew that had anything to do with Resident Evil. And so then, like, watching this, I'm like, oh, this looks really interesting. And it's like, in the back of my mind, like, what's that kitchen thing? Wasn't that made by Capcom? And I'm like, oh. And then the title comes up, and it's Resident Evil, But then they have the Roman numeral 7, which is VII, be the V, the I, and the I part of the capital L in Evil, Resident Evil, with the subtitle Biohazard. It's like, that's an unbelievable title treatment. That's amazing. What a convoluted fucking Roman numeral to actually incorporate naturally into your fucking title. How does that even happen?
It's you and I think so alike on this, because that was the first thing I tweeted was that was the title treatment of E3 right there.
So it's just it's such a stupid thing to get excited about, but it was
that's what this all is.
It's legitimately was so skillfully done. Hats off to whoever fucking had that idea, because it's fucking really great.
It's all E3 is all this pomp and circumstance stuff. If you can do it well, you just steal the show, and that was a great moment and a good trailer.
Yeah. It looks like it's one. I'm really happy that they're taking a very different direction with Resident Evil. This looks like it is very clearly PT inspired.
Yes.
Horror games from now on are going to be heavily PT inspired. So one of the reasons why it's so fucked up that Konami makes it so hard to actually play PT, because it's historically and culturally significant. But it was first person. It was this guy in this house sort of exploring around, finding this stuff. They also released a demo on PSN as well, if you have PS Plus. I played a little bit of it.
I couldn't find it.
It was hard to find. I think it's easier to find now because they surfaced it a little bit higher up on the PlayStation Store.
Even today, I looked on my computer, and
it's hard to find in the computer interface. If you go onto the PS4, it's easier to find there.
Okay,
because it's just surfaced on one of the panels in Spotlight or whatever however they label it. I didn't play the whole thing because I'm not personally that interested in that kind of horror game. It's not my thing, because I'm not into that more jump scary kind of horror. But it seemed well made. It seemed interesting. And I'm just happy that they're doing something different with Resident Evil, because I was not particularly enamored with Resident Evil 5. I did not even play Resident Evil 6 because the reviews for that were so bad. But I love Resident Evil 4, and I really like the Resident Evil 1 remake. So
it feels like Resident Evil has not evolved since Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, it definitely has not.
And this feels like, okay, they're doing something different.
Yeah.
Whether or not it works, we'll see, but the mere fact they're trying is so exciting.
Yeah, and an awesome way to reveal that game with an amazing title treatment, and then also having it be attached to the PSVR thing in some way, which also is I feel man, virtual reality horror games are just going to kill some people. That's just going to happen, right? That has to.
Oh, if PT was VR, it would kill people.
Yeah. That is the one thing that's I do not know what kind of insane maniac you would have to be to play a jump scare style horror game in VR. That just seems that would be wholly unpleasant. It's just not even you've gotten so far away from what makes the horror genre entertaining, and just gone so far into what makes it very stressful. I don't know why you would do that, but hey, some people are into that shit.
You're so right about the PT thing. It was a theme in a couple moments of Sony's conference.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to do a topic at one point trying to reckon with. PT is the most influential game that isn't a game.
Yeah, this is just a playable teaser and is made was rendered unplayable by the masses by Konami. Really fucked.
Yeah,
that whole scenario.
But it's going to influence a whole generation.
Yeah, horror games going forward are definitely all influenced by PT.
I mean, of the two games Hideo Kojima has made on this generation, it is the better of the two.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that is 100% on point. So moving on, still on their VR stuff, Farpoint, VR, sort of first-person shooter, sci-fi looking game. I thought that is the one VR game I have seen that looks like it is an actual video game. Which is, I have looked at a lot of videos of VR games. This was the one that I'm that could just be a video game. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no thoughts on?
Not really. It didn't make much of an impact on me.
I guess you have not seen as much VR stuff as I have. This is
no.
Man, does that look just head and shoulders so much better than the rest of the shit that has been shuffled on.
I thought we'd get through the VR stuff and then I'd give a thought, but yeah.
More. Okay, so the next up, Star Wars Battlefront X-Wing VR mission.
Cool.
It is exactly what its title is.
Yes.
Then Batman Arkham VR from Rocksteady coming October exclusively on the PSVR. #Wear the Cowl.
So, I have a question about this one.
Yeah, me too. I have lots of questions about this one.
Is that a Mark Hamill line from one of the other Arkham games? It has to be, right?
All the whole thing, the spiel in the trailer. I imagine so.
I just don't remember where it's from, but I
don't know. Yeah.
I can't imagine they got Mark Hamill to do a whole monologue for this trailer.
Yeah, like I'm not 100% sure. Like I kind of assume it is from.
I feel like I remember it from Arkham City or something, but maybe not. I don't know, or it's maybe deleted dialogue, or they did, and it's like really Joker centric. But
yeah, who knows? Like because they did not show anything of Arkham VR, whereas like they showed like a brief clip of the Battlefront X-Wing VR mission. So, like, I have no idea what Batman Arkham VR is at all.
There were more, like, gameplay reports, and it sounds like it's kind of a little detective first-person thing.
That sounds about right.
I mean, it sounds like
it sounds like the Batman VR experience to me.
It'll be like a 20-minute thing.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, we're at this point with VR where it's a lot of amusement park stuff.
Yes,
it sounds like something I would have a lot of fun with if I went to Universal Studios and got to do it that way. Mm-hmm. I don't really care about doing it in my living room. But I will say, I think PSVR, they're positioning it perfectly, which is that this first round is going to be for enthusiasts.
Yeah.
It's at the price point where enthusiasts of really any income level can make that entry point.
Yeah.
It'll have some really good support at the start. You know, you'll have things like Resident Evil 7 and these little VR things, and it sounds like they're going to support a lot of other things just on the PS4 itself with it, which is good.
Yeah.
And then if that takes off, they're in a good position for broadening it later. I think they're making the right moves with this one, where it's not going to impact the PS4 negatively. It can really only be a net positive if it goes well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there was one more VR thing, which was the Final Fantasy 15
right.
VR experience, which, as I said here, looks like a weird shooty thing. Play as Prompto. But they ended the whole thing with as if people know who that character was.
We're forgetting that we got a Final Fantasy 15 teaser that was Chocobo-centric.
Yes. Yeah.
And it had Chocobo dubstep. I loved it. That was great.
Yeah, it was a very stylish Final Fantasy 15 trailer that was then followed up with a completely incomprehensible Final Fantasy 15 VR thing.
As it probably should be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the overall, I thought their VR stuff, I mean, I thought was really strong entirely on the merits of Resident Evil 7 being a VR thing and that Farpoint game being a VR thing, because those both looked like games, you know.
Yes.
And like there are a lot of VR experiences like this Battlefront thing and like the Arkham thing that are out there, and it's as someone like sort of curious about the VR thing and in a position where if I really pushed for it, I could get a PSVR. Like I'm not all like going all in on it or anything, but it's like if I really wanted to, I could. Like, not only having a lot of these sort of like VR experiences just is not a very compelling thing, okay. But like having the couple of games that look like actual video games is a little bit more compelling. I'm
gonna pitch something to you.
Okay.
All right. Persona 5 comes out.
Yes,
February 14th.
Yes,
they have an add-on for the PS4 version.
Okay, yeah.
That's like a 30-minute little thing where you can be in the Velvet Room in VR and you can explore it and play with Igor in VR. Do you buy a PSVR for that?
Is Chie there?
Sure.
Okay, yes. No, if a VR Chie is there...
You can
if I can eat virtual steak with virtual Chie, I am there. Like, my life is over.
Here's my thought. They have different characters from Persona 3, 4, and 5 who can be in there depending on, like, when you play it.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
You can have steak with Chie... You can do crossbow training with like Yukari.
Yeah, can just like the Japanese bow training.
Yeah.
Can I just like sit and have long conversations about the nature of humanity and death with Aegis?
It might be tough, but maybe they do that. That's DLC later on.
Can I take virtual Koromaru out for a virtual walk?
I think you can play fetch with him in the Velvet Room.
Okay, great. Yeah.
I'm buying this too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're saying this stuff because it's not happening. You're just making me sad, on like a deep personal level of like knowing this is never going to occur.
And you can pick the Velvet Room from 3, 4, or 5. That's the perfect thing.
I would probably pick 3 because the Velvet Room in the Persona 4 would probably be very cramped. Whereas like just hanging out in this dope giant elevator would be really cool.
I would too for like most things, but I would spend a lot of time with the Persona 4 one because you would get to read poems with Marie.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Virtual poems.
I love Marie, so...
Yeah. But yeah, like the VR...
And you just have awkward moments where you and Marie are having a conversation, and Igor is just sitting there just patiently waiting.
Yeah.
Do you want to fuse personas?
Just twiddling his thumbs. But it's all Persona 5? Igor's... Do you want to fuse personas yet?
All right, moving on.
Welcome to the Velvet Room!
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Then they showed a long single-player demo for Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, which is coming out November 4th.
I was really impressed.
Me too. I was because one, I thought it was really smart that they didn't say it was Call of Duty up front because that like completely destroyed any sort of bias you might have going in from that pretty bad trailer they announced it with. So it was like, when I didn't know it was Call of Duty, and then it's like the slow dawning realization of like, oh, fuck, this is Call of Duty, made me like really think positively about that game.
I completely agree, and it was funny because we were so snarky about it like everyone else was when it was announced.
It was a bad trailer.
A bad trailer. No doubts about that. And when we saw this, like, I was the same way. Like, I was thinking, is this Call of Duty? It looks too good to be Infinite Warfare. Everything about this looks really cool. And at a certain point, just because of the typeface they were using and stuff, I realized this has to be Call of Duty. But it's like, okay, they're doing Call of Duty in space, and they're going for it.
Yeah.
You have your space grapple hook. You're
you do.
You're in and out of cockpits, and you're doing all this cool stuff. Like, this actually looks like a much bigger evolution for Call of Duty than it's ever had.
Yeah, because it doesn't just look like Call of Duty. Like, that's insane to me that you could show me anything, like, even more than 5 seconds of any Call of Duty game, and I feel like I would just, like, okay, yeah, that's Call of Duty. Like, Black Ops 3... you could not hide that that's a Call of Duty game from me. Advanced Warfare, you couldn't hide that that was a Call of Duty game from me. But it was like the whole first part of this trailer, like gameplay thing, where you're on the ship and you're going to the map and selecting a mission and then getting to your ship and fly out. Like the one time I really caught on where I was like, okay, this must be Call of Duty, is when the dude aimed down his sights, and that was like the one. There's like, which of course he's like it's a first person shooter, like that's, but like. That's when I made the connection of like, oh, fucking right, yeah, Call of Duty's in space. That must be what this is. That's the only game this could possibly be. This does not look like a Call of Duty campaign at all.
Honestly, if we get one more good look at it like this, I'm in. I will buy
me too.
this.
Yeah,
especially because it's got the Modern Warfare remaster. Like, that's a good package. And if anything, I thought it was a little disappointing they showed another trailer for Modern Warfare Remastered, because the main demo was confident enough you didn't need to tack on the bonus thing. Although I think it's a cool bonus, and I like that. But now I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, like, and it's funny that when those games got announced, like, Infinite Warfare is like the most disliked gameplay trailer on YouTube of like 2016, and the Battlefield 1 announcement one is the most liked gameplay trailer on YouTube, and part of that is like internet politics stuff. But it's like, it's really funny how it seems like Battlefield 1 is just Battlefield with a World War I skin on it, and like Call of Duty in Space is actually Call of Duty in Space, when everyone thought it was just Call of Duty with a space skin on it.
Yeah.
It's like the scenarios are completely reversed from how the trailers made them seem.
No, I'm actually pretty enthusiastic about this now.
Yeah,
because you get your 2 Call of Duty campaigns, you get some classic multiplayer and stuff. That's enough reason to spend $60.
Yeah, that's a good deal. Like,
yeah.
I'm pretty excited about. That's like one of the biggest surprises from this E3 for me.
And I loved that the one line in the Modern Warfare thing was, "We are leaving!"
Like, I feel like I hear that line read in my dreams. Like, there's something so iconic, weirdly iconic about that line.
My brother and I quote that to each other all the time.
There's just something so particular about how Captain Price delivers that. That's like the emphasis on the syllables is very well done.
Yep.
So then after Call of Duty, we had all the Crash Bandicoot stuff that, like, I thought the way that they presented that was really good, although it was, like, the way they presented it was so good that it not being a new Crash Bandicoot game was, like, kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
Like, I thought, like, they went so heavy on it with, like, the live orchestra playing fucking Crash Bandicoot music with, like, their whole virtual stage with a shadow of Crash Bandicoot walking behind the dude. That, like, that was really awesome.
Although I'll say, those games are so old, doing from the ground up remakes, they're practically going to be different games.
Yeah, I mean, doing full remasters of the Crash Bandicoot games is an awesome thing to do. I'm really happy they're doing it, because, like, I have particular affection for Crash Bandicoot 3, but there is like an element of it is like, like if you had just said that, like, and we're partnering, because Activision has had the Crash Bandicoot license for years and years and years, and they've done jack squat with it. They have not remastered any of those games. They've not put those games out in any format anywhere. Like, they have just sat on Crash Bandicoot and just strangled him for years. And so it's like getting, like, anything from Activision Crash related is a fucking miracle. It would have been like the apotheosis of Sony if they had just been like, and they're fucking making a new Crash Bandicoot game on top of it.
Yeah.
It's an unreasonable thing to expect.
Although, I mean, they did that Ratchet and Clank remake earlier this year.
Yeah.
That by all accounts was A, really good, and B, much more than a remake. I would not be surprised if this is in that vein.
Maybe. I wouldn't go in expecting something like that.
I said I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying it will be. But I will say, between Uncharted 4, his big moment in Uncharted 4, and this is the year of Crash Bandicoot.
It is.
We had the year of Luigi, year of Crash Bandicoot. It's great.
Yeah, sure.
What is he? He's a Bandicoot.
Kind of. He's like a weird fox that just steals fruit. I don't know. He has arms growing out the side of his head. It's like, that looks weird.
I hope there's a moment in Crash Bandicoot, the remakes, where Crash sits down on a couch and plays Uncharted 1.
No, he plays Uncharted 4. He plays the part of Uncharted 4 where Nathan plays the first Crash Bandicoot. Like,
just a total mind fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just playing Crash Bandicoot in Uncharted 4 in Crash Bandicoot. So then also, Crash is in the new Skylanders game. Who gives a fuck about that? Moving on.
It was a fun little moment.
Yeah, it's just like Skylanders seems so done, and the fact that like Disney
Infinity,
like Disney just canceled Disney Infinity and completely pulled out of video games just makes like the whole toy to life thing seem kind of morbid now.
Unless you're Amiibos.
Unless you're like Amiibos is like kind of a different thing, and people are stupid. The same people who are getting Amiibos are the same people who are excited about like Xbox One custom controllers. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Yeah. All right, let's move
Moving on. Lego Star Wars Episode 7, demo available now. Full game in 2 weeks.
Awesome. I'm excited for it.
I played the demo. Do you want to know what it's like?
Is it good?
It's a Lego game.
That's all I really want.
Yeah, sure. Like,
I thought it was weird it had the voices in it.
They've had the voices in those games for years.
Okay, the last one I played was Lego Star Wars 2.
That was the last one that didn't have the voices in them.
Oh, okay.
I think or maybe like Lego Indiana Jones didn't or something. But like, I think I liked it better. I haven't played really any of the Lego games much other than like a demo here and there since Lego Star Wars 2. But like, I really liked when Lego Star Wars 2 had the like, we're going to spoof the movies and try to pantomime the movies with these Lego characters. I thought that was a good angle for the story stuff. And like, I'm playing the Lego Star Wars Episode 7 demo is basically the section of the movie where Rey and Finn run away from the TIE Fighters and get onto the Millennium Falcon. But crazy Lego antics ensue. And like, the fact that they just have a bunch of movie dialogue in there, and like they have new lines from the actors, which is really cool.
Oh, that's cool.
But like, it is like, you know, like they make the same jokes about Kylo Ren that like Twitter made about Kylo Ren for months afterwards, and that kind of stuff. That's like, not like having the dialogue would make that stuff stand out more. But you know, that game's fun. Like, it's a Lego game. So then moving on from that, this is where shit really gets crazy. Hideo Kojima gets the most anime intro possible. That's pretty awesome. He is rocking the beard.
I love Hideo Kojima.
Yeah.
I don't love every single game he's made.
No, I don't like most of the games he's made, even though I've played a lot of them now.
He's an awesome dude.
Even if you don't like some of the Metal Gear Solid stuff, you have to respect the Metal Gear Solid stuff, and respecting the Metal Gear Solid stuff means respecting the man, you know?
Yes. Oh, it was a lot of fun to see him come out. And
just like the way they did that intro with like he's like smoke and the light bridge and him just walking down, and then he comes back, it's like, hey guys, I'm back. It's like, fuck yeah, you are.
He deserves it. He had a shitty year.
He had, like Konami fucked him, fucked his studio, fucked his game. Like, fuck those guys. Like, yeah. Like, and so then we got what was the most Hideo Kojima trailer he has ever made for a game which has the most Hideo Kojima title ever, Death Stranding, which is, I still don't know what that fucking means.
And he did the most Hideo Kojima thing ever by wearing a shirt for Death Stranding earlier in the day without telling anyone what it was for.
Yeah. And then, so my notes for the Death Stranding trailer are a Hideo Kojima game starring Norman Reedus. Hey guys, Kojima can cut a fucking trailer. Really excited to see Kojima unshackled from Metal Gear Solid.
I was grinning ear to ear through this whole thing.
Just the pure insanity of it.
There was no thing at E3 that made me more purely happy than Death Stranding. It is so Kojima, but it's also so evolved from what he's been able to do.
Yeah, again, like unshackled from Metal Gear, like just completely freed.
Absolutely, and I think we saw big hints of that with PT, and it was so exciting. And now it's like he's going to get to make a full game. I love that he and Norman Reedus still want to work together.
Yeah, I love that's such a massive fuck you to Konami that like he just like turned right around and just made a game with Norman Reedus as the main character.
It's a phenomenal game trailer.
It's also such a great trailer. He can make a fucking trailer, dude.
It's a great short film.
Yeah.
Like if the game never comes out, that is just a phenomenal 5-minute short film. And I one day hope Hideo Kojima actually makes a movie because I think it would be kind of amazing.
Yeah, me too. Like he just has a sense of style and pace and like direction, you know, that video game trailers typically don't have. It's just like all the stuff like it's like that's a fucking trailer that is basically about Norman Reedus having like given birth to a child that like a baby that disappears, and then he stands up and looks over this like desolate wasteland with like dead crabs and whales and stuff as 5 mysterious figures float in the distance and disappear and turn into the title. Like, what the fuck, dude? Amazing fucking trailer. Like, I don't care that game is probably like 5 years away. Like, giving us the trailer and giving us the like pitch for the game is the right way to do it. God damn it! Like, I don't want to see Kojima just like talk about concept art. I want to see like weird,
he would never do that.
Yeah,
so.
I want to see weird baby handprints in the sand, like moving away from Norman Reedus as he's like naked on the sand. Like, that's what I want. That's a weird thing to want, but I guess I wanted it.
I hope the actual game, like, that's the opening movie or something.
Yeah.
That when you, like, launch the game.
Like, can you imagine what must happen after that? Like, what is, like, the like, second one post the opening cinematic of that game, if that was the opening cinematic?
I mean, it's pretty clear that Sony has just said, here's money, make whatever you want.
Yeah.
And I love that because I do think, while I have a better view of the Metal Gear series than you do, and there's some of those I count among my favorite games ever, I do think there is something inherently that constrains Konami there because it has sort of a formula and a commercial aspect to it. And
a fan base that's expecting something.
And I want him to just let his freak flag fly.
Exactly.
I think he is kind of an avant-garde artist deep down. And some of the best Metal Gear stuff actually comes when he successfully fuses that. Yeah. And PT was that completely. Just a total avant-garde game.
Yeah.
And if Death Stranding is something similar where it can keep up something, maybe not that weird, but weird, that would be such a unique and wonderful thing.
Yeah, and like I like that it seems like this like latter-day Kojima thing, that like modern Kojima thing that he's got going on between PT, a lot of the stuff in Metal Gear Solid 5, and this seems like he has developed a sort of like Cronenberg-esque fascination with like body horror in a way that I'm like so fucking into, you know? Like, yeah, I am super excited to see more from this whenever Kojima is in his studio is ready to show more.
Yes.
So then moving on is the next announcement, which is actually the greatest thing that was at all of E3. This is like the best video game, hopefully, that will ever be made. It is the Spider-Man game from Insomniac. The rumors are basically true. There is a god. His suit looks a little weird, but this may finally be Spider-Man's Arkham moment. Hashtag Spider-Man PS4. Then they fucked up the hashtag Spider-Man has a hyphen in it, and there was no hyphen in the hashtags. That was a miscalculation on their part, but I'm really curious to see if this leads to more Marvel games, and the whole rights situation for how this game got made must have been really weird.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Like, it is a Sony exclusive Spider-Man game developed by Insomniac. Which is weird because Insomniac got away from Sony, and then eventually they made Sunset Overdrive, which is a Microsoft exclusive game. But then also one of their teams made the Ratchet and Clank Sony exclusive game, and then now they're making a Spider-Man Sony exclusive game.
I don't care. It's going to be wonderful.
I mean, Insomniac is the rumors were that it was going to be Sucker Punch, which would have also been an amazing developer for it. But Insomniac is a great developer for a Spider-Man game as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the Ratchet and Clank stuff, Sunset Overdrive, which I haven't played Sunset Overdrive, but everything I understand about the movement mechanics in that game sounds like, yes, like they are equipped to make a cool Spider-Man game. There has been a lot. It was basically what they showed was like a 90-second trailer that looked really awesome, positioned it really well. And then there have been a lot of interviews and stuff that I have obviously been reading and watching all of those. And from basically everything I can glean is that one, this is a move from Marvel to get more into video games again and to make more than just mobile games, which is really exciting. This is a Sony exclusive. It's an open world game. It is not a tie-in to any of the Marvel movies, which is a great idea. It's an Insomniac specific Spider-Man universe, so it's not tied into any of the continuity, which is the same thing that Arkham had set up for it. And I love that Marvel is letting them make this game when the Spider-Man Homecoming movie is out next year, and not forcing it be a tie-in to that movie at all. Letting this game be its own thing. This game can come out when it's ready. That is the right way to make this game, and that is so heartwarming to see a company just let people make their licensed games the right way, because we have been through years and years and years of Activision having the exclusive rights to Spider-Man games and being basically adamant about not letting the people make Spider-Man games without it being licensed for a specific product. And the one time they got away from that was with Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, and that game was kind of okay. And then they forced Beanox to go right back into making fucking Amazing Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man 2, which are both games which suck balls.
I've been so hungry for years for a good Spider-Man game.
Yes.
When I was a kid, there's just nothing better than that open world, your web swinging.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is so good.
It's good, and Spider-Man 3 even had some moments to it. And it's like, but none of those realized, obviously, the full potential of what a Spider-Man game could be. And especially once we saw those Batman Arkham games, and it's like, Batman is not Spider-Man, but you can do a comic book thing right in a game.
Yeah, you can do a licensed game the right way. You know?
Yes, it's just such a game changer. Insomniac making a PS4 exclusive Spider-Man game. Oh my God, we have seen the face of God, Sean.
Yeah.
Sony was riding on such an insane high at this point.
Yeah.
Between, we got fucking Norman Reedus in a Hideo Kojima game, and then we got Insomniac Spider-Man. This was the equivalent of last year's Final Fantasy VII Shenmue thing.
Yeah, I mean, this Spider-Man thing is like, I mean, obviously it's a super personal thing because I'm way into Spider-Man, but it's like, fucking man, that was awesome. That's
so great.
Like, it was a really well done trailer. I loved like the narration at the top of it and stuff of like it feeling like, because it did, even though it's not connected directly to the Marvel Spider-Man, like the Marvel film Spider-Man, it did feel like they took some inspiration from the characterization of it. Like it felt like very down to earth, grounded.
Do we know who did the voice?
I'm not 100%. It sounded super familiar, but I wasn't 100%.
It was a really good Peter Parker voice.
Yeah, it was a great voice,
and I felt like I knew it.
Yeah, but me too. Like I couldn't quite place it, so like it's been really hard to find any voice actor dudes because there have been a couple of games that I've been like, I wonder who that voice actor is, and it's hard to get that information right when they're announced. But yeah, like I'm everything about like that, the way that trailer looked, and then the way they've talked about this game afterwards, it makes me super optimistic about it. I have to talk about the suit a little bit because that's what I do here.
Okay,
and I like I'm not full in on the redesign of the suit. Like it mostly seems like they've taken a lot of cues from the Civil War Spider-Man suit, but they have like that sort of like what looks like the black suit, giant white Spider-Man emblem on the front and the back. I feel like that kind of clashes with it, but it's not blue fingertips level of fucked. It's like I can kind of roll with it. I just really hope that the game has a lot of different unlockable costumes because it's a comic book game. Like, comic book games need to have a bunch of unlockable costumes because there have been so many great Spider-Man outfits throughout the years.
Absolutely, and maybe by the time... You know how the Arkham games always had good Batman costumes, but the one in Arkham Knight was
like amazing, like one of the best Batman outfits ever.
Maybe by the time we get to Insomniac Spider-Man 3, that's what we'll have.
Yeah, hopefully, hopefully you see a slow development of the suit.
Spider-Man Knight? Just kidding.
Yeah. But Marvel Knight Spider-Man was a Spider-Man comic run for a little bit in the mid-2000s, so they could make that game if they wanted to.
I am psyched.
So, yeah. Spider-Man PS4 looks fucking awesome. Moving on. Then, that was basically the end because we already talked about the Days Gone gameplay demo. Then there was like a quick post-conference montage, which normally I wouldn't talk about, except for there was a quick shot of Igor in it, and that made me happy.
I cheered.
Yeah, me too. So... that's what they announced at the Sony conference, but now that we've talked all the way through it, I think it does bear like kind of talking about that structure a little bit more now that we've kind of gone through it. That's like, I thought it was very interesting that compared to most years where Sony goes super long, Sony usually goes 2 to 2.5 hours long with their press conferences. This was like an hour long, and it felt like there's a lot of stuff that Sony could have showed that they were restrained from showing, and normally I would have sort of been upset about that. But I think the way they were so confident in what they did show, and what they did show was generally so strong that it was like, I'm fine with them like not showing Persona 5 stuff. I'm fine with them not showing like Gravity Rush 2 stuff.
I'm fine with that, especially because most of what they showed were surprises in one way or another, if you think about it. Like, God of War, total surprise that they were going to show that and that it was going to be that different and that good.
Yeah.
Horizon Zero Dawn, we knew that game looked cool, but I think no one was prepared for that gameplay demo.
Yeah.
Hideo Kojima, total surprise. Insomniac Spider-Man, mostly a surprise, especially that it was confirmed in that way.
Yeah.
Days Gone, we had never heard about. So all these anything they gave real attention to was a surprise, and you can see that even then, they could have shown a lot more for The Last Guardian, but instead they just wanted to get the main thing out, which was the release date, a little kind of tonal trailer. And because we know about The Last Guardian, they didn't show more than that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Persona 5 would have been cool, but we've seen lots of Persona 5.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's sold to the people who need to see it. Anything else they could have shown would have broken with the theme of the conference.
Yeah, me too. That like they had such a tight pace on it that it's like it would have been like, it would be cool to see like a bunch of indie games and do all that thing like again, but like at some point it does feel like I wonder if Sony running this really lean conference that does not try to show off everything they have, does not try to show off their hardware stuff that much. Like they talked about the PSVR headset for like a couple of minutes at most. Like they did not stand up there and talk about stuff for very long. I wonder if Sony doing this is a test to see if like they don't need to do that kind of stuff at E3 anymore, and if like they can get that information out there in other ways. They have their own press conference that like PSX, there's like Gamescom, there's Tokyo Game Show, there's like other places to do this. They can do their own live streams if they need to. Like this just felt like Sony wanting to test the waters and try a completely different format for an E3 press conference so that they can get away from that, because we've seen like with EA not being even on the show floor and stuff like that, and Nintendo like based more or less backing out of it. We've seen that like companies don't need to do that for E3 anymore. That's not what E3 is anymore. And I think Sony has proved that it's like this other more theatrical kind of press conference is the right way to go.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on because this is officially our longest podcast ever.
Great. Awesome.
All right. Nintendo.
Yes.
What kind of notes do you even have? Because
I didn't take notes.
Okay.
Like they only have 2 games to show. I can keep that in my mind.
Okay. And I think I watched more of it than you did, it sounds like, because you backed out for some of the Pokemon stuff.
Like I was just sort of in and out of the Pokemon stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, how do we do this? Let's talk about Pokemon really quick.
Yeah.
Because the Zelda stuff, they bookended.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Pokemon Sun and Moon, I think they did probably too much.
They definitely did too much.
They did like a 40-minute solid Pokemon thing.
They just did the first 40 minutes of that game. Like, they just played through it. It's so weird.
It was weird. I think there's a charm to their Treehouse format. I like that they have the developers there and they talk to them. The Treehouse, like the woman and the man, I think they're both super like perky and excited, but not in an annoying way.
Yeah.
Like they actually have played the games. They know the games. When they talk about being excited about different Pokemon things, like it's not pandering. Mm-hmm. They know what they're talking about. I like all that. Too long, but I will say there were more sort of surprises in the Sun and Moon stuff that I wasn't prepared for. Like, that is a gorgeous game for the 3DS.
Sure, yeah, it looks very good.
The art style, like the Hawaii stuff, looks awesome. It looks like such a distinctive region for Pokemon. When they were doing the battles, it was all at sunset, and like the oranges and the colors were really amazing. This looks like it'll be Pokemon X and Y are already really stunning for the 3DS, and this looks like they've upped that a notch. I like a lot of the little things, like the trainers are now in the battles. So, like, all the Pokemon are to scale. I'm really curious, like, when you get your fucking Gyarados or something.
Or, like, your Onix,
That could be really cool. And I think they'll probably play with that, so that's neat. The battle animations, I love the bottom screen for the battles is really fucking stylish. Mm-hmm. And it's always been, I felt like, a little bland on the DS, even though it's a big opportunity. This one looked really stylish. There's a lot of little things they've added, like when you catch a Pokemon, it tells you how many more are in that cycle. There's a lot of just Pokedex features and stuff like that that's really neat. When you're walking around in the world and you get near a trainer, the screen actually changes a little bit, so you can
it looks like you're Z-targeting them.
Indeed, it looks like you're Z-targeting them. So, it doesn't look like they are completely reinventing Pokemon, but it also doesn't seem like it's just X and Y 2.
Sure,
So, I was going to play this either way because Pokemon, fuck it, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound.
Sure, yeah.
But this looked, very promising. Did I need to see 45 minutes of it? No, but I enjoyed watching it for the time I watched it more than I think I thought I would. Like, if you had told me up front they're going to do 40 minutes of Pokemon, I'm like, oh my god, shoot me now. And I didn't feel shoot me now. I felt like this is probably a mistake, but it's an endearing mistake.
Yeah. I have to, my comments are, it was the beginning of the game, and they had their Pidgey equivalent Pokemon, they had their, Rattata equivalent Pokemon, I think they had, basically Caterpie, bug equivalent Pokemon in there, too, and there was an actual Caterpie that I saw. And then also, the dude playing the game ended up, fainting his main Pokemon because he did Water Gun and then he did, Tackle or something. It's when he could have just done Water Gun twice and he would have won the battle, and I was just it was weird that whenever I was looking at him battle, I was just screaming at the screen, just use Water Gun. Why are you just not using? All you have to do is use Water Gun, you idiot. Don't use Growl. Don't use Tackle. You have fucking Water Gun. What are you doing, you idiot?
I have to say, I felt very vindicated they were playing as Poplio.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, they were playing as the seal one, so that they could fight the bird, and they could fight the one that was really interesting is they had a mongoose. I was in on the mongoose, even if it is the Rattata. Mongooses are cool.
I thought it was cool. Yeah. Anything else to say about Pokemon?
Pokemon's Pokemon. It looks like a good Pokemon game.
Yes. So, now let's talk about... I have been waiting 4 fucking hours to talk about this game.
Okay, yeah.
We started the show with the reveal trailer for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wind.
Yes.
From that title alone, you can tell they're doing something a little different with this one. And, oh my god, jaw on the floor. I think just the art direction in this, the visual design... and the sense of openness that they have talked about, and I kind of just thought they were maybe empty promises.
Right, yeah.
Because Zelda has had openness before, and I think they were just kind of, if I think about those interviews now, I think they were honestly having trouble conveying what they meant by that. Because you look at that trailer, and then the later gameplay stuff they did, and they mean it. It is a big, explorable Hyrule, but it doesn't look like generic open world game. It doesn't look like they've homogenized Zelda. It still looks like Zelda, but in a way where they've rethought so much of it, where you can climb and you've got a fucking jump button and all that stuff, which is really surprising because Zelda has not had a jump button since Link's Awakening and stuff like
Even
that.
then, it was an item.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It doesn't count. It's not a jump button. It's an item button.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. I really, like, my reaction was I couldn't decide if I wanted to say this looks like Zelda made by the Journey team or it looks like Zelda made by Studio Ghibli. Either way, it's really exciting. I thought it looked gorgeous. It sounded gorgeous. There's a little bit of voice acting where probably Zelda is talking to you.
Yeah, it must be Zelda.
And I thought the perfect voice for that. It didn't seem out of place. It looked like... And again, I am not a lifelong Zelda fan.
Yeah.
It really blew me away. And then when they started playing it, and you're in the fucking Resurrection Shrine, which I love that they just called it. You're in the Resurrection Shrine.
They've just been cloning Links for years.
Yep.
That's how it's been going the whole time. You wake up in your fucking, like, nutrient gel.
And then you get out and they were just having the guy playing it just explore and run around and do... and there was really no structure to it. I was riveted to this thing. I think it looks absolutely amazing. Every visual we saw just was jaw-dropping to me. It's kind of like... People have described it as like the Wind Waker meets Twilight Princess, and I actually think that's selling the game short because it's really not quite the Wind Waker. It's not quite Skyward Sword. It's not the aggressive ugliness of Twilight Princess.
Yeah, definitely not.
It is very different, but it still feels Zelda-esque. This, to me, feels like it's the equivalent moment for Zelda of what Mario Galaxy was for Mario, where you're taking the series... And Mario hadn't really grown stale because they don't make a new mainline Mario game as much as they do Zelda.
Yeah.
But especially at that time they hadn't. There had only been one since Mario 64. And they're like, fuck it, we're going to blow the thing up and move Mario into space and completely rethink how you do platforming. And this kind of looks like something similar for Zelda. I could not have been more impressed.
I'm not as positive on it as you. Like, I think it was a really good showing, and I'm really fascinated by what they're showing for the game. And, like, I think for sure... The graphics of the game, like the visual art, like the art style element of it was, as you say, breathtaking. Like it is a fantastic looking game, absolutely 100% of the way. And I'm very impressed by like how far away they have deviated from like the staple Zelda stuff to like there's straight up like loot in the game. There's like fucking destructible weapons and stuff. You like climb. There's like weird survival game elements of it. Like there's a temperature element to it and stuff like that. There's like you like cooking and all this stuff. And like all that stuff looks really good, but I think part of where I'm not like 100% on it the way that you are comes from me having been burned by Zelda before, and I'm sort of inclined to be more cynical about Zelda games because I feel like they talked up a big game about all their Zelda games post Ocarina of Time, and none of them have really done it for me. Like Wind Waker was good, but like I fell off Wind Waker by the end because some of the sailing stuff really sucked, and so like I think a lot of the good stuff in the game looks really good, but I also think that this game is going to present a huge challenge to Nintendo, and I don't think anything they've shown me quite yet makes me super confident that they have like are going to overcome a lot of these problems of like this is a game where like Nintendo is not making one of their games and they are not innovating into a new kind of game. They are making a game in what is the popular conventional genre right now, which is a big open world action RPG thing. You know, it's the same kind of broad genre that The Witcher 3 is. So, like, this is a game that's competing with The Witcher 3. It's a game that's, like, competing with Assassin's Creed in a way. It's a game that's competing with, like, Horizon Zero Dawn. It is that kind of, like, broad game. And Nintendo's never made a game like that before. This team has never made a game like that before. And I want to be optimistic about it. I think a lot of what they've shown is very good, but I do think, you know, they haven't shown a lot about what the actual, like, gameplay structure is. We haven't really seen a temple. We haven't seen how that, like, meshes. We haven't seen, like, are there side quests? Like, how do you get side quests? Like, that kind of, like, day-to-day stuff, or day-to-day stuff within the context of the game timeline. Or, like, we've seen a lot of, like, Link chopping down trees and Link, like, pushing over these boulders and, like, climbing up all of this stuff and Link, like, cooking. And they've shown a lot of that stuff and, like, all, like, the loot system and everything. But why, like, we haven't really seen is, like, why the loot system? Why the climbing? Why the boulders? Like, why the cooking? Why do you do this stuff? Why are you gathering all these things? Like, what is the gameplay incentive and the gameplay reward for doing all that stuff? It's like, I feel like I do, and I'm not saying they need to show all that stuff right now, but it is the kind of thing that, like, when I'm watching their demo, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, like, this looks really good, but I'm still cautious about, like, getting too hyped up about it, because I think, like, we have seen that these kinds of games are very, very hard to make, and Nintendo has never made one before.
I get that. I also think, though, and I understand everything you're saying, and I agree with a lot of it to a certain extent. I'm pretty confident all those things will fall into place. And I think as a first showing for this game, which is really what this was, they've talked about it a little bit before, but really no more than, as you've said, like the concept art thing. Yeah. They've never really even done a brief
They did some gameplay demo stuff.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, this is very new, and I mean, just certain moments in that trailer where, like, you have the big guardian, another of this theme of big enemies.
Right, yeah.
And it's in front of the temple. I loved that. Where was I going with this? I have so many thoughts on this game. Right, I'm sorry. But I'm confident in the overall direction. And one of the things I'm thinking is, yes, this is a hot genre right now. Yeah. And I totally get that. But fundamentally, though, this felt like an evolution that probably should have happened long ago but didn't for what Zelda is, because Zelda is one of the progenitors of the open world genre.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
In not just Ocarina of Time, but in the original NES game. And I have some text from actually my brother Thomas. I asked him what he thought, because he was kind of sequestered all day in a school-related thing. Right. And he saw it tonight. And I want to read some of that because it's just funny from someone who has played literally every Zelda game that's not CDI. You know, those don't count.
No, yes, no, you're right, they don't.
But he's played all of them like twice. So he loves this series, and it was really interesting to hear his thoughts. But one of the things he said was, it reminds me of, and this is what some other people were saying, of the very first Zelda game, or your first time playing any Zelda game, which is you go out, you're alone, you can go anywhere. And that sense of openness of, you know, Miyamoto designed this inspired by wanderings in his backyard as a child. Yeah. And I felt like the same kind of passion on display here. And one of the things that sold it to me so well, and why I thought there really was a method to Nintendo's madness in doing this treehouse thing where they just talked about Zelda and a lot of Pokemon, but mostly just Zelda, was you had Eiji Onuma there, who is the Zelda guy, who is a game genius, all this stuff. Right, yeah. And I know, you don't love every Zelda game he's made, but clearly he's very talented.
Yes, and, yeah. And, they're hard, like, games are very hard to make.
Yes. And the enthusiasm with which he kind of talked about this, and enthusiasm in kind of a quiet Japanese way. Yeah. But I think you could tell he was so excited to show this game to people. He had so many things to say. At one point, they got into this long philosophical conversation about not just paintings, but the kinds of physical paints that they were inspired by in making the game. And he just lit up, and everyone on stage lit up talking about their inspirations there. And then on the music, and he was explaining, we don't have overworld music as you would in, like, previous Zelda games, because as with the paintings, we wanted this kind of soft thing that was more impressionistic. Yeah. And so it comes up sort of like with the different elements that you get into, and it's very environment based what music cues you hear, and just all of that, like, so much thought has been put into this. This is not the same thing as, like, Hideo Kojima or Guerrilla Games being set free, but in a weird way it felt like that. Like Eiji Onuma saying, I set myself free to say, we're not just making Ocarina of Time 6. What can we do with this? It feels like the Eiji Onuma who made Majora's Mask. Someone who was not afraid to just kind of go crazy with it. And I'm not saying this is not experimental in that same way, but just, it really does feel very cool, and just, if this game were nothing else than that one area they showed, and I could go around and explore, I couldn't play it for 40 hours, but however long I played it, I feel like I would really enjoy it. Without story, without even combat mechanics, just the basic, that area they've built is so gorgeous, and it's like one small slice of the overall game. They've made very clear, and they even showed you the other parts on the map that they're not even showing at E3. I'm really excited for this, and I think as good as it looked on the Wii U, I'm also very interested to see what it looks like on the NX.
Yeah, definitely.
Because the only visual hiccups I thought it had was there was a little bit of pop in here and there. And the fact that there wasn't more was frankly amazing. Because I've never seen the Wii U have to render draw distances like that.
Right, yeah.
I guess Xenoblade Chronicles...
Xenoblade definitely has long distances and giant monsters and stuff.
Yeah, but I've also heard that game has some issues on the Wii U.
I haven't heard like stuff that's that bad.
Okay,
like,
not that
there's
bad,
definitely some frame rate stuff. But.
Yeah, but anyway, so very interesting to me. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it to be cool because it's not... Nintendo knows how to sell a Zelda game. This was not going to come out and look bad, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact that it looked this good to me and took my breath away that much, I mean, just my love of animation and this kind of... clearly they like the same painters I do and stuff. Just, it's incredible. It's another one where it looks like a weird indie game that got made by a giant studio with all the artistic power in the world behind it. And I'm very excited. And just little atmospheric things like having Link wake up in a fucking shrine that when you get up, the little thing pops up and it's the Resurrection Shrine. Right. That's such a clever kind of knowing thing because they've never really acknowledged that Link is kind of this mythical creature at this point.
Yeah.
And just to do that in a way that doesn't feel like it's going to be wholly narrativized, like I don't get the sense that that's going to be a giant story point.
No, it is all about them cloning Links throughout all of history, and they go to a parallel universe. That's what it definitely is. And there's robots and shit in that game.
Yeah, and I love that whole thing. They were talking about this too, that it's a decayed Hyrule, but it's not a dead Hyrule. Like you're exploring it. Nature has flourished, but all the human settlements are kind of dead and fallen apart. And I like that as a thing too, that you're woken up almost in the future and you have to explore all of this. That's really, it's very evocative. Everything about it is so evocative. I wound up stopping the stream when they climbed up to the top of the Temple of Time, and they're looking out at the horizon and everything. I said, okay, I'm getting too excited. I don't want to see any more of this game until I'm playing it. And I was done for that. Because it's just I've seen enough. I'm completely sold. If I watch any more of this, A, I'm never going to get work done today.
Right.
And B, I'm going to be salivating until this fucking game comes out.
Yeah, I do, it is a... necessary move for the Legend of Zelda franchise, and it has been since Twilight Princess, really, for them to rethink what Zelda is, fully break it out, because it's it is, as Onuma basically said, they have been making the Ocarina of Time sequels for a long time, and that's never what they should have been doing. That's why I've never been able to get into a Legend of Zelda game the way I did with Ocarina of Time or the way I did with A Link to the Past, because those are the Zelda games, and all the Zelda games after those just feel like they are trying to live up to those games in a way that they can't. And it's I'm so happy they're trying to get away from that, but I guess there is a part of me that just looks at that and just feels a lot of the component pieces and all that stuff looks great, but there's a part of me that's why couldn't you guys have just fucking done this in 2006? It feels too little, too late, because it's I've already played The Witcher 3. I'm already going to play Horizon. We've already done this. We've already gone to the mountain that you can see in the distance. God damn it.
I get that, but it also, I don't know, it feels different.
You don't understand because you never cared before, Jonathan. You just played Ocarina of Time this year. God damn it. I've been living with this my whole life.
No, I get it. I don't know. I loved it. I thought it was so dynamic and interesting in so many ways, and I had another point I wanted to make. I mean, I love that there's not a lot of music in that demo, but what we do here is absolutely gorgeous. I like that when you meet someone, it's not recorded dialogue. I like that it's something there'll be a little bit.
I think and it's maybe as part of the they do have some voiceover stuff with the Zelda thing, but I do kind of feel like Legend of Zelda needs to get to we just have voice actors at some point thing.
I don't know. It's the same thing for me. I've said this before about films. Why do films have to have sound and dialogue? It's at some point it's a limiting thing because you expect it as just part of the convention. But I don't think that has to be what makes a game or what makes a game special. And
I guess it depends on because I'm thinking back to stuff how Twilight Princess would have been a much better game in a lot of ways if they had voice dialogue, because the pacing of the story cutscene stuff was so awful because it had to all be on-screen text.
I totally get that. And one of the things I do wonder is, does this have a more pared-down narrative to make room for all of that? And I actually think that would be totally the right move to make. One of the things I love about Ocarina of Time is that it's basically a silent film told perfectly well. Yeah. And Majora's Mask has more dialogue, but not to the point where it loses that effect. I love those two games, obviously. So, yeah, I was really impressed by this. I wanted to go through some of Thomas's tweets in real time because it was just funny to me. Because I texted him, I said, what did he first say? He just said, it looks like Zelda meets Miyazaki. That was the first thing he said after the trailer. And then I'm like, absolutely, you excited? And he said, yeah, I'm trying to learn more about it. And I said, oh, go watch this hour-long video. And then he went to find it. And he says, well, this is pretty cool. And then, in all caps, holy fuck, Link can jump. and I say, yeah, he can. And then he says, in 4 separate tweets, oh my god, or not tweets, texts. Yeah. Oh my god, Jonathan, did you see this? Link can jump. Wow. All of that.
I mean, I get what he means, but also, like, Link has jumps in all of the third 3D Zelda games. I think this is just a jump button.
I think just for a dyed-in-the-wool Zelda fan, it's like that.
It is weird to see the animation of him just having like straight up hops. Like he's like got a severe vertical jump.
Yes. But yeah, he said, the internet cut out here, so I only got to see a little, but it reminds me of the first game where you're just set off in a world and you're all alone. I really like open world games where isolation plays such a big part, and the weather clothing stuff seems like it will be really immersive. So those are some of his other thoughts, and I agree with all of that. So, and yeah, I do understand what you say when, like The Witcher and some of these other games have done some of these things. But I guess I would never even make the connection between Zelda and The Witcher because they're so different to me. I see what you mean there.
Like, I just think that like they're trying to make that kind of game with this new Zelda. Like, that's just what it looked like to me. I mean, actually, like, weirdly enough, the game by far that it reminded me the most of was Dragon's Dogma. There's something about like the climbing and like the weapon stuff that they showed that's like, that looks a lot like Dragon's Dogma.
What's that? I don't even know.
It's a Capcom RPG that like it's actually a really good, really underrated game that I played a bit on when I had access to PS3 and it was on PS Plus. And it's like a third-person open-world action RPG that has a lot of cool giant monster stuff and a lot of climbing on shit.
If our looks at this game continue to be this confident and that beautiful, and they're launching the NX with that, I'll just say the NX is going to be off to a much better start than the Wii U was.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like this is a much more interesting game than Nintendo has showed in a long time to me.
And again, back to that Mario point I was making. As you said, they really never should have been doing the thing where they made 6 Ocarina of Times.
Yeah.
And it is one of the really smart moves they made with Mario. They never tried to do Mario 64 twice.
Yeah, exactly.
They did.
It's the right thing to do.
Mario Sunshine, I think, was a failed experiment, but I respect it a lot for trying.
Yeah.
And then Mario Galaxy was a successful experiment, and it's really interesting to look at the Mario series and see how they use some of the conventions of 64 without ever copying it completely. And that they've always kept reinventing Mario in interesting ways, and it feels like maybe the moment is finally there here with Zelda. They don't need to get rid of everything, and they're not, but it's going to be interesting to see, is this the Mario Galaxy moment where they find a way to keep what we loved about 64, and that was kind of some of the core of that, but in a way that reinvents how we see and interact and look with this. And I have confidence they can do that. That doesn't mean I'm guaranteeing it'll be a phenomenal game, but I can't wait to get my hands on it. That's all there is to it.
As someone who lived through Twilight Princess, it's just I can't do it again. I can't get that excited about a Zelda game again. I have to be cynical about it. It's like a self-defense mechanism. I don't want to come across as like sounding like this game looks bad. Like, it looks awesome, but it's like I do think it's important to keep in mind like all the things, like all the difficulties that this game represents for Nintendo, and the fact that like what they have shown doesn't indicate to me that they've overcome them, because those are hard things to demo, to show like how do you make this open world game that is not just exhausting to the player at some point, because that's been the problem with 90% of open world games of the past 5 years. You know?
One thing I will say I was disappointed by.
Okay, yeah.
I think everyone thought and kind of assumed they might have a female Link in this, or like an option.
That wasn't going to happen.
Just and
it should happen. It's not going to.
It should happen. It's not going to. And I wasn't even discounting the idea that maybe in the final game there'll be an option and they'll have both. And then Onuma did do an interview afterwards where he said, no, it's just male. And I like Onuma. He had a pretty stupid reason.
I mean, it's Japanese gender politics are very different than American ones. It's like it's hard to sort of bridge that gap in a way that sort of in a dialogue that feels very meaningful. That it's like. I just don't even know what to do about like that conversation of like how do you how do you approach that? Because it's like, yes, like, absolutely, like, it would be way more interesting if Link was a woman in this one. Like, they should go in that direction, but it's like, the cultural differences make that conversation feel really weird to me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because also, it should not be Linkle. Like, it should just be Link.
Absolutely. Link, nothing about Link is defined by his gender.
Yeah, exactly. Like Link is just the hero. I almost said the hero of time, but that's just the Ocarina of Time one. Yeah. Link is just the hero that defeats Ganon all throughout history. Like, you would maybe have to come up with because you like. I mean, you could just have Princess Zelda be Princess Zelda, but you might also want to be compelled to make that like a male character for like a romantic interest kind of reason.
You do and you don't. I mean, in the most beautiful things about the Link-Zelda relationship when it's done right to me is that it's about friendship first.
Yeah.
And you can read in whatever shipping you want with it, but that's not what it's about. And, you know, I think the moment at the end of Ocarina where Link comes to Zelda would play just as beautifully no matter the gender of those characters.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I do think, like, and that's also me sort of, like, falling into the, like, I think the more Japanese mindset of, like, that's the narrative shorthand that you would use. Like, you would want to have the Zelda be Prince Zack or whatever, you know, you'd want to do. And then Ganon would be, like, Geraldina or something. I don't know, because you probably want to make Ganon the same gender as the Link of the game as well.
Yeah, it's problematic. Oh, well,
yeah,
okay.
Hey, gender shit is really fucking complicated in narrative. Like, it has always been, and it only gets more complicated as time goes on, because it's also so tied in with, like, cultural expectations.
Yes. All right, this is by far our longest podcast ever. Probably too long, but you put in a lot of work. I hope someone has listened through to the end. Next week, Sean.
There is a week after E3? What?
Next week is
I gotta live?
Next week is our 150th podcast.
Okay, great. Top 150 stuff list. Like, let's break that out again. Throw 50 things onto the bottom or the top.
Well, we'll have to think about something special. Maybe not. We'll have to save that for 200, I feel like. But we'll see. It is
a hard list to make.
It is a milestone. So thank you guys for listening. E3 was exhausting.
Fuck you. You don't even know. My notes are 3,689 words long. God damn it! Like, my notes are as long as my fucking Uncharted 4 review. E3 is exhausting, and you don't know shit about it.